whatever way. When it and I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, and I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time
to be
to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi,
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi,
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Like, stop, be respectful to Showore. Castanya and be sorry to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this is what I think I've said. Why do you people want me to be making commentary? Editorial commentary on this. This is your chance to speak, but you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we? Hold on, Pansa. Hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Greetings, viewers. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Today is Sunday, and we are going to be conducting an interview with the guest of the day. Is the YPP party candidate of Edo State. The YPP represents the Young Progressive Party of Edo State, and the guest name is Paul Ovbokwa Okungboa, and he's been here before, and I think the audience did enjoy the interview with him, and he did share a lot of his ideas for the state, and we all know the reasons why we do these things. We want to know what his vision is for the state of Edo, and what he is going to be doing for the people of Edo if he is opportune to be the governor of Edo State. And I gather that the election has been, campaign has been quite civil, even if sometimes it gets a little bit rough, has been quite civil, and we are glad about that. And I hope you all, have your questions ready for him, and he will be here to answer your questions. And I'm sure he's open to, being generous and with his time to answer the questions. And first of all, about the rules, we are going to have one question at a time from the audience, and we zero tolerance for rude behavior. We cannot insult an audience as the guest. He's here to share his vision for the state, and we all have to be civil and ask our questions, tough questions, but be civil about it. And also, like I said, one question at a time, and we'll be rotating it. One viewer comes in, asks the questions, and maybe a few others will be there, and so that we don't have to be taking people out all the time to ask the questions. And I'm not going to ask too many questions. I'll try to keep it easy because he's been here before, like I said. So I'm going to try to keep it easy so that the viewers will be the ones asking most of the questions. So so that we don't waste too much time, I will bring him on now and introduce him, or he will introduce himself to the people and the viewers. He's not here to listen to me. He's here to talk to Nigerians, and because he's a patriotic Nigerian that wants to hear from fellow Nigerians. So I'll bring him on now. Welcome. How do you have like another title in front of your name? Because I feel a little bit weird just calling it Paul Okungboa.
Well, I'm titleless. My name is Paul.
All right, then. We are welcome to the titleless groups. welcome. It's quite impressive that you are currently running for the Edo governorship. None of us have done that before, so that is one of everyone that is here, and you are putting yourself forward for your people and trying to do the best for your people. So we commend you for that. So I don't know if you want to introduce yourself to the viewers so that they get to know some of your highlights. Just kind of give them an idea of who you are and what you want to do for Edo State.
Thank you so much for the time. My name is Paul Okungboa Ouha. The Ouha you try to pronounce is actually I'm an identical twin. So the younger twin in Benin is called Ouha. It gives an impression of the younger one among the twin. Ouha. I attended the Yuri Primary School, finished my primary education in 1995. Then I graduated from University of Benin, first degree in 2004. I'm married with 4 kids. I'm married to Oyenyechi Elizabeth, and we've got 4 beautiful kids. And I'm a business owner. I've been in the education business space for nearly 20 years. It's essentially how I grew up. And I was born January 3rd, 1984. So January this year, I turned 40. And so hopefully by God's grace, by January next year, I'll be 41.
Great, that's great. So, if we are to go into it, because Edo is not necessarily known for its innovation these days, because this area I'm quite particular about it, because before the colonization wars, Edo was one of the most innovative areas of Nigeria. They were doing a lot of manufacturing, they were doing a lot of production, and they were very, very industrious society. And so, can you do you have a vision to take Edo back to those days when we were at the cutting edge in the space that we call Nigeria? Edo was the leading nation in that space. And is there any vision that you have that advances Edo's capabilities in terms of technological advancement?
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm most grateful for another opportunity given for me to air my opinion, and I have my voice aired to a larger forum. Most especially men and women who have sacrificed their time. Of course, I understand that we don't operate the same time zone, so one must keep appreciating the Nigerians in diaspora whenever they make out that time to listen to us. My argument has always been that the 2024 election in Edo State may yet be a litmus test for whether Nigeria is ready to harness her true potential in her young people, or Nigeria and Nigerians are okay with maintaining the status quo. I have argued and constantly adumbrated that the best of us still remains in our youthfulness. Of course, we know we have youth who are deviant, we have youth of nuisance behavior, but very imperatively, what happens to the very creative, assertive minds that we have among our youth community? So one of the things that has led me to this race is, I would like to start by saying that courage is not the absence of fear. In our electoral space, there are huge concerns. But in the last 2024 presidential election, there was a paradigm shift to the norm. Even while I want to say on my own, it is my personal opinion, I don't know if it's a general opinion, that the election did not favor whom Nigerians wholeheartedly came out for. But there was a kind of there was a possibility mantra that just sort of greeted the airs just now. In my village, for example, as remote as my village was, the leading parties lost elections in my village, and they were beaten to a pulp by the people. And even those that came with financial inducement to my village lost out. And in my village particularly, those that shared money and tried to get the voters induced. My uncle was the vice chairman of the ruling party, so he orchestrated all of this. At the end of the exercise, he got only 3 votes. Now, this gives us impetus. This gives us the sigh of relief that there could be a possibility. And until we try it, I feel like it is erroneous for us to be in the sidelines while we complain about the main corridor. I feel like the only way you can clean up a house is to get into the house, not because you don't understand the ups and downs in the house, but per time, if it is possible, you stir up a voter revolution. If it is given within your time space and within the ideology you are promoting to stir up a voter revolution, I'm confident that Edo people will use our 2024 September 21st election as a litmus test to Nigerians, and indeed the 36 states of Nigeria, that young people are not stupid. Young people still have the capacity to make choices, even if their elders and the wealthy elite class have spread hunger just now. I carry a possibility mantra, the possibility that we can return Edo to an industrial age. I'm looking at an industrial revolution. So most of the ideas that I've come up with, because a lot of persons they kept asking me, where's your manifesto in print? I only finished my manifesto in print just yesterday here. I have done nearly 500 interviews, both on terrestrial TVs and online TVs and on radios. And I have never failed to tell the people that I'm not a politician. I'm one who is beaming with ideas and who believe that ideas should subsist in our leadership space. And so the fulcrum of my ideology is, how do we leverage on the 36 states of Nigeria, the population of Nigeria, and create wealth for our states so that we can emancipate our state from that maxim of being ascribed a civil servant state. Leveraging on the 36 states of Nigeria as a population itself is what the international community under the trade treaty have come to do in Nigeria. Every investment you see in Nigeria today by foreigners is leveraging on the population of Nigeria. So if a foreigner, for example, comes into Edo State and they are selling bread and making bread, which is supposed to be the least any foreigner could come and make for us, it is that they have seen population and they have seen consumption power. And with this consumption power and the population across the 30 states of Nigeria, any sane government established on the backs of ideas, on the backs of an industrial revolution, can create enormous and copious wealth for our people. So the summary of my take on this election is, I want to be able to cause an industrial revolution. I want Edo to be a cynosure of production, a state that is generating wealth, not leveraging on taxes alone, but creating wealth from what's available. And I have been able to document areas in which I have test run some of them. Our ideas can give a serious solution to the healthcare system in Nigeria and create copious wealth for Edo State, leveraging on that, the population of Nigeria. Our ideas in insecurity can create security and also create wealth from the process of creating security from insecurity. Our ideas can amass wealth from education, where we'll solve the cerebral fecundity that has greeted the educational space. Another situation wherein the purchasing power of the ordinary people just now can no longer quantize with the reality, because the reality on ground right now is that an ordinary Edo man cannot pay tuition for his children in Edo's own tertiary institution. And this, for me, this is suicide. This is creating a bomb that will explode in the future, because when you cannot create or provide education for the mass majority, you are only brewing anarchy. And we have also documented ideas that are people-centric but are capable of creating wealth. Our ideas on agriculture is capable of causing an industrial revolution in the agricultural space, and it can create wealth and create mass employment. So all the ideas that we have succinctly put together as young people, as somebody who leverages on his ideas, I have never said that I have the monies for election or I do not understand the violence that creates the electoral process. But I believe that if God keeps impregnating my mind with ideas that can solve problems and create wealth while solving the problems, I think it may just be God's will for me to go and test run this and see how the people dive it. So this is essentially what gives us impetus to get on board.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer. Regarding the things you've tried, the projects you've tried to leverage industrialization to an extent, or you said something about providing security and making money out of it, and in healthcare too. Do you have examples that you can share with the people?
Okay. On security, here's what has been happening in Edo State for the past 16 years. When Adams Ali Oshomole was governor, he came up with a neighborhood watch program and came up with Oshomole Police quote and unquote program. And this for me was just a numerical engagement of some docile youths. And at the end, we couldn't celebrate security because there was copious records of kidnapped, copious records of headsmen clash, which of course cascaded to this administration where it now got worse. And so I cannot say that the ideas by our fathers just now has really worked. So what I had brainstormed on was a project that just came to me as an idea of as a product of deep thinking. And so I said to myself, if we can digitalize security and leverage on the existing networks provided by the telcos, MTN, Airtel, Glo, and all, because we're not going to be digging fiber optics or raising masts. They're already existing network. And I said to myself, if people can download WhatsApp and communicate to WhatsApp, people should be able to download an application leveraging on the numbers of cell phone users that are currently in Edo State and the availability of Android phones and polyphony phones that are in the hands of the people. And so I said to myself, the security votes of Edo State is gloated to be about 900,000 naira monthly, which is deducted from the state account every 27th of every month by the state government. And this 900,000, the idea was to provide some sort of sophisticated armories or artillery to combat insecurity. And there is also the Edo Security Network, which boasts of numbers of men that are kitted just now, wearing their black uniforms and black boots. And some of them have guns, day guns, pump action guns, and they are spread across the 18 local governments of Nigeria, of Edo State. But here's the reality. Kidnappers are still having a feed day in Edo State. Court clash that leads to senseless killings is still unabated in Edo State. Robbery is still not something that is very consistent with Edo State. A typical example of what I have to say, not just being a statement I'm making up, is that the Edo State is currently ruled by the People's Democratic Party. Just about 2 months back, the party chairman of PDP was kidnapped in Edo State. That's the chairman of the party, of the chief security officer of the state. Now, this goes to portend that the whole concept of security as designed by these minds is not as effective should be. So here's what I came up with. So some years ago, I did a security draft, and I submitted it to a senator in hopes that he will link me up with government to see how we can implement it. And the senator was offering me 10 million naira to own the patent right to my security idea, because my security idea can generate billions of naira while solving insecurity. Now, here's what I built. I built this. I test run it in my mother's house, and I also did a prototype before the senator was now offering me to buy it up. So I said to myself, almost everybody uses cell phones. And so I wanted to take security to both the Gen Z generations and the millennial generations on their phones, where they are constantly dwelling these days, and also leverage on boots on the ground. So which means I am retaining the old archaic boots on the ground, but with a dimension to operation. But I was not leveraging on the existing networks to grow security. So what I did essentially was I built an application. And mind you, I did not study computer science. One of the biggest applications that should have hit the world was YSL.com. It was built by me without studying computer science. So I built a security application. I wrote out an organogram. When I say built, it doesn't necessarily mean that I own the software ideas to build it, but I own the idea that runs it, more like the operating system of the software. So in my idea, I had brainstormed that we should have, so I had a panic button on the Play Store. So the idea was that you download the panic buttons from Play Store. And so when you download, it's just like having WhatsApp or Facebook on your phone.
Yes.
And for those that don't have Android phone, they'll use codes. So when you download a panic button from Play Store, the first caveat is don't password any phone that you download such application because of the swiftness of usage. So for example, if I feel or I notice an assailant is trying to break into this room, and I notice dogs are barking in my compound, or I hear a shout in the neighbors or my neighbor's apartment, or I feel like some gunmen are trying to invade my apartment. Now, instead of dwelling on what is only available to me, which is panic and fear, of course, I have to also understand that the roads are bad. So even if you call police, they may not even respond. Even if you call vigilante, they may not respond. And even if they are going to respond, it will take a longer time for them to drive to the place of crime report. So those who want to perpetrate such crime must have gone away and, of course, commit their dastardly act. So the first thing I did was, okay, we all have Android phones. Most of us have Android phones. So the first permutation was here, okay, we download the app. So in the app, here's how it functions. You must have submitted 10 phone numbers to my company. For example, assuming I was running as a private company, you must have submitted 10 dependable phone numbers to my company. And my company must have taken details of your name, your address, and of course, your phone's GPS is something that works these days. I mean, these days you book a ride and there's a voice that tells you in 5 kilometers, turn right, turn left, So essentially, all of this is already existing as they exist already in our telecom space. So I was now leveraging on it for security. So in my security plan, when I notice an assailant trying to break in, instead of panicking, I'll just pick up my phone and I'll just tap the panic button. Now, the moment I tap the panic button, that application will send 10 messages to those phone numbers that I provided. So assuming, for example, it's data and you get trouble in Tinubu's house, please SOS, So people are aware who are not in your environment that there's trouble in your house. But I didn't stop there. In my design, as you press that panic button, there will be a simultaneous deployment to your compound will begin to blare. The alarm that this is in Nigeria in Edo State. You can ask your folks down here when there is a change of light by BEDC. You hear an alarm blaring to indicate that there is light now, so you go change over. So I connected that software to that hardware, and the idea, so the moment we tap the button, it sends messages to firefighter in case it's fire. It sends a message to primary health care center in case it's health related. It sends message to the local vigilante that I designed, which I'm going to come up with later to explain how it's going to work. It sends message to the police, the control room, and it sends 5 messages to 5 of your friends who also now join in calling ahead. But it didn't stop there. In my application, the same app will trigger the alarm in your house. So you begin to hear whoa, 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 whoa in your compound. And I believe that any assailant or any thief who perhaps does not know the presence of such, the moment an alarm begins to blare, you see that even the assailant himself begins to get unsettled with the presence of a blaring alarm that could wake up any neighbor. To a reasonable extent, we have also created the fear he is trying to leverage on in his own heart as well. But the application I designed did not stop there. So I mounted the application in my late mother's street, about 5 houses. So the application will trigger the next neighbor's house, the other neighbors. So for every house in that street that is encoded to the same software and so the hardware is mounted in the house, it will trigger every house. So you just see a simultaneous blaring from house to house. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So when an entire street begin to blare, for example, you will see that an assailant will take heed, will have to run or scamper for his or her safety, which is only natural and commonsensical when an entire street is blaring. But I also did not stop there. I had to assume that, okay, in the case of a hardened criminal who perhaps came to commit murder, he or she may not be deterred by the blaring system. So in my own arrangement, I had brainstormed, although I didn't test this part, but I know it's also doable because of the GPS system. So I brainstormed that in every local government in Edo State, at least 20 fast drones, which can be bought today, should be landed in tall buildings that are in every local government. Now, the moment you press that panic button, there is a central control room in my proposition that has screens that watch these neighborhoods, but it has to watch from the camera of the drone. So the drone is also immediately stimulated. So the drone moves in a short distance to the point of call because of the GPS connection. So the drone knows exactly where it's going to. So when the drone gets there, in my arrangement, those in our situation room, we begin to use the camera of the drones to look for the assailant. So when they see the assailant, assuming the assailant has not run or the assailant is on the run, the drone begins to follow the assailant. So as the drone is following the assailant, I also propose that we weaponize the drone with a spring system tranquilizer. This is something that is very doable. It's not rocket science. So we intend to go close to the assailant because such a person running may not even know there is something in area support following him. So if we're able to tranquilize or shoot that or tranquilizer, we may be able to immobilize that person, while at the same time giving real-time information to boots on the ground, which is the local vigilante that has also been triggered or that we were notified by the SMS prompt that there's trouble in XYZ environment. No, the vigilante gets real-time prompt from those watching from the screen, telling them the assailant is in this street, has gone to the other corner, or is hiding in social location. So it's a lot easier for us to actually look at crime from that angle as a way of using a more sophisticated approach in leveraging an existing network to deal with crime. So I also propose that there was a metal plate detector system that I was working on. I wanted to sell the idea to Federal Road Safety Commission. I wanted to sell it, like monetize it. So I was designing a metal plate detector system. It's a situation where any vehicle, any car or keke or tricycle that is already operating in Edo State, so instead of using the obsolete analog means, key in all the car plates into a feeder, into a software. This software now micromanages the existence of this car plate, which will now be in sequence. So, for example, if somebody got a contract to come and murder somebody in Edo State, and that car plate is not registered to Edo State, the moment you pass through our major roads, my plan was now to have metal detectors that are also encoded to look at this plate. So when the metal detectors capture your plate and your plate is not on the system, on the software, immediately flags up that an alien is in the city. That way we can deploy a drone to also follow that vehicle. This in no measure can help us take care of kidnappers coming in from outside to commit a crime and walk away, can help us take of armed robbers coming from outside, or the contracted murder or killings or fraternal killings of where, let's assume, a hitman was contracted from another state to come into Edo State. Because the moment you pass through the length and breadth of the city, my proposal is to mount metal plate detectors everywhere, and each of these metal plate detectors will also have camera system, that gives real-time information. But the goal here is that once the metal plate detector flags up your plate, there's already a pursuit, but you will not know. You will think all is well. But from the control room that I also propose, there's a drone following you already, giving real-time updates to those men and women on boots that we have trained, sophisticatedly giving kits, bulletproofs, and all of that. And the idea was that once we do this, we're using technology to now approach crime, which now becomes too sophisticated for a lame criminal, because only a sound mind may be able to try to think of how to beat such system. But most criminals are assumed lamed, so we can usually like preemptively get into their mind and get them. I didn't stop there. Currently, the software has a component part that can detect hot zones. Like, for example, because of those metal detectors that we have, if guns move to a particular location, the metal plate gives, the detector gives us an inclination that iron has passed. So if iron has passed, this same software directs a drone to follow up with the GPRS areas where this iron possibly must have passed in good numbers. So, for example, there's a coordinated attacks or election riggers coming to Edo with guns and all of that. This software also tells us there is a lot of iron coming into the state. So even if, for example, you buy scrap and you are bringing scrap through the state or you are entering the state, it will also tell us, so we use a drone to check if these scrap are just scrap or they are carrying guns, whatever the case may be. So having done all of this, and I also propose in my security plan that every landlord in Edo State, in Benin City, in Eastern Land, in Afeme Land, should mount compulsorily a solar-powered camera system in their houses, and especially those houses that are along the major roads and major streets. Now, the idea is this. The moment such camera reports a possible crime, we will now use the whistleblower system adopted in the era of President Muhammadu Buhari, wherein the 900 million naira that was supposed to, the 900 million naira that was supposed to be a mark as security vote, you now have entitlement. Like if your camera reports a crime, so you see everybody is working to report a crime because there is a 900 million naira largesse to be shared for any person who has a real-time update on crime. So having sequenced all of this, the next point is to train people, sophisticated minds, to run the software, then train those that will run the hardware, equip those that will run the hardware. But now here's where it now becomes a source of employment and a source of revenue. If I were governor, for example, I would be using my state as a hotspot for a smart life. You know, having done this, the first thing is to contract the private-public partnership part of it to tech companies that are indigenous to Edo State, because there are a lot of tech-savvy minds here in Edo State. I don't believe you have to import it. Then machineries or gadgets that needs to be imported, like the blaring system or the drones and all that, these PPP guys will take care of that. Now, all I need to do as a governor is to legislate and transmit a letter to the House of Assembly to legislate a security bill. Now, the security bill should not be more than 1,000 naira per home, as cheap as that. So which means if you are in a 4-bedroom flat apartment, you'll be paying 250 naira monthly. If you are in a duplex or a bungalow alone, you're paying 1,000 naira monthly. So at the end of 12 months, you'll be paying 12,000 naira. If you're in a 10-room apartment, you'll be paying 100 naira. So it's security that can be deployed and that can be affordable. But the goal here is this: if I am able to make this work in Edo State, I don't think there is any state governor who wants to enjoy killings in his or her communities, or pipeline vandalizations, or communal clashes, when we can use science to curb crime or abate crime to a reasonable extent. So I feel like if I market this across the 36 states, which is now a government already doing a project, then the PPP guys go reach out to other governors. Now imagine, for example, if we run this application in, let's say across the 36 states of Nigeria, say we run this application in 4 million homes, which is just a shortfall of what possibilities could be here. But assuming we run this in 4 million homes, if you multiply 4 million by, let's say, by 1,000 naira, then you multiply it by 36 states of Nigeria, then you multiply it by 12. What you're looking at is already billions of naira coming in as revenue at the end of every 12 months. But the goal here is that you must have provided a lot of jobs, and you must have created a lot of sophistications in the cyberspace, and bringing a lot of young guys who hitherto would have embraced fraud, He must have also created an academy where there is cyber development and consciousness in Edo State because of the constant need to evolve the pattern or the model of the security architecture. So you will end up making Edo not just creating wealth, not just creating revenue, not just creating employment. You will end up be making Edo a destination to this sort of knowledge acquisition. So, for example, we now infuse this curriculum into our tertiary education system, or we create a digital cybersecurity university or polytechnic strictly for all of this. So you see that from this security, other models, of course, will evolve. I'm not the only brain person here. There are guys who are better than me. But when you see, when we give particular attention, we're very intentional about this, we'll end up creating a security program wherein we'll be collecting tuitions and then generating more revenues for Edo people, and then training those that we train and making them tutors. Because what you need to be a tutor here is not your certificate, actually. It's your certificate, which is the content of the certification. So this on security, I know in my guts can fix Edo and fix Nigeria.
Thank you. I really appreciate your submission there. Regarding the security, you mentioned something about creating jobs. In terms of the security jobs on the ground, do you have any estimate of the amount that will be created if you had the opportunity to implement this plan in Edo State for a start?
Well, one of the things that I have succeeded in doing is to first of all put out an idea. It is the utility of these ideas, the utility of it that would determine the level of participation. But I am of the opinion that once I push this across the states and across the nation, the employment situation that will happen under this tech is actually in the millions, not even in thousands. And I'm not saying this because I want to curry any form of, I'm trying to sue anybody here. But a security architecture that runs across the 36 states of Nigeria and has 4 million homes maintaining their security grid, has both software and hardware, and there's an academy that trains people for this security enterprise, we can be looking at millions of persons employed.
All right. Thank you. It's good to hear that, because I often worry that a lot of people talk about technology but not thinking about the human factor. Most of these countries that have advanced technologies, they actually have more manpower on the ground.
Yes,
making sure that the security is upheld. Like what happened yesterday, you didn't want to talk about it. It took security officers to neutralize the threat against Trump yesterday.
Yeah.
So now I really appreciate your approach to technology, because it's also very important we remember that we have to create jobs with them, a lot of jobs. And
Yes.
In terms of transparency, this is one area Nigerians are completely out of their mind. They are exhausted with their politicians. Their politicians take their money and they do as they please. They create special purpose vehicles, as they call them. I didn't even know that was a thing. They used to fritter away public funds. And so one of some, there are ideas out there that says public money should be available to the public. The public should be able to see what the government is spending their money on almost in real time, so that people can be convinced. Like if you're asking people to pay 1,000 naira or so per home, they want to know the money is going to go where they are, that money, isn't it? For it to work, they have to believe you're going to use it for those things. So transparency is very, very important. The trust deficit with politicians now is so high that Nigerians can barely take it anymore. So is there anything you have in mind to make your government transparent in Edo State?
Okay. One thing usually leads to another. I wrote a literature piece one time, how local governments can actually serve as the entire cross of development and transparency in governance. In my article, I have submitted that the Nigerian government should revert to sending the whatever is allotted to local government directly to local government. And I've also added before now that they should stop state electoral commissions from conducting local government elections. When you are able to do this, then unify the election calendar. When you unify the election calendar, a small party with a visionaire, we have a lot of persons across the 18 local governments and wards contesting council chairmen and women, contesting councillors, and then the candidate just now will have an easy ride if he has a vision that can actually polarize the system. Now, how this works for transparency is simple. I had said to myself, there's so much concentration of the wealth at the center. And this is why those in our political class will kill and do everything to get there. And so I said to myself, until President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's federal government enacted the of sued governors and won the case on Thursday here for local government financial autonomy, I had said before now that if I'm voted into office, the first thing I shall do is to transmit a letter to the House of Assembly granting local government financial autonomy. And because my government wants to leverage at the center on ideas to create wealth and create monies, I don't have any problem with the local government taking charge of the revenues. And because the local government chairmen and women do not have immunity, because governors have immunity, and these immunities have been abused, oftentimes you cannot probe or check a governor, and while you are preparing to check him after 8 years, he's trying to force his proxy in to cover tracks for him. So I said, since local government chairmen and women will not have immunity, it is easier for the people to hold them accountable on the revenues that are coming into local government. And as governor, because I am not interested in fleecing the people of their wealth, I will on a monthly basis be publishing the revenues that is going into every local government. That way, we're still going to have corruption, yeah, but it will deal with it to a reasonable extent, because civil society organizations that are God sent, whose voice have not been commercialized by the political class just now know that XYZ billion of naira had come into this local government, and as such, a local government chairman, because he or she does not have immunity, definitely will have to be accounting, because the statistics are in public domain. But you see, down here, even the current administration in Edo State government operates in secrecy. You have no idea of how much is coming or how much. You just see them telling you that we're signing MOE for this, we're about to do this, we're about to do that. There is no window for people to see the revenue generated by IGRO or federal allocations. There is no system, because the House of Assembly itself is a rubber stamp House of Assembly. So when you have a rubber stamp House of Assembly and you have a governor at the center who is not willing to grant local government financial autonomy, his execution of the resources of people becomes his single prerogative, and he's at will to just make this or do whatever it is he wants to do. And so I feel like local government financial autonomy just now being granted is a blessing in disguise to our electoral process. Gradually, we'll make it to a bigger stage. But I have also advocated just 3 days ago that the Nigerian government should now start looking into turning to disband State Electoral Commission and allow INEC conduct local government elections. That way, the state will be saving money, because they also steal a lot by the quotes of what they use in conducting local government elections, that often is a selection process or a crowning process. And so before now, we have stopped seeing people with vision coming out to contest local government and hoping that after performing, they'll be able to ride on that to contest governorship. The reason why a young man such as I am is contesting governorship and not local government election or House of Assembly election is that they've been writing scripts. And so the easiest way to now address this will be to address it from the top. And so if we have a government that is sincere and is willing to grant local government financial autonomy, and the Nigerian government have done that just now, although Nigerian governors are holding meetings so as we speak on that matter, and I feel like because INEC will still, because EDSEC will still be used to write scripts, people will have to still be swearing oath and going to shrine to promise that they will defer back to those and make them governors. And that's the honest truth. We don't have to get economical about it. Our politics is also diabolic as well. So we know that this in no measure has answered the cries of the ordinary people at the grassroots. So what we'll now add to it is, if we unify our electoral calendar and then INEC begins to conduct elections, you will see that because a local government chairman is not loyal, quote and unquote, to a governor, and he doesn't have immunity too, and because people will be putting eyes in the revenue that comes into his local government, and because he has a manifesto that he wants to keep up with, you will see local government to be our first window at achieving a transparent government. But I have also proposed that I will be running I will be digitalizing the operations of government, because one of the easiest ways for governors to fleece the people of their wealth is procurement and kickbacks and rebates, And nobody knows how much quantity of cement was procured for the palm house renovation in Edo State. All we know is that so billion was spent. So I believe that if we have a digital space where government keeps and archives our operations across ministries, across directorates, across parastatals, and across local government, the people have more information. So it is difficult to actually hoodwink people when you can digitalize the operations of government. And this is something that, God is my witness, is the strongest hold of my administration, when by God's grace it comes aboard, and by the collective will of the people. I believe that I'm not really in a position to convince you beyond what I have said, that I will be cooperating a transparent government until I find myself there. But you see, they say he who is faithful in a little is faithful in a lot. My history as a young man is devoid of sharp mornings. I'm a pre-tutorial owner. I own 24 centers of tester tutorials, popularly called Gorilla Brains, and I have 5 schools. I have some car washes. I have a bakery. I have a restaurant. And in the part where there is so much wealth in my business, which is WAEC enrollment, aka my practice, parents pay as much as 85,000, 90,000, 120,000. And to conduct this exam per candidate for one candidate is not over and above 25,000 naira. So you can imagine, if I have charged 75,000 or 90,000, I could pick up 75,000 naira multiplied by the thousands of persons that I play host to every year. There is no year my tutorial brand doesn't get more than or close to 10,000 young persons for the issue of tutelage. I mean, for the past 20 years, if I had wanted to build on that as my source of wealth, although I know that society would have been celebrating me more today, because we like big man in this part of the world. We don't care how the big man make this money. We just like the big man who comes to oppress us. We love our oppressors here. Our electorate are also a major problem to us here. But there has been a revolution very recently, and a very quiet one going on. So if I have not made profit on all of this, instead, what you see in public domain is that the one-time Commissioner of Education, Barrister Benusio Morotion, I submitted a jacketed proposal to him on how to stamp out examination malpractice in Edo State. After his administration, I took the same proposals to Washington Sifo, who became the next Commissioner of Education, on how to stamp out malpractice. The current Commissioner of Education in Edo State, Ms. Joan Oviawe, is a living proof of my communications on WhatsApp on how to stamp out malpractice in Edo State. Now, here's the thing. If my practice was my source of wealth, which is I'm at liberty to, if I want to, because in this part of the world, crime pays, but I've got a conscience. I didn't build on that. So I think my character is something that can actually tell people that, come on, don't judge me because I've not been a House of Assembly member before, or I've not handled government office, I have not been voted into House of Rep or Senate. But those who you have been voting in, those you want to probably take a swipe on their experience, quote unquote, what have they done other than fleece you of your resources? So people like me are passionately coming out as Protestant to the old order, and we're trying to do it differently.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will, that is a very serious issue that Nigerians are concerned about. Transparency is very, very important. And the more people show their hand, the government show their hand, they will be surprised how the people will embrace them. And that is what I see from Nigerians. I'm on this panel almost every week, and Nigerians don't trust their politicians. They feel like the politicians just take their money and run away. And so that is a big problem that needs to be addressed. Regarding this issue of, I just want to go to an issue that maybe you've not had a question about before. Our legal system in Nigeria, it seems to be somewhat, to an extent, compromised. And you hear about cases where people are taking bribes, or judges are, passing judgment that they have no jurisdiction over. And there's also the case, which I find a bit alarming. A lot of people find alarming. Regarding the death penalty, the capital punishment, when people have been convicted, our governors are not carrying the judgment that the judges have passed in Nigeria, which means that the law is not being applied. Hence, you have a society where lawbreakers are prospering, while the ones that have integrity have been denied the space to operate. because I know of a case where a police officer came out, or a soldier. He said, how is it that we are going to arrest people today? Tomorrow, the person that's out on the street again, my family is not going to be safe. So what do you think about the capital punishment in terms of, would you sign the ones that are in Edo State if you get into office, and would you oppose the law? Would you uphold the law to the fullest extent to make sure there is law and order?
Okay, sorry. I would like to address you by name, please. What's your name, sir?
It's forefathers here. Sorry.
Okay, forefathers. Okay. The truth is this: we run a system, a political, an election, a leadership selection process that is almost clientele. And there are non-state actors who are obviously used in the election maneuvering. And as such, these non-state actors and their boys haven't delivered for a particular candidate, are relevant for the candidate re-election, and are also relevant for the candidate, anointed candidates to come and take over. So you see, one way or another, we have institutionalized non-state actors who will perhaps, when they are idle, go into other forms of crime. And so when the police picks up such a person who is very politically connected, this is where you get special phone calls, getting the person off the police, or you get the legal system, which is very frail, you get it manipulated in favor of the non-state actors. You see, there is no ordinary person who can commit a crime and get special call. If an ordinary person commits a crime and there is special call, it is that person is not so ordinary. The person is working for powers that be. And so, one of the easiest way to keep the sanity of our legal system, or to keep crime to a complete watch and allow the police be the police when they meet to do the good, because they too are also part of the corruption syndicate as far as this goes. One of the easiest way is to have a leadership that does not leverage on such. When you have leadership that did not use non-state actors to get into leadership position, it's difficult to go and get special phone calls. It's difficult for you to have. Now I say, while I'm saying this, I'm taking aback in my own mind, like this sounds like utopia. But yeah, no, it's not completely utopia, because I, for example, have no affiliation with any person of such. So I ask myself, if I'm governor, will I be breaking rules for people? Will I be asking people to get away with a crime that have been committed? And the answer is no, because I did not build on such foundation. So when our people are cheering these politicians, quote and unquote, I use the word quote and unquote because I don't accept that I'm a politician. When they keep cheering them up, and same electorates fail to understand or fail to come to a spot where they will just rationalize. These are the non-state actors that surround this guy. What it means is that when this guy becomes governor, these non-state actors will be relevant. And when was the last time you see somebody of such capacity doing the right thing? It is mostly going to be the illegal thing. So as far as the crime that should be giving some sort of pat in the back goes, it is that there is political alignment. There has to be a political alignment. If there is no political alignment, where would the person get such special call to evade justice? Or where would they get where will government have to compromise for just an individual who should be answerable to the law? There is relationship, my brother, and the relationship stems from the leadership selection process. So if our people are not careful, these things will continue to get worse. The moment you cannot sit back and say, so long as you have non-state actors, so long as you have, for example, any gubernatorial candidate just now who have political godfathers, it's expected that when they get into office, should they get into office, they will have to do the bidding of the political godfathers. And if these political godfathers are rolling with non-state actors, the non-state actors are immune. They enjoy the immunity as well.
When you get into office, what would you do to make sure the question that I raised in terms of law and order and the capital punishment, all because there's a lot of backlog in Nigeria that is so strange. So what would you do when you are in office?
I answered that by addressing the issue. Here's the thing. If I don't eat red oil stew, there's a high chance that red oil stew will not be in my fridge or in my kitchen or in my house, right?
Yes.
Good. And so when I tell you just now that it's still in the hands of the people, it begins some leadership selection process. There is nothing anybody can do today when the process of leadership selection and these non-state actors or those who have the tendency or proclivities to commit crime become useful in the political space. If they are useful in the political space, you and I will only keep opening the unabating books of lamentation. We can't change anything. But if, when by God's grace, I'm governor, because I do not enjoy the support of the non-state actors, because I was overwhelmingly voted into office by the people, and because the people defended the vote when the same non-state actors and their sponsors came, it means that I do not have any special attachment to any person who intends to break the law. So naturally, if there is a constitutional provision for death penalty, and it has been adjudged that this is a means to handle such crime, I don't have any business staying on the way. The law will be the law, because I don't carry the sentiment or support of those who are constantly at the threshold of breaking the law. So if I am able to get into office by the people, naturally, I will not be rolling with fraternities or people who have the tendency to usurp the law and then we want to make special phone call. But when our people pretend as though they are not aware, or they pretend like they don't know this is what is to come, and then when those who get into office through the support of non-state actors get into office, these issues will continue.
Thank you. So that others can ask their questions. I want to welcome. Thank you for all the answers you've given. You really be quite comprehensive, and it does show that you are listening to the questions closely. There will be a lot of questions coming through today. So, Mr. James, thank you for joining us. He's joining us from Gambia, and yeah, please go ahead with your question.
Mr. Paul Kugbowa, you are more than welcome. Thank you for coming. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon from this side, Mr. James. Good afternoon.
Yes, very well. We'll call.
That was our top place, sir.
It's about talk by.
It's live easy, sir.
Very well. Call. I'm very interested in your ambition to become the governor of Edo State. I'm not a Benin man, but I was brought up in Benin City since 1962.
Oh.
I've been living in Benin till I left the country. So culturally, I'm a Benin man. Culturally. It's just that birth did not make me a Benin man. So that's it. You've spoken well. I was drawing the attention of forefathers to something. That is, your analysis of your security, plans for Edo State. I think to some extent you should keep the details to yourself, because I think, I might be wrong, you are making the criminals wiser should you win the election. You've exposed so much details that those who really want to give you problems could use it against you or your administration, making things more difficult for you. You can explain other things in details, but when it comes to security matter, endeavor to keep the details to yourself. Anyway, that's my personal opinion. It's difficult to really ask you questions because in the past, a lot of politicians have come and gone. They've given us a lot of promises which they are unable to fulfill or they refuse to fulfill. Of all the governors we've had in the state, I only single out two that are praiseworthy. These two are Samuel Osaibovo Ogbemudia and Ambrose Ali. Ogbemudia lived in a world of his own. He left his footprints in the sands of time. I can read out almost 70 projects he executed. Time will not permit me. Almost 70 projects he executed within 8 years.
You read it out in our last meeting.
Oh, I see. But okay, this is the second time I'm meeting you. Thank you.
Yes,
thank
this
you.
is the second time.
That's interesting. Okay, let me not waste your time. I have confidence in you.
I took note of everything you said, and I've done my research on them, sir.
Okay. Please, your research and publicity department, please work on them very well so that they quantify everything you want to do. For example, let's say education. How many children are in schools? The pencils, the erasers, the cleaners, the sharpeners, everything should be quantified, and where you hope to get the money, be working on it. I wish you well.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for thanking me. Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. James. Yeah, welcome, Igbo Basics. Thank you for joining us. Have you got any questions for the guest? You are muted.
Yes, Paul, good afternoon, Paul Okumboa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Igbo Basics. Good evening.
Thank you very much. I used to be very connected with Edo politics, ranging from the time of Edonobi Lagos. I'm sure you know that slang.
Yeah.
For the current governorship elections that is about to take place, I've listened to you. You've spoken very well. I wish that the old brigade could yield for the younger generation to take us to some of the areas that you are talking about, digital age and the rest of it, so that we can be at par with the rest of the world. But the old brigade who have eaten their breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they also want to eat the breakfast, lunch, and dinner of our
younger generation
who are yet to be born. My concern is this. I understand that in Edo, there is Asian North, Asian South, something of that nature. And there's this debate of which side it's turn to produce the next governor. I know that there are other parties, including the Labour Party, who have elected or nominated or one of their own, the lawyer or whatever he is, to represent them in the elections. I also know about some other people who are obviously dubious characters who have no business in being in the governorship elections. But having listened to you, you come with a new flair. My comment is this. The people that I had in Edo who were running, and I'm sure that since you're a politician, you probably will have an idea of some of the people that I will mention. I have a question for you to know if I could go that route or not. By the way, you are my in-law by virtue of, you said your wife is Chinwe or somebody, right? Onyinyechi, welcome, my in-law.
Thank you, sir.
I had a friend of mine who ran for office in 2023 in Edo. During the primary, I was fully aware that there was no primary that was conducted. The person who held that position before sent some thugs. They came there and shot some guns, and everybody scattered. So there was no primary. And then he continued. The rest is history. That, my friend, is a genuine young man, just like you, a young man. He's a little older than you. His mantra was, or his motto was, count me out of evil. That was his slogan, count me out of evil. His name was, or his name is Dr. Seli Okogun. Have you heard that name before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So I'm sure that if you've had Dr. Seli Okogun, unfortunate that he's no more. And you are aware of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's very painful. You know, I came on simply to know that at least you are one of those who are speaking like that in terms of brilliance. You guys are brilliant. And we know that the old soldiers will not yield. You are aware that Dr. Okogun has been buried, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. So we're on the same platform.
Okay. Have you got any questions for him?
Yeah, forefathers, I was trying to establish, I think he understands where I'm coming from, having a conversation with him.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to see if I can come in, if I understand. There was a part of Mr. Igbo Basics, in the course of the conversation, one part I got, which is Edo being divided across senatorial lines, Edo South, Edo North, Edo Central. There are some concerns there that it is a turn of the Edo Central. And of course, there is this widespread propaganda by the elitist class that it is not, it is the turn of Edo Central. Well, I favor rotation of power. It is not in my character, even if I'm contesting election, not to speak the truth. But you see, sir, for me, Edo Central, Edo North, and Edo South have one thing that is peculiar to everybody from these extractions, and that is the quest for a better life. There is none of us today who will see a good captain, and if we cannot judge that this captain is good enough to lead us to the promised land, I don't think we'll be disavowing the captain. The only challenge that people like us have is we don't have as much visibility as the wealthy class have, but it doesn't make them better options. And so when you tell me that is the turn of Esan, I will remind you that the Esans also had a governor in person of Osareme Osumbo, but it was not my generation's arrangement that Professor Osareme Osumbo should rig an election wherein he wasn't as popular as an Adams Oshomole, who was a candidate of another political party. And then Adams Oshomole went to the tribunal, slugged it out, and became governor. So I would say that if you paraded a candidate that Adams Oshomole was more popular than, doesn't mean you have not had your shot at power. Then two, and very importantly, while we may be sympathetic to this, we are much more concerned about what works for us as a people. I belong to the generation that is fleecing and wasting away. I belong to the generation that wants to actually see progress for all. My generation has usually been subjugated by the old guards. In the eyes of the old guards, my generation is only good for nothing. But I have come to a spot and believe that the ordinary man deserves some self-relief. Government cannot just, through all election cycle, keep bringing in their friends or friends to come and become governor. And the ordinary man does not have a representation in the mix. The ordinary man seems to be completely ostracized, and that is why poverty has gone to die in the church. Today, churches are now doing missions for the widow, missions for school, healthcare missions, when they are supposed to be basically concerned about soul winning. And this is because there has been so much failure in leadership space. Now, on the account of this Edo North, Edo Central, and Edo South squabble, I will not personally accept that affliction should return to Edo State. The current governor of Edo State was imposed on Edo State and imposed on APC single-handedly by Adams Ali Oshomole. Adams Oshomole broke the entirety and decorum of APC to ensure that Obaseki becomes governor. Before Obaseki became governor of Edo State, he was a fellow, a visitor to Edo State. He has no house in Edo State. He has no voter's card to Edo State. He has no stake to Edo State. He contributes no IGRO to Edo State. He has no employment statistics in Edo State. He has no company or investment portfolio in Edo State. He had nothing in Edo State. But while Adams Oshomole had hired him to be chairman economic team, Adams Oshomole felt the need to impose him on the people. So as we speak just now, even the least contract that should go to an Edo man goes to Lagos. As I speak to you, the Radisson Blue Hotel by Golf Course Junction that they are remodeling, those that are even doing the menial jobs there for the past 3 months, earning at least daily wages, are Yorubas from Lagos because they stay in an adjacent building where they come out to work in the morning. I have met them, I have interfaced with them, I have interviewed them, and you're telling me that the 22, 23, 18, 19-year-old boy in the streets of Edo who is jobless wouldn't have appreciated being occupied for the past 3-4 months. He would have saved something and probably go and invest in a business or open workshop or start something. But you get the contract to somebody who is your friend because you know nobody here. And so when your friend got the contract, your friend subletted it to Akin that he knows in Lagos. And when Akin was coming from Lagos, Akin brought boys from Lagos to come and execute the job. While I root for one Nigeria, we must all revert to taking care of our different rooms. What is available to Edo should be for Edos and should stay in Edo State. And as I speak to you, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party is a stranger to Edo State, another complete stranger who By virtue of, I'm sure you must have heard that he's been grilled just now by invited by the police for forgery of voters card. He just did his voters card recently. Nobody knows him in Edo State. He has no friends or allies other than government and Dangote and Oshomole, who also happens to be his friend. When such a man becomes governor, sir, my people will be left stranded again. Because he's going to contract and procure everything from those he knows in Lagos. He said he has a chamber of 150 lawyers. Does he have a chamber in Edo State? Do people earn salaries for him in Edo State? His lawyers are in Lagos paying tax to Lagos State government. But I have nearly more than 500 persons working for me in Edo State who live and toil here, who pay taxes here. When the erosion comes, it affects them. When the insecurity comes, it affects them. When food shortage comes, it affects them. Where is Aswa Godalo's friends and people who are sharing from our woes? So I refuse to accept a stranger. If he says it's his turn, that's his right. And for those who want to probably be emotionally carried away on that, that's their prerogative as well. But no one will trample on my own fundamental right to talk to the Igbo man, to talk to the Kwere man, to talk to the Yoruba man, to talk to the Isoko man, because Edo State right now is a multilingual state. And that is what we are doing. Serving lives, not a tribe. The APC candidate is a stranger from Plateau State who recently went back to his house in Edo North, in Edo Central to contest Senate. And of course, there's money, there's liquidity. They bamboozled the people and became a senator. But he's a stranger to Edo State. The Labour Party candidate is a complete total stranger to Edo State. Knows nobody. Of course, I will not deny your place that you are descendants of Edo State. But there's a difference between the man who wears the shoes and the man who claims to wear the shoes. These guys are visitors to Edo State. And so I will have wanted a John Yakubu. Not like I'm rooting for him. But a John Yakubu is a grassrooter. Even here in Edo South, he's known. I see him almost every now and then. But the same people did not queue behind such a person. Instead, you are asking me to relinquish my ambition because a godfather had appointed a candidate. It would be foolhardy for me to do that. And for me to also keep silent, it would be a foolhardy. So I'm now here to educate the people that it is strangers that have led Edo State for the past 8 years, and it is strangers that the three political parties are parading just now. My people don't need to be told what has greeted them in the past 8 years. When you are being led by a stranger who have no respect for your shrine, he will take your gods and go and put them in a museum because he's a total stranger. So the APC, the PDP, who picked their candidate from the Edo Central extraction, should have picked a John Yakubu, should have picked a Kenima Sagbon, aka Rice Man, should have picked Onolememe, should have picked people who Edo people know and can relate with. If you have picked a John Yakubu, people like Paul will be in his door. I'll be causing trouble in his house when he's going anti-people. But you see, when this governor is done, he will relocate to Lagos. So his life is between Lagos, perhaps, of course, the island, maybe Banana Island or Osakpa, London. His life will be between Osakpa, London, US, UK, where he goes to take medical care, relax, and then he leaves me back in the flood, leaves me the insecurity, leaves me food shortage. I should accept it that another stranger has come again. I should not decry it. That is where they got it wrong. If you wanted total support, and if you feel you wanted to push the mantra of turn by turn, which I don't agree with in some true sense of it, because we're going to go by turn, sir, the parameters will divide us further. I want some political parties. Don't try this thing. The parameters are one. Edo South has more local governments. Edo South play host to the urban city where there's more residents. So because of that, Edo South has more security challenges. And so Edo South has more unemployment challenges. Edo South, and I'm saying, when I say Edo South, I mean all the tribes that are here. But Edo South is responsible So naturally, Edo South should get preeminence. So which means an Edo South man can tell you, okay, let's rotate. I'll do 16 years, you do 8 years. My local government by population, Ikpobaoka and Oedo alone, is more than the entire Edo Central according to the INEC register. And I don't care who lives here. What I know is that the land here is being occupied. So provision security will affect year per time. Unemployment will affect year per time. So the Edo South man begins to tell you that. Are you not seeing that we have created more problems than solutions? How about the Edo South man begins to tell you that the derivation formula for federal allocations that puts Nigeria, that puts Edo in the map, the oil and gas exploration is from Edo South. So Edo South is the contributing region to the national GDP, wherein they share allocations to you. Edo South is the polluted lands from oil spillage. Edo South is the exploited lands. So an Edo South man begins to tell you too, I deserve 2 terms, 4 terms, before you can take 2 terms. You see that for all times, the fairest thing to do is while we give considerations to rotation, we must first of all consider factors such as capacity, working manifesto, the lives of the people, and whether or not those that are coming are indigenous to the place. It's not enough that forefather is from Ekiti, for example. He doesn't show the sufferings in Ekiti. If he wants to be voted as an Ekiti man, he should relocate to Ekiti 10 years before he asks them to vote for him. He should be seen as part of the solutions to the problems. He should be seen sharing the problems. Not these total strangers, sir. When they are done, they are going back to the respective states or countries where they come from. We don't agree. There is nothing wrong. There was a boy in Nauru who is from Eastern Central. He was in the last election. He contested against Obaseki and Pastor Sage Zeyamu. Why didn't they clamor and rally behind him? Why? Is he not an Eastern person? Well, let me summarize by saying that I am also an Eastern man. Because I'm an identical twin. They will not even know the difference between me and my twin brother. But I also remember that 8 years ago, we went to Eastern land to go and marry for my twin brother. He married from the Ahibi family in Emu local government, in Emu village. I don't know if that's a local government now. He married from Emu. And when we got there, we sat there in the parlor of my late father-in-law, who said, we are now one. We are now a family. And of course, Esan blood now runs in my own dynasty, in my paternal and maternal life. Esan blood now runs. So nobody should tell us that strangers have the right to come and sing this song of hallelujah when they are not really sharing the problems that we have here. The current governor of Edo State had to buy a house by Ikpokman. The year Oshomole promised to break heaven ahead to make him governor. He had to buy a house. Aswe Godalo just now, who had now hurried to go and do a voter's card, I'm sure he must have also bought a house. So it's a matter. The only person I know that has a house here, I saw pictures of his house yesterday, is the APC guy, the APC senator. But these other guys and everything, these guys they just quickly want to go and start painting the house now. They bought the house, they're painting, they're moving in, they're not telling their children from Lagos, you're going to come down, follow me on campaigns. Please, sir, I beg all of you in the name of God who created heaven and earth, that nobody should accentuate tribalism, but let them put competence, character, and popularity before us.
You have spoken well. When I have the chance for the next question, I will take this conversation to the next level. Because from everything you've presented, I'm from Abia State, and I knew what it took to route out PDP from the position in Abia State. I knew what it took. And also being from Abia State, identifying with your conversation, as a matter of fact, we married from Edo, okay? And one of the girls we married from Edo was made a commissioner in Edo State. I'm from Edo State, like I say. But my next line of taking this conversation, amongst these very genuine people that you have named, what kind of basket are you going to be weaving in order to The young man that you just mentioned that is brilliant and stuff like that, what can you do to net them in? Because on their own, they may not be able to stand. But if they see you, brilliant you are, I'm not afraid to say so. If they see you, and if you can be able to, I'm not going to use the word co-opt them, but if you can form some form of alliance with some of these brilliant young men that you mentioned, I think that would be one way forward. What can you do as far as alliances are concerned?
Form
The
alliance
election
with
is very close.
the brilliant men you were talking of. Are you talking of the 3 political frontliners and their candidates?
No, I'm not. I just talked about the ones that you mentioned here that you said you prefer they would have been run.
Well, the truth is they're all partisan. Everybody is working for their cake. The one who will wake up and then has no dream to push will certainly have capitulated since, because there is money going on and there's sharing formula going on. As I speak with you, all these names I've mentioned have taken sides. And they are not taking sides because the candidates that they are taking side with is better than them. It is that they want to be part of a possible win wherein they will not participate in a government. Their interest is not the overriding interest of the common man and the ordinary people. Their interest just now is political participation. And so you do not expect, let's say, response that are in tandem with our own expectation with such people. And that's the honest truth.
Do you have the youth behind you? All politics is local.
Well, let me say this. Our political space just now, as much as we know that the money bags have completely eroded common sense from the space, but in 1 month and 3 weeks of my consistent advocacy on radios, because I paid for all the radios for 2 months, although my subscription is almost rounding off. But I knew that the political class only know one thing. The big man only knows one thing. Use mobilizers to bring people, pay them 2,000 naira for gathering, play music, and insult each other. It is never going to be about the issues that are confronting us or the solutions to the issues. So what I have done for the past 2 months is, on a daily basis, my voice has become very loud on radio. As we speak in Edo now, people now call me big man, no get our time. The ordinary man's mandate. You know, I was in a church today where somebody called me big man, no get our time. It is that I went ahead on radio to start speaking on the substance of the issues that are confronting us. The dastardly killings in the Goethe community and the invasion of the herdsmen. I have proposed how I'm going to solve the security problems of it. On our healthcare, which I lost my mother to 2 months ago here, I have also proposed how I'm going to create at least 20 hospitals in each of the local governments. And these are doable things. You can go to my Facebook page and ask yourself, what this guy is sharing wisdom. It's what I have to share. I don't have money to share. I have wisdom to share. But you see, it's been profiting. I would not say it's not working. But more needs to be done. I need to take my campaign to the streets. I've started that, but I have limitations. But I have told myself that no matter what happens, my voice will keep echoing on radio. Because as I speak to you just now, sir, there is a possibility already from the feedback we are getting that there is a silent match to go and make us governor. The political class may think they are getting their way by the showcase of the crowd that they paid to put on news every evening. And of course, the imbroglio and the basketballs they ensue to take over the discussions at the center stage. But what they don't know is that every vision that I have shared, people are already relating with it. There is no money in Edo State you put on radio, you will not hear my voice. There is no time you put on any radio, you will not hear my voice. So I have taken my voice to the people. I am waiting for the people to own the campaign. Until the people own the campaign, I will just perhaps end up as a voice. The people will own the campaign, will own the process of leadership selection as it should be, not allowing the money bags to come and fund the candidate. And then, of course, they become pensioners to the corridor of our Commonwealth. And when they create a government that revolves around themselves, they have the right to determine and demand from their candidate who eventually perhaps will win, the head of John the Baptist from our common purse. So until our people wake up to this, I will just perhaps be glad that God gave me an opportunity to be on this earth, to share vision and prospect, leveraging on what has happened in the 2023 election. The 2023 presidential election was a riot act that anything is possible. The 2023 election gave a serious blow to the political class here in Edo State. They lost overwhelmingly to Peter Obi, not to Labour Party. Because if Peter Obi had gone to Clap Your Hand Party, or AMPP or NAPP, it would have enjoyed the same credibility that Peter Obi brought. It was about the candidature or Peter Obi. And those State people went to the polls and dealt with political godfathers. They lost woefully to the people. They brought money. Their money could not sway the people. The people collected their money and went to vote in Peter Obi, where Peter Obi will be scoring 70,000 votes. APC will be scoring 2,500. PDP will be scoring 1,600. And the rest will be scoring 200 and the rest. That shows that Peter Obi did not come to Edo State and really campaign. He came one time. His helicopter picked him up in Edo because he couldn't land because of the crowd. From there, he tried to come to Benin. He came to this Baptist Conference Center. The crowd could not even allow anybody hear him talk or whatever. But you see, what happened was that what preceded Peter Obi was a body language that Nigeria was about to experience a rebate, that there was a chance that a government that leveraged on creativity and integrity is about to be enacted. That Peter Obi demonstrated to us, not that with any proof of the industries he set up early in Anambra as governor. There was no protraction in the economic infrastructure of Anambra, where you can say today Anambra is a powerhouse financially because Peter Obi laid such industrial platforms that are today still bringing wealth. But what Peter Obi was displaying was, of all the candidates that were on the tickets, he was the less corrupt. He was also telling Nigerians that we could stop consumption, we could go into production. He was telling Nigerians that he's willing and ready to stop the oil theft and allow the wealth of the people return back to the people. On the basis of this, those people particularly went to the polls and disgraced them.
But don't you think that Peter Obi does have a record of leaving surpluses, education and performance as a governor? So some of all those things may also have contributed. Don't you think may have played a role?
Father, I'm not talking about Nigerians in diasporas and what their thoughts were. As far as Edo was, I was at the center of that obedient movement. What we succinctly embraced was no proof of what has happened in Anambra. But you see, when he donated laptops to both public and private schools, he showed care. And even if these private school students are not in public schools, they were all his children. When he gave his phone number to class reps, to class prefects and head boys to access him, he was trying to use them to checkmate SSs. He was giving us a lot of body language of a renewed Nigeria, a Nigeria that does not revolve around a class and clout of people who obviously who have nothing to show for their existence since their existence. People who have been pensioners to the Nigerian economic space. Peter Obi was just telling us, young people, wake up, own your future, own your life. And that worked immensely. So we are confident that the vision that we have been sharing for the past 1 month, 2 months going, by God's grace and by the support of people, we are able to continue it. Because when the big man gather a crowd in one local government and he's talking to them and he's not talking to them really, but he's just making noise, and there is this footage to show news of crowd that they mobilize, I'm already talking to times 50 of what he gathered in one place. I have dared all of them to come to radio for the past 1 month. They refuse to come. And I have told the people, how can I be sharing dreams and prosperity and you go and vote for the man who never shared his dreams and prosperity? Instead, he's giving you snippets on social media. He's using voice to talk upon voice. I will do this, I will do that. I have been discussing with you how we intend to get solutions, what the problems are, what our thoughts are. I have put it before you so you can scrutinize it and perhaps even come up with a template that is better than mine. Why are you so swayed by the big man? Do you know how he got his money? Do you know the corruption that went on that table for him to become this wealthy? And so this voter sensitization that we have been keeping up with, added to it our manifesto that we believe is a workable, doable, and realistic manifesto, not shredded with fine English and then the bravado of big man don't talk. We will retire them by God's grace. That mantra that has not spread in the street that says big man no get our time. Now let me surprise you, sir. Within 1 month and 4 days, I took the queue sometime like 2-3 weeks back, 2 weeks back. My party, Young Progressive Party, have through my voice been able to get 18 local government offices with executives who called in to say we want to join this young man, the things he's saying. At the same time, we have gotten a total of 14 buildings as donations as ward offices. As I speak to you, the people are calling us to say, I never thought I would have voted again. You can go to my Facebook or you see some of these comments in some of my recent posts. I actually said I will never vote again, but I haven't listened to this guy. I'm going to vote. The people are calling every day to encourage us. Just yesterday, we got a 150,000 alert on our campaign account And then we traced the man, and the man reached out to us and called. We were thanking him in hopes that he's a wealthy man who could perhaps do more. And the man just simply said, I'm a lecturer. I don't earn so much, but I believe in the things you're saying. I know we can create an egalitarian society. This morning, I opened the app of the campaign this thing, and I saw 10,000 naira donated by somebody else. And here's the cruise of all of this matter. People like me will end up with turkeyfestation without manifestation. If those and Nigerians in diaspora do not forget Akpata, forget Aswe Gudalo, forget Bakomiza, and begin to look at the wisdom in what I have been sharing, I can't foot this election beyond this. I have said it on radio since last week. People have been calling to say, we don't want you to fold on, we don't want to fold that. Now, I promise the people, should I capitulate today, I will not cohabit with any candidate. I'm not here to come and make money. In fact, I've been accosted, I've been reached out to for some possible measure to give up my candidature. But my candidature is not something that I woke up to. Most of the ideas I'm sharing, I saw them in my dreams. I feel they are very divine. And so I need to just keep reaching out to people. I will go to that finish line. I will do that debate. And I will not put any talk in the polling unit. But if it is God's will, it will happen. So they will wake up and they'll say, hey, how did this young man win? But he won. Because I took my time to share vision. And I'm not begging Nigerians in diaspora. Please, this mandate is bettered on ordinary people.
Your audio is gone.
If you
Thank you
cannot
very
get
much.
the support, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's settling again. It's settling again. Go ahead.
It's all right. I'm done.
Okay. Let's
Thank you very
welcome.
much.
Let's
No,
welcome.
said,
Let's welcome a guest that is not very significant. He's not. It doesn't matter much. He just decided to pop in now and again to come and see us. He's Dr. Damages. He's the owner of the channel. So welcome, Dr. Damages. As you can see, a lot of people missed you, and they all cannot wait for you to return back and start conducting these great interviews. So you said you have a question for the guest today.
Yes, thank you so much for that. You're doing a wonderful job. Our guest Paul, thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate you. I felt I should come in and associate with what you are doing, the zeal that you've shown in your campaign, and the picture you are giving out there, which is that there's hope for the country, that young people are going to step up and take on this challenge of rebuilding Nigeria. So I thank you, and I wanted to use this opportunity to show my face. I've not been here for a while. I have been on the mend. I'm not there yet, but things are better. I'm going to be back. I want to appreciate all the people who continue to come here to engage in this conversation, which is the conversation about us, not just Nigerians, but Africans, Black people. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate the moderators who have stepped in, people like Forefathers, Electricity, Show, so many. I really appreciate all of you, the panelists and everybody. I'm not yet back, but I'm on my way. That hell that I was sent to, I will report back what I saw when I come back. But I thank you all. So my question for you, Paul, I wanted to know if you have any kind of internal polling that you are doing to know how your messages get into the people. Do you have a means? I'm not sure if it's been done in Nigeria, but how do you know in terms of the kind of support you're getting now, where your message is getting to in Edo State?
Well, Dr. Damages, the truth is that what I have as a major asset is my thoughts, my ideas, and any means, any channel to share it with the people. And I do not have a proper coordination wherein I can tell you vis-a-vis, this is where we are, this is where we are not. But the calls we get and our campaign accounts, wherein I'm currently even streamlining this, our engagement, and the things we hear in the streets, the people who just see us and from the little billboards we've been able to put out, keep encouraging us, keep cheering us on. gives us an impression that our voices have not gone to waste. And then we have also tried to do some sort of follow up on where our voices get to. The popular Man Around Town radio program that we are on in the mornings, almost everybody in Edo State tuned to that radio particular program to hear what is happening across and around Edo State. So I have been sharing my voice there for more than 2 months, more than a month plus. Super FM, there's a popular program called What the Honorable Has to Say. I've been sharing my voice. There is a popular reading program in Benin called Area Parliament. I've been sharing my voice there. There is a popular program on real power called Acid Hot. I've been sharing my voice there. There is a popular program too on B-Side FM. I've been sharing my voice there. And I want to know, we send people out. Some will come back to say, I was inside a bus when you were talking. And then when you were done talking, people were like, wow, this person can actually do a lot for the people. We just pray this sort of person becomes governor and all.
I think his audio has frozen. Your audio has frozen.
All right. Let me just say one more thing before I go. I want to also thank people who have been calling me, those that have my number. I know that a lot of people would like to reach out to me. I appreciate all of you. KJ, thank you so much. Okeja and all the other people who have stepped in. Also, the people who are supporting the channel. I do get a report, and I thank all of you. The comment section, I do pop in sometimes and listen to what people are saying and what people are writing. I really appreciate all of you. I'm very glad that if I didn't come back from hell, that this conversation will continue. Not that I thought it wouldn't, but I'm really happy that things are going well. I appreciate everybody. I will see you soon. Okay.
Very well, Dr. Damages. I'm happy to see your face because I was going to come to know, be looking for you after some point. But it's well. We're happy to see you.
I must say you're looking fresh. It looks like wherever you are, you're having a lot of fun. And obviously, we really do appreciate the work you've done and giving us this opportunity to be having conversations. People don't go home now. Show and they're backstage again. You know, people were talking for hours after the show ended. And that the show was around 15 hours. I had to tell them to stop it, and they carried on. So this is due to the work you've done.
They kept me awake until 4:30 a.m. I have to force myself to go to bed at 4:35.
Wow.
That's it, though. It's a community now.
Thank you, guys. Olumide, thank you so much. I see the way you say in my language. I see your hand. Thank you, everybody. I will see you guys very soon. Forefathers.
Thank you. Thank you for joining. Yeah, when he returns, we will carry on with the interview and the questions. And obviously, he has said a lot of things regarding that security one is interesting. Because whenever anybody talks about it, he talks about employing millions of people because that's what it's going to take. Then the question remains, why is the Nigerian government not doing that? But they're not. That issue remains open for Nigerians to deal with. And he also talked about he wasn't for rotational system. I think it was Dr. Igbobezi that asked about rotational system. He doesn't seem to be in support of that. Personally, given how Nigeria is, I would say rotational system is the way to go so that people will have peace of mind that their turn is coming. What other, I think, you didn't ask any question on Mr. James, because James has encountered him before.
Yeah, so, Brother James has a lot to say in this case. And when I heard Brother James talking about why don't you keep your security matters a little bit tight? In other words, it's not everything that a hunter sees in the bush that he comes back to tell. Yes. I believe in the underground railroad system. And that's why I would say at the end of, if it pleases him, you could either pass us his number or pass me his number. I would rather talk in the background and see what we can engineer in the background as far as it's not late. But I'm of the opinion that it's not everything that you're about to do. It's just do it. And when you do it, the element of surprise comes to play. But if you bring all your secret to the table, you are like I said, the old ones no one come out to. They no one come out. They one day there. And it's going to take massive, youthful upheaval from the background, heart to heart. Collect their money, chopper, no wahala. But if he can have the youths behind him and go down there, nothing is impossible in Nigeria.
Yeah, I have this question about the cult, university cult, this thing, but that seems to be a problem, leading to a lot of violence in Nigeria. Even overseas, they go overseas and carry on with the violence that is coming from cult, this thing, and the bad roads. Let me share one video of a bad road in this thing. Because all these things, they promise they're going to do something about these things, and nothing actually gets done when they get into office. They will say they're going to do it, but it just remains. Look at this is in Edo now. Look at that.
One end of the Benin-Auchi Express Road has made driving difficult for motorists and truck drivers, a development that has subjected travelers to untold hardship. Motorists, travelers, and truck drivers heading to Abuja and parts of the north who do not have alternative routes, hence, suffered because of the potholes, ditches, and failed portion on the major roads. They lamented their experience and appealed to the federal government to fix the road.
This kind of stuff we are used to. You're not going to even see this in Gaza. Gaza is in our war, but you're not going to see this kind of situation there. This is what we are used to. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, you see, this is a federal road. It's not a Edo State government road. So,
okay.
To get that clear, I wanted to draw his attention to something. This issue of it is our turn. We've reduced Nigeria to a tribal republic. This is one thing I'm not happy about. Because, you see, I always make reference to Bruce Ali and Ogbemudia. In the case of Ogbemudia, the president of the republic at that time was a head of state, Yakubu Gowon. That man was a northerner. In fact, he's a northerner. He's still alive. He's a northerner. Under a northerner, Ogbemudia accomplished those things for Bender State. So it doesn't really matter where you come from. You can come from the east, the west, from Sokoto, wherever it is, as president of the republic. It means nothing. Are you ready to industrialize the country? Are you ready to enforce the laws of the country? That is what matters, not where you come from. I was brought up in Benin City. If I had told my late father that I'm not a Benin man, he will not agree with me because I don't reason the way he reasons. He was brought up in the Niger Delta. I was not brought up there. I was brought up in Benin City. So if I had told him I'm not a Benin man, he would not believe me. And while I was living with the Beninese, they never discriminated me in any way. As a little kid, I went to specialist hospital, Sapler Road. Whenever I'm sick, they give us free medical treatment in those days, like any other native of Benin. I attended Western Boys High School. Nobody ever knew that. In fact, it's only my name that betrayed me. But in my association with the people, in fact, I speak their language better than I speak mine. The only language I speak better than Edo is English language. Because I've read a lot of books. My vocabulary is richer in English. But there are some very queer Benin words which I know, which even modern Benin boys do not know. For example, if I tell a Benin boy something like Ukodolo, he will not understand what I'm talking about. Awegu, Ipokma. These are queer Benin words which ordinary Benin boys, modern Benin boys might not be able to understand. And when I say in Edo language that that language, that sentence is subjected to 3 different interpretations.
That's true.
That is called the boy that is sucking his thumb outside for me. Call the boy that is clapping his hands outside for me. Call the boy that is washing his hands out. Paul can attest to what I'm saying. So more or less, I'm a Benin man. But this idea of saying it is our turn, it's not our turn. Look, what Ogbemudia did, non-native indigenous, I don't know how to explain these things, my friends. We should try to get out of this nonsense. This is why I said I would like to ask another question. Please, Mr. Paul, give us an idea what you think the federal government should do to overcome this tribal problem rocking the whole country.
It's simple.
Yakubu Gowon, as I was saying, is, I mean, it's a northerner. Under Yakubu Gowon, Ogbemudia did wonderful things. You get the point? Under Awolowo's tutelage, and Bruce Ali was able to bring free education. It's not Bendelites who did these things for us. So how to get out of this mess?
If I share my little wisdom, yes, it's not that I'm wiser or I have the solution to everything that is thrown at me. It is that I believe if we get our election selection process right, if people who are dispassionate about where they come from, who are prioritizing service, if people who enjoy bringing their ideas to leadership, if this crop of people comes on board, people who have empathy, people who will not use our tribes or our religion against us, people who will not find the ambers of religious difference just to curry vote just now, because it is the lack of the strength of the electoral process and the electorate being able to determine who gets into office that makes the divisive minds keep perpetuating same, because that's the only way they can win elections. But if the electoral process is sane, it will address a lot of issues, sir. I'm telling you, Nigeria needs to go and look into that document by Professor Ronsaye. Nigeria needs to dispassionately look into that document. Nigeria needs a lot of electoral reforms. Electoral reforms, INEC and the police. Let's not even say judiciary. The judiciary is not supposed to be selecting leadership for us. INEC and the police. These two bodies can stabilize Nigeria. You see, in the last election, sir, it was never about where Peter Obi came from. If you observe, Peter Obi did not even say it's the turn of the East. We have been marginalized. We have been ostracized. It's our turn. He didn't say those things. Peter Obi was speaking to the core Northerner as much as he was also speaking to the core Southerner. In this election, we saw for the first time movement for Peter. This is a man from George Inyamiri, which is an excerpt from the code post Civil War of the Biafra and the Gowon military troops. There has been a lot of bad blood between the Easterners and the Northerners. But in the last election, sir, wasn't it surprising to you that Northerners were voting for Peter Obi? Because Nigeria is evolving as a state, as a country. The people are adjusting their minds as well. It is that there are some group of persons who do nothing but to divide us just to have their way. When we can bring in people who will not say, because I'm from the north, I should concentrate on the north, or because I'm from Edo South, I should relegate Yavi in Edo Central. When we have such people, Nigerians will forget whether they have different tribes, and that's the truth. If there is leadership by such example, if you have a president who acts like the president of everybody, if you have a president who will entrench the true concept of true federalism, if you have a president who will even be dispassionate about selections and uphold the true federal character enactment, you will see that Nigerians will soon forget whether you are a different tribe or not. Now, the question is this: why is it that you people abroad fellowship around yourself more than most of us here? If you get abroad, for example, all you basically need to reason is Nigeria, Nigeria. The next thing will be from which part of Nigeria? But you fellowship around the concept Nigeria. Today, we still fill employment form that still ask you where's your local government of origin. We are still filling form that is still asking you. I'm talking about national jobs for now. We are still filling form that is still asking the people where is your state of origin. You know, you look at the naira of the Nigerian state. The naira itself is divisive. Wazobia. So you're telling me as a Benin person, as a Benin man, that I don't matter, I don't count. You are telling the Ikwere man the same thing. And we expect these people to now love Nigeria. Nigeria needs leadership that can exemplify love, that can unite us to fellowship about solving our general problem. That man who will not have sleep, even if he's a Yoruba man, but he will just hate the fact that northern kids are alamajiri and they are wasting away and they're becoming beggars in the streets of Edo. That man who will have that thought in his heart that if I fix these northern children here, I'm doing God's will, not because they don't have a governor they should be repatriated to. So our electoral process can actually help us fix this, sir.
Thank you. You want to add something, Mr. James?
No, not quite, but you see, frankly speaking, I've lost confidence in the country. There's no doubt about that. And Nigeria as a country has collapsed compared to what it used to be. It's just because of the nature of work I do here. I like associating with youths because I use their ideas to carry out my functions. This is why I'm on these platforms. I've lost confidence in the country.
Most of you want to come back home. Most of you would really want to come back home.
No, certainly not.
Most of you want to retire and enjoy the warmth.
Excuse me, it is disastrous for me to come back home. It's an unmitigated disaster. Take it from me.
Well, Mr. James, when last were you in Nigeria?
You see, I left Nigeria 1988. I returned 1994. Then I spent a week in 94. Then I went back again around 1912 or so. I spent 2 months or something like that.
1912.
2012.
Okay, I think it will help you visit again, no? Because
sorry, 2012, not 1912.
2012. Okay.
2012. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got it. I thought in my head I pictured 2012.
Yeah. So you see, I've lost confidence in the country. It's no longer what it used to be. Imagine a country. Samuel Ogbomodia paid us bursary. You got the point? And Bruce Ali came, he also paid us bursary. I've told you the history of my education. I never paid one kobo in my education in Benin City. And that was what the Benin also enjoyed. I was not discriminated. But this is not the Nigeria we went through. I mean, we were brought up.
Brother James.
I don't want to, because we have a guest here. So,
yeah, forefathers. I was
James,
directing.
If you remain here, we are going to ask you. We are going to ask you about that.
Yeah, forefathers.
Yes.
I was directing this thing to the tenacity of our guest being able to remain on the ground. We all cannot jump. I am constantly in the bushes, in the village. That's what I believe in. I practice bushcraft. If I tell you what I'm doing in my village, you will be shocked. And that's why when I see young men like you, and I do remember that some 29, 30 years ago, I was like you, or thereabout. Nigeria is the only country we have for now. No matter how rubbish it is. Brother James, one way or the other, some of us are not going to Tolanamba. We are not going to die and be buried abroad. That's a given.
Like
so when I see a young man like Okumbowa hanging in there, roughing it out, I'll find every which way to walk underground. That's the way we walk better. We are out here and we can also make magic, even in Edo, because I could tell you this is what is happening in certain places, even though you are from there. So my submission is, if you share your number through this platform, I just put my number on the, what you call it, on the private chat.
Private chat, yeah.
I'll be more than glad to share with you what I know that Dr. Seli Okogun was doing. Maybe that would be of help to you. As a matter of fact, we are trying to pull him from Edo politics to run him in Lagos, in the place where he was very popular. But the rest is history. The young man is dead.
Thank you. Olumide.
Thank you.
Yep.
Greetings, Mr. James, Mr. Igbo Basics, forefathers, and the guests, Paul, Okobo. So, second time I'm meeting you, and I'm just, I like what I see. I'm drawn to you.
Thank you.
And I think it's high time that the country begin to give young people like you. After all, the leaders that we revere today of the country, they were either your age or even younger when they took over the affairs of the country. So, so what is wrong in you being governor? But speaking to the fact that you are, when is the election taking place?
September 21st.
September 21st. Good. So
yes.
Now you spoke and mentioned about Obi. You understand? and you guys seem to have a similar pattern going for each other. But my hope is just that they hold a free and transparent election. So what I want to say is that I know you said earlier on that you're going around, you're on TV station, in the media, on the radio, you're talking to people, which is good. But plus that fact, you have to do the dirty job too of going on ground.
Yeah, we're
Meet
doing that.
people. You're going
Well,
around
doing that.
all the local governments where the numbers
Yes.
matter. You're talking to the people, the displaced people, you know, and so you want to publicize that to the news, because some of us are outside, but we still watch the Nigerian news. You understand?
That's true. That's true.
So you want to publicize it, you want to let people see it as part of your campaign, to do the ground work. And like I said earlier, whatever you want to do, we've got about 2-3 months left. You can still
Yeah,
make it
about
happen.
that.
If Obi can do it in a short time, and got rigged out, at the end of it all. Like I'm saying, hopefully they make this one free and fair. I don't think that 3 months is too short enough a time.
Not at all. Not at all.
Because as long as you're doing that's just what I wanted to find out, if you're doing that ground work, the footwork of talking to the people who are going to. It's okay to talk to us here, but the people who are going to matter and vote at the end of the day are the people on ground.
That's true. That's true.
And publicizing it.
Mr. Olumide, I think I got the name right.
Yes.
You see, everything you have said is brilliant, and it carries the entirety and encapsulates what a campaign, according to the Nigerian spectrum, should be. I'm only trying to do what my strength can carry. So right now, I have put out a new video asking Edo people to mold for themselves the kind of leadership they want, because I have spent a lot of monies of my personal monies, and I don't think personal people should be contesting elections with their personal money. And I also do not agree that elections such as this should be left alone to the wealthy, because the wealthy man, we have a wealthy president right now, but we're all suffering. He has not come to government with his wealth. So what should subsist in government is still the place of ideas. And all of this, we're trying to woo the people with it, and it's resonating well with them. But this is where I have an issue. I just pray that God helps us to touch the hearts of Nigerians in diaspora. You people are the best chance for any ordinary person to share ideas, because you can almost relate to what the person is saying. If people like you in the diasporas will not come to the rescue of a mandate such as this, it will amount to efforts made, and it will be business as usual when the high and mighty buy the process. Currently, we are stripped of certain funds to get some securities, because there are some areas we want to go cover. But my brother, we could be picked like a snail while we are on a campaign. We could be picked like a snail. And to get security now in Nigeria, you want one mopole, you're looking at an average of 150,000 naira monthly. That is aside the almost 1 million naira you're going to spend in processing with the AIG's office. And you're also looking at logistics, where you have to transport supporters to regions. I have been able to print some caps, although exhausted now. I've been able to print stickers, although exhausted. I've been able to paste posters across the 10 local governments. I've been able to mount billboards. I've been able to do radios. I've been able to get a lot of social media engagement with bloggers. But our people still have not imbibed the culture of creating government that is answerable to them. So I am currently now appealing that if they're doing Nigerians in Diaspora Network will help us put our candidature to the face of more persons, so that we can leverage on your support. Although with or without the support from people, I have told myself it's a race and it's a fight to the finish. I will not capitulate. I will not sell because they've offered me some good money. But my voice is more important to me than riding a Prado Jeep. My voice is very important. In fact, I love the sound of my voice, because it gives hope to even I that is sounding it. It resonates with my soul. It tells me that there is possibility at the end of the tunnel. So a voice such as mine is an ordinary people's voice. What do I do for a living? I'm a school proprietor. There is no way a school proprietor who can fund an election that will cost billions of naira where we agree that they are going to spend billions of naira. It is that they've earmarked money to bribe INEC, earmarked money to bribe the security, earmarked money to bribe agents of even your own political party. But what we are working towards is if we can just get a careless, let's say, 100 million or 500, between 100 million to 500 million, we will use it in such a way that it will match what they are using. What we want to do is to raise the consciousness of our anthem, to raise the ordinary man mandate to the point that it will saturate the heart of every Edo voter. Once we are at that spot, it becomes a voter revolution. When it's voter revolution, even INEC cannot rig it. Even non-state actors cannot, because our manifesto just now quantizes with the people. I pray you find out the time to look at our campaign page, Okunbo Paul Obuka. You'll be amazed at the response we are getting, even the calls we are getting. It shows that our mandate so far is the only mandate in Edo State that is pulling the ordinary people to recount or to participate in an election process that they hitherto have given up on. And so this sort of mandate, if we can push it, if we can get it to a visible point, if we can make the visibility of this kind of mandate get to a spot where the ordinary man is no longer suffocated, but the ordinary man is not making sense to fellow ordinary men, you see that the aspirants may have helped us to save or create a government that will trickle around Nigeria, and we can start the revolution, which is a bloodless revolution from Edo State just now, because the person on the race is a complete ordinary man that is making sense to fellow ordinary people. The diasporans just need to stop the politics of what has been and how it has been. We make passionate appeals that they should look into our candidature. We're not saying they must. We're saying rectify the candidature of every single person. Don't let them come and sound like big names that they are, because they are not bringing their big money to come and work in government. It is supposed to be big ideas. Let us have a stage that is bigger than what we currently have. If we can have you, for example, push us to channels, push us to arise, and make sure our voices is heard across radios more and more, so we will beat them. I promise you, the current sentiment, we will beat them.
Thank you. You see, the problem with what people tend to feel these days is like even the Labour Party, Peter Obi's party, that they elected some people into office. They all went and took the SUV.
Yeah.
They went and voted for moving our Nigeria anthem to the one that the British woman wrote. They're doing everything that the people don't like. And that is the problem. You are saying all these things, and I must say, I find it quite interesting that you said you like to hear your own voice. That's the first time I've ever had anybody say that. I have to give you credit for that. You made that sound good. I have to give you credit for that. But people don't like, they just feel jaded now that their politicians don't listen. They go in there, they start doing the same thing again. I agree. We should never give up. We should never give up. I agree with you. Even if you keep pushing.
Sir, it is rotten yam it is rotten seed yam that sprouts the mighty big tuber. If we give up hope that a younger generation is willing, and there are younger generations that are less corrupt, if we give up that hope, sir, it's as good that we should just forget the project Nigeria. That is my take. It is that people like me should relocate to Europe and just forget. I'll probably be in Europe anytime soon. And now you will not see me on your show where I will not tell you, oh, I fully relocated to Europe. But sir, like Mr. Igbo Basic said earlier, who will now fix the place? It's not from inside the same rot we will get the people. We must keep taking chances with them. One guy wrote to my Facebook campaign and he said, I have sworn never to vote for anybody again. But after I listen to you, I want to go and vote. I want you to fail me. In fact, I want you to go there to go and fail so that we finally just give up completely. It is that the manifesto just now, the candidature just now, is giving somebody these possible vibes that this thing could still happen. Let's not give up on Nigeria, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to show you something about this.
The Ekuma end of the Benin-Auchi Express Road has made driving difficult for motorists and truck drivers, a development that has subjected travelers to untold hardship. Motorists, travelers, and truck drivers heading to Abuja and parts of the north who do not have alternative routes, hence, suffered because of the potholes, ditches, and failed portion on the major roads. They lamented their experience and
people say to me about this is that it's federal government road, which is true. But governors are part of that state, and at the same time, that when you see that stuff, that it's affecting the state. So because if that is around your state, people will associate that with the state. If people are supposed to come there to invest, they will not want to come and invest. If people are looking to come there for tourism, they will not come there for tourism. So the state loses because of this problem that they tend to have around the state, even if it's federal government. Is there anything the governors can do? Yes.
Now, it is lame excuse for any governor to say it is federal road. Now, I agree that there is a sharing formula. I agree that there are responsibilities according to financial codes. But you see, when a government cannot create wealth, instead they are fleecing the little available wealth, they will not be able to do a lot of infrastructure or grid. My idea is to create wealth. My ideas will create wealth. My ideas will create wealth that is even more than the IGR and federal allocation. My plan is to even triangulate the 3 senatorial districts with functional blue line railways. And it's not going to be leveraging on even IPP. It is the wealth created from the different programs that I have earmarked to create this wealth. Now, sir, if you will not take that as a lame excuse, and if you have the resources to do it, consider the fact that it's your people that is using it. And very importantly, when it slows down incoming of goods and pay people, it is your economy that suffers. So there is room for a governor to do such projects and write a voucher to the federal government and begin to sing with it so that the federal government will recredit them back. Now, I have not seen an irresponsible federal government that would not be working on the process of recrediting, because these guys are borrowing billions of dollars to run a country. And because the money does not belong to you, government is a continuity. If another government comes in and begins to still fight for the debt, but you have made sure that life is easy for your people. You have done your best to ensure that people are living living quality life within that time, rather than have them suffer. If you have the resources, fix it. And we are saying that the young people kind of government we are trying to create under the Young Progressives Party is the party that it is a young people-centric, idea-based, idea-driven government, one that has the requisite skills to create wealth, generate wealth, and prioritize the needs of the ordinary people. If I'm governor tomorrow and I fix that road, I will just go to President Tinubu. By all means, he's my grandfather. I will just lie down with the whole toga of government on me. Papa, I came to collect this small thing. You will see the humility that I have come to the office with, not with rascality or acting opposition. Please, sir, if there's anything you can do very quickly to help us do this. But we have been able to push to this extent. He too will be ashamed to disavow me because he has seen a true, sincere workaholic who is interested in his people. I mean, he too wants to win election. His party wants to be at the top. He knows that if you're a governor that is loved by the people because he's people-centric, he too cannot afford to be the enemy of such people that he intends to carry their votes or support. There is you can do a psychosomatic analysis to all of this.
Okay, thank you. But from what you are saying, I'm trying to go into a bit more detail in the answers that you gave. The president is supposed to be in charge of those roads, that is ministers, and they didn't do their job. And then you go and ask him, they know they have election, but they left the road to get that bad. And this is not the first time. And my issue is that they have states with governors in those states. Like, I agree with you. The governors should fix it and go after the government. And the governors should make a lot of noise that the leaders, the presidents are not fixing these roads. Because it appears that they are all in cahoots. They keep quiet. I've never had they don't say much about this. And these things are not good for our people. You know, when I look at Gaza today and look at this, it's like, look at the life our people are living. And you may have the chance now after September to be a governor of that state. And what people want to hear from you, I like the passion that I see in you, but we've seen passion before. You see,
we will never stop seeing passion, sir. We have to keep paying attention to passion. Until passion delivers, it will still, this process of engagement is a continuum, is a constant. It is that among the rots, we may just luckily get somebody who has empathy, somebody who wants to see his ideas work. When I tell you I love the sound of my voice, it is I want to be on international stage talking about the project Edo and Nigeria and how we've been able to influence growth with my voice. See, first of all, you have to be able to get somebody who has, let's say, who is susceptible. Some measure of susceptibility has to be there. I am very susceptible to growth because I love to communicate it. I love to be part of it. I love to be in the process of relishing it. Sir, whether me or not, somebody will have to still climb this podium or climb this station there and still talk to you like this. Either he goes there to fail you or he goes there to uphold all he has said. We must keep that hope alive. Else, we will allow those who have destroyed the system, profiteer from destroying the system, keep running the system.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you have any questions before I ask any more? Because I do have some more questions. And Dr. James or Ibo busy. Jagun, if you want to come on stream, you want to put your camera on, yeah, please go ahead.
May I make an observation?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. James.
Yes. Now, I made reference to Samuel Gbomodia some time ago. There is a road in Benin City we call Ring Road because the road is circular.
Yeah.
That is the first road in the whole of Edo State that was tarred with cement. When it was constructed before 1975, I think I was in high school, that road was tarred with cement. And up till the time I left Benin City, they've not resurfaced that road because it was solidly done. This road at Auchi, this Auchi road, if I'm not mistaken, they've resurfaced it almost 10 or whatever number of times. When I was in Israel, I saw structures that were constructed in the days of Christ. They were still standing. In fact, there's a wall in Jerusalem they call the Wailing Wall. That wall was the Temple of Solomon that was destroyed, I think, during the Roman Empire. Now, when the temple was destroyed, that wall was left standing. Till this very day, that wall is still standing the way it is. I entered the pyramids at Giza in Cairo, Egypt. These were constructed centuries before Christ. They are still there. What kind of engineers do we have these days that they cannot construct a road that will last 1 year? Forefathers, I think I need your opinion, not Mr. Kumbawa's opinion.
Thank you. We have the engineers. We don't just have the right mindset to fix the country. That is where the problem is. Because most projects that we do in Nigeria, one, it's already compromised from the get-go. One, they don't spend enough money on it because sometimes to do the job properly, you have to spend a lot more resources on it. Secondly, the project that they give out, they tend to share the money because to get the project in the first place, you have to give somebody money. And by the time you do all that, by the time you do kickback and all the rest, there's no profit to actually do the actual project itself. So you have a system now, or not to mention the idea that even the person that is doing the project will steal some of the money too. Then the person that's supposed to hold them accountable is also giving money too. So by the time they share the whole money, there's nothing there on the ground. If you look at Nigeria today, what I see today in Nigeria, to be fair, given how much we spend on the country, is what you should expect to see. The UK spends $1.5 trillion on the economy every year. I don't exactly see gold on the floor. But yet Nigeria spends about $30 billion. What do you expect to see? So we have to, that's why I like what the guest is talking about, Paul Okumbowa. He was talking about creating wealth. Because if you don't create wealth, then you can't fix anything. Nothing will get fixed. And even if they spend all the money they have in the $30 billion on Nigeria today, it's not enough. Nigeria is big. It will have a lot of people. We have to generate wealth. But so far, our leaders, anytime we have opportunity to generate wealth, they yank it off. They will do one good thing, then they will yank the other one. It's like they're just keeping us in the same place, dancing like this on and on. So that is what is happening. And as a politician, I like your passion, but I don't know whether you can share with us this idea that what happens to our leaders that after they talk, people are convinced that they mean what they are saying. Oshomole, people fought for Oshomole. A lot of people fought for our politicians, but when they get up there, what happens to them? What is it that happens to them when they get up there?
Now, forefather, see, the real problem is the people. You see, the same electorates are the real issue here. Let me put it in this simple language. The man killed your father, and your father is your benefactor. Father should be responsible for your school fees and all of that. But the man had him murdered because he was dragging his land with him. Same murderer will come to the funeral to spread this first son some monies. And the first son will like, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming. God bless you. Thank you for coming to our aid and all that. Nigerians love their oppressors. You see, when you create a system that is owned, a system that creates leadership, like for example, if every single person on your platform today are like political godfathers who will sponsor a candidate and do everything to make sure the candidate becomes governor, that candidate is most likely going to dance to your whims and caprices. And so it is no longer about the ideals of the candidates. It is now the carryability of the electoral luggages that made him governor or president in the first instance. That is why I say that until the people create for themselves a government that doesn't owe anybody, until they create, fight for it, bleed for it, because both the tree of liberty must be watered by the blood of patriots and tyrants. Until, I repeat, until the people create that kind of leadership, it is so difficult. It is nearly impossible that such person will keep to the tenets of her initial or his or her initial declarations. Because the godfathers just now will detect the pace. Imagine, for example, forefather, that you are a governor, and I'm the one that formed the House of Assembly, and all the House of Assembly members and the speakers are my lawyer boys. Won't you do what I want you to do? Because if you don't, I'll have you impeached. If I don't even need an excuse to impeach you, I will create one and I'll have you impeached, and your deputy will not take over. Your deputy will have to stay loyal because a system created the leadership. The people need to
most
come
of
to
the
that spot that until they create a leadership.
Yeah, but why is it that when the people are generally, I agree that people create the leaders, but the reason why the leaders are elected, why do they not like go ahead to just do what they promised they were going to do? Because
I was on air I was on air on Friday where I said it's as though there is a demon in the seat. The moment you sit down and format your brain. I actually said that on air because I don't know why you know what to do and then just deliberately don't do what you have to do. But our leaders knew all this while that local government financial autonomy and returning elections in local government to INEC would actually grow the grassroots. But why have they not done it? Because the money comes to the center. One man wants to dictate the pace of that money. And because it's a party and they are all sharing, they have the same ideology, they will fight to retain it that way. It is not. Somebody tells you that the Nigerian do. That person is not fair. We know what to do. It is that some of us have left power to those who have seen it as their livelihood. Where you take away competence and you have brought in sentiment, where you take away leadership and you have brought in rulership, it is what you get, sir.
Thank you. Okay, please go ahead, Mr. James.
Yeah, I want to find out something. During the 2023 elections, I noticed that about 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken, presidential candidates, they took a trip to Chatham House in London.
Yeah.
Good. Now, these are the people who laid the foundation of these problems we are grappling with in the whole of Africa. The white man was not invited to come to Africa. He came on his own to improve his lot, and he turned the whole of Africa into a colony of exploitation. At 1960 came, they handed power over to men of their choice. But unfortunately, whenever we want to choose our leaders, we still go back to these colonialists. They were here for 400 years or so. What did we gain from them? They brought their system of government, it did not profit us. Slave trade lasted 400 years, it did not profit us. After independence, the new colonial structure they put in place is not favoring us. Yet, Africans go to Chatham House in London whenever an election is coming. I have the feelings that most of the problems we're encountering is rooted in Chatham House. Because see what is happening in Kenya. While they were passing that bill that caused the mayhem in Kenya,
finance bill,
U.S. legislators were there in the House of Parliament in Kenya while they were passing that finance bill. So you see, most of the problems we are grappling with is rooted in colonialism. Colonialism has not ended. I don't know if you see things from a point of view.
But you are correct, sir. What we have is neocolonialism. That is exactly what the current leadership of Burkina Faso fought France off. You know, there is a particular natural resources that is abundant in Burkina Faso. It is lithium for battery. Do you know that France has been exploiting that country of lithium for lithium ounces of pounds? Meanwhile, a gram of lithium is sold in the international market for about 50 times the cost of which France was fleecing it from Burkina Faso. We have 36 countries in Africa. None can complete a transaction globally. No currency can complete a transaction globally. And what does that tell you? The neo-colonialistic tendency is to keep Africa a source of wealth. Africa was blessed and cursed at the same time. Today, no white man, no white woman can deny that the wealth of the world is in Africa. And that is why everybody is in Africa, exploiting Africa. So what you see that is happening globally is that they also now aid in giving us bad leaders. In the case of Tinubu, for example, he got to a spot where the Chicago State University became quiet so that the time for the Supreme Court hearing will lapse. And of course, we have laws that say within this time you cannot tender this evidence and all of that. So the international community has not left Africa alone. They will not leave Africa alone. It is for Africa and the elders currently now to join the younger generation in creating awareness of where Africa should be, starting from even perhaps the grassroots. Imagine, for example, if there are enthusiastic young persons like me and they decide to just wither off. It continues, sir. The only hope to get Africa off this grid is to start by enthroning good leadership. Today, go and see what happened in the Francophone countries. They all disavowed France and nothing happened. Even when they tried to use Nigeria in ECOWAS to coerce them, nothing happened. You see, somebody once told me that if Nigeria gets it right, the whole of Africa has gotten it right. And that is right. But we have a leadership process that is controlled by a group of people. They are in different parties. It's just same ideology. So until we have an egalitarian mind, until we have that utopia in expression in leadership, we may not. We will keep opening the unabating books of lamentation.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that question, okay, let me be more specific. Like, as a governor now or a prospective governor, where would you say our governors encounter this new colonial mechanisms that are put in place? Because I will have to, because you can't necessarily see from the point of view of ordinary people how the new colonial mechanism or structures are affecting the governorship. Do you have any any ideas on how any information about that?
Father, neocolonialism is a thing of the mind for our governors. Should they choose to go and impoverish themselves or put themselves in the hands of any person? Where neocolonialism is a factor that affects Nigeria is at the presidential level. And of course, the states are tied and they are subservient to the federal structure. So when there is, like, for example, in the first term of President Muhammadu Buhari, when he was military administrator, the IMF reached out to him to devalue the naira. And of course, he refused to. Maybe perhaps paid some price for that. While he became military, when he became civilian president, the IMF reached out to him again to devalue the currency. And I'm sure the IMF has used President Tinubu to devalue the currency. The idea is that Africa's economy should not grow to a point where it is no longer dollar dependent. That is why the fight at the BRICS nation is something that I thought Nigeria will key into. But of course, Nigeria is a colony of Britain, and Britain just now will suffer a dastardly loss economically should the naira loses its weight in Africa. And so, if Nigeria finds a leadership that musters courage, like when Jonathan Goodluck was asked to pass the gay right, himself and David Mark, who was the Senate president, told them, no, this is not indigenous to us. We're a very culturally rooted people. And that cost him his second tenure, to the extent that Jonathan was denied the rights to procure arms to fight insurgency in Nigeria. So our people can die just because the international community believes it's time for the gays to have their rights, which is not identical or indigenous to the black man. So you see, the whole idea of neocolonialism is for us to start the process of fine-tuning new crop of leaders, people in their 20s. Look at the house of the parliament now in Britain. I hope you know Gen Z won completely. The oldest person in that parliament, I think, is 28 years old. You have 23, 24, 25, 26, 28. You know, these guys have gone to parliament to go and assert their place. But what is a 20-something-year-old Nigerian or African good for? You see, when we find those who have been able to live above this mindset, the process to encourage them is something that we should not deny them. One of such is using Edo as a template to show to the world that ideas can subsist in leadership space. If we use Edo as a pilot project, don't you think it is easier for a candidature of a nobody who became somebody to sweep around the country? It's like it has a concomitant, because a nobody became somebody. It will empower every other nobodies. But until we look into this as something that is timely, something that needs to be given rapt attention because of its after effects, then I think we are still brainstorming. And brainstorming just now is not really necessarily helping us.
Thank you. Regarding your state, as a governor, I think Ferrari will be asking a question after. I think I will ask, then Ferrari will ask, then you can answer. As a governor, how would you leverage international funds to help develop your state, especially in terms of industry and agriculture? When I say international fund, not necessarily IMF or World Bank.
I know. If I don't want to, they will say it so that I will just be, so that you know that I have raw material to offer. Now, in my preposition, I calculated.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. So that Ferrari can ask, so that you can take both questions at the same time. Ferrari, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead and ask your question. Please note the question down so you can be able to answer both.
Yeah, Mr. Paul Okubowa, thank you again for joining us. Me and you have two things in common. One, we are both microbiologists, and second, I have a connection with Edo State. My mother is from Ora, Nwamura, Sabongida Ora, on our local government. And my two questions, I jumped in because I heard you say a comment. First, let me give you this praise. Personally, I don't like listening to politicians. I don't like reading either. Funny enough. I prefer to listen to music, but that's not the point here. You made I have two questions. Okay. Let me go to the second one based on what made me jump in. You made key points about how our system is not working, and how actually what you said exactly was that the system chose our leaders, and we have to have the people choose the leader. Me and you were not too far apart in terms of political ideology. Hearing that means to a certain degree, or to a maximum degree, you understand the problem. Now, do you have the right solution is where my question is going. You understand the problem, and that is critical to any solution. The system chooses our leader. Your voice and your articulation of words, to me, you are a material for the future of that country, not just for the future of Edo State. And how you intend to use it, I don't know. But I'm telling you now, if no one tells you, the way you use words, the way you articulate words, the way you say things, that country needs you. Edo needs you. Now, whether as a governor, I don't know, because personally, I'm one of those who don't believe this political dispensation, as currently set up, can deliver any solution, strangely. But my second question will address on this first question. Going forward, whether you get the governorship that you're seeking now or not, how do you intend to use, because you said the people have to. That is where I disagree with you. The people are too powerless to change what the system has given them. The leaders are too strong too strong for the people to override as it currently stands. Without people like you in the political elite to mobilize, because for any political change, it is the people from the political elite that raises the awareness of the people. Whether you win the governorship or not, what will be your role going forward in this mobilization of change, whereby we can reverse how the system picks the leaders and change it into popular sovereignty, where the people choose the leader? Because as it stands now, Nigerians don't have citizenship. They don't have a sovereignty. Individual Nigerians don't have sovereignty. The state has sovereignty. That's question number one. So what's going to be your role going down? I would say, I don't know, don't let outcomes determine your role, because I see you from your words as a material, viable in that fight against the monster, in the fight against the Black Knights. If you ever watch Game of Thrones, you understand you have a role to play because you understand the problem. A lot, 99.9% of Nigerians don't even understand the problem. It's an invisible problem. We're building an apartheid system that is not based on race, but rather based on class. And we are institutionalizing it. That's the problem. You know that, but you pushed it back to the people. The people are right now powerless. It's you, the ally. That's first question. Second question. You're vying for governor right now under this, my opinion, flawed political system. Am I sure you're not making the same mistake Obi made? Do you have the structure in place? Nigeria is about structure and culture. Yeah, culture of corruption and impunity, I know, but it's about structure. You want to fight in their game. Are you engaged in the same rules of engagement? No, that's not fair. Not that you are engaged in the same rules of engagement. What do you have in place now to fight this monster? Or else your story end up like it did for Obi. You understand? Okay. What do you have in place? Yeah, you have people in every local government to monitor your results, to give us, even if INEC shut down whatever thing they shut down, you have your people in every village in Edo State to say, this is my result. Up to today, we still don't know what numbers the OBs have. Okay. Do you have that structure? That's my second question, even though I don't believe in the system.
Okay, let me quickly run through.
Before you answer, please, what I said, unless you're being disingenuous, which I don't believe you have, from the way you're using words, you are part of those we need for the fight against the Night King. Thank you.
Mr. Ferrari.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ferrara.
First
of all, sir, I'd like to appreciate your acknowledgements. For us who do not have money, we appreciate those who will tell us the blunt truth. And of course, we know our strength, and we also know our limitation. You see, I want to just go straight to your question. First of all, a lot of persons do not even know that I have successfully understudied what went wrong in the Peter Obi election. And as I speak to you, the INEC portal for uploading of agents will close on the 27th of this month. But as of today, I have uploaded nearly 3,000 agents out of the 4,519 required agents. What you should know about me is that I started preparing in 2019 during the NSAS protests. If you go to my wall, you will see down, you see a video of me in the street with burning fire and the whole protest. You see me addressing a crowd of irate youths when I told them, if we continue to be protesting like this, they will shoot at us, they will kill us, they will waste us. Let us go and form a political party. Let us unite our voice. Let us vote in somebody who can help us change the situation. I said that in public space in 2019. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't come with challenges and, it's attendant challenges. Because even those that we share those visions with today, many have gone to go and be supporting the money bags. But we chose not to give up. And so you see, in the space of 1 month and a month and 2 weeks advocacy, consistent advocacy, we have been able to create campaign offices and campaign executives across the 18 local governments. And I don't think it happened because there was money. There was no money. There's still no money. What happened was that for every time I talk on radios, people will just call. My house is free. Come and use it for campaign. Me and my children and my friend want to join the campaign, want to join the party. I've received 5 political
on technical issues, I guess. Welcome, Mazi Prince, and I get the trajectory of your questioning. This in Ferreira. That name is not easy to pronounce when there's Ferrari everywhere. I'm sorry. Everybody wants to call it Ferrari.
Call me Alaba. Only that
okay, Alaba.
Before you can do that, I have to call you your own real name too.
Sorry, sir.
Well, okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Can I continue, sir?
Yes.
I have received numerous defectors across 5 political parties. In Igwebe, for example, the ADC local government chairman and his 10 ward chairman came to Benin for inauguration to convert to Young Progressive Party. And we have received a lot of persons who are supporting us with what they have. What we lack so far now is just funds. But let me tell you something, sir. If you recognize that people like me have a role to play in the project Nigeria going forward, then I want to beg. Today, I had a meeting with a very big pastor. By this week, I'll be hearing from Pastor Chris Oyakilome. I've written to him to help me save my generation. I have put together and articulated reasons why he should help me save my generation. I've gone to Bishop Gordon Osagede, who is the president of Spirit and Life Bible Church, and I've told him that I would rather pledge allegiance to you than to pledge allegiance to the political class who want me to come and swear oath or join secret court and all of that. We know what we carry, sir. Our voice is very revolutionary. But here's my plea, sir. If you want to see the possibility of this happening, then the Nigerians in Diaspora Network should please come to rescue our campaign. Our campaign doesn't have money. It has wisdom, it has capacity, and it has tenacity. It is the tenacity of our campaigns that will be taking around villages on our little resources, because when you gather them, you must give them something to drink or eat. We have been putting as our face on media, but we know that if we get support and funding, we know that if we get support and funding, it is a revolution, a bloodless one. Sir, my voice alone can cause a revolution. And I'm not saying this because I want to arrogate glories to myself. It is that I know what I know. But I'm very afraid at some point because I don't want to die and leave my 4 kids to be raised by somebody else. My eldest child is 10 years old. He needs me. His siblings need me. If I'm to cause a revolution in Nigeria, starting from Edo State, I need security. I need to pay the AIG for the 8 mopo that were attached to me and get them from the barracks. When I get them from the barracks and I get the support of this house for some funding, you will hear, you yourself will call that Nigeria's revolution is starting from Edo State. Because it's an ideology. It sinks to the hearts of the people. The people may have been subverted, yeah. You create poverty to control their mind, yes. Why do you think our leaders intentionally don't want to implement the UNICEF standard of public education? The idea is that the son of the ordinary man gradually gets quantized with real knowledge that transcends beyond being beggarly or being dependent. You can't control such a person anymore. I said it in a forum yesterday. Why do you think continuous voter registration only happened during election cycle? These guys deliberately do it so. Because if all of us on air are 17 and we are turning 18 by next month, we can do as simple as jam or registration, go online, go to the portal of INEC, submit our details, submit our NIN, upload our picture. Then the portal will now give us dates to come to the secretariat to turn print. As you turn print, you submit. But you see, when this young generation start enrolling PVC in their droves, they've lost control already. They can no longer determine or control how votes will go. But you see, these guys are very intentional. These guys know exactly how to keep us in a condition where we can't speak more than this. And if one person keeps speaking and others don't rally around that one person, they will kill that one person away. When you disperse, when you get rid of the shepherd, you have dispersed the sheep. But if you, sir, want and you believe that my voice is needed in Nigeria, help me save the campaign. Nigerians in diaspora just abandoned me. I've been holding meetings on several fora with them. All they tell me is that this guy is good. This guy knows what he's saying. But I don't get that call to say, young man, we are rallying support for you. We need you to provide a campaign account. And I've even said, and I've gone as far as adding a civil society voice in Edo State who is actually well known and respected because he couldn't be bought by government. His name is Omobude Aho. You can ask about him. I've asked Omobude Aho to join the finance committee of my campaign so that even myself and everybody cannot be tempted to do otherwise. But you see, sir, Big Man currently is getting funding because he has big friends. Why is the ordinary man not being looked into? Because if you look into the campaign of the ordinary man, you will know it's revolutionary. You will know that this thing can change Nigeria. Nigeria cannot change from Aso Rock. Nigeria can change from one state. One state ideology, one governor who says nay. Because you cannot kill him already when he's already governor. If he keeps pushing this, he will raise an army of young persons who will take over, who have the capacity to obey the first stanza of the national anthem. But you see, I've been making sense for months, and nobody has said, young man, the diaspora network wants to come to your aid. Instead, the Comrade Show, the host of that Comrade Show, Oriahi is his name, brought me on the Comrade Show one day, and I spoke my heart out. That was where I first met Mr. James, and including you. I know it was another forum I met you, Mr. Ferrari. But do you know that after that interlocutory section that was completely laced with all I had to offer, all wrapped in ideas, Lancelot finally called me one day and told me that I should go and support Akpata. And as I speak to you, he's using that same forum to garner those in diaspora for Akpata. Akpata whose nickname is Poison. Akpata who has no shared vision, who just bought Labour Party and want to ride on the sentiment of the obedient. The Labour Party will fail. I know that for a fact. Sir, do you know all these mistakes made? And for the fact that APC also chose a man who cannot express himself, is why Aswe Godalo, who is part of the decay, is seeming like the bride right now. Because I was abandoned. Those who should have seen that my manifesto transcends beyond Edo State. Those who should have seen that what I'm talking about goals is a nationalistic ideology. Those who should have seen it in that wise abandoned me to the cause of trying to push the Onarima mandate myself. And that is a major problem. Now, if you say going forward, sir, I will only just be adding voice. But is it voice that we add alone? Yes, I plan on having a channel. I plan on going out of the country because I can't speak within this country. They will have the DSS wrap me up within minutes and have me locked up for no reason. And I will rot there and die there because my children will suffer. Not even you or anybody here will remember my children and my wife. And so I don't want to be like Kensari, who after all he did and gave up his life, today the petroleum industry bill is still in shambles. While there's still vast exploitation of the Niger Delta and the pollution thereafter, and share corporation is still masturbating the wealth of the people. I don't want to be in that category, sir. I want to be part of those who will call Nigerians and say, I blame all of you because I told you. Instead, you went with immediate gratification. Yes, I will put a channel to do that. Now we'll be Pepe.
So you are saying you don't want to be in the image of like
Now,
Sarawiwa that
forefather,
has
forefather,
died
let me
for
say
a
something to
cause.
you. Let me say something, forefather. Let me say something, forefather. You are only here today to add a voice because you breathe.
Yes.
There was a verse of the Bible I read where even Peter complained about Apostle Paul. But you see, Apostle Paul himself knew to wait till he get to a certain level before he could criticize Peter. If he had done earlier, they would have pushed him away. You see, until you give a stage for a voice like mine to now become nationalistic. Imagine if Peter Obi became president. Do you know today, whether Peter Obi will be messing up or not, he must have inspired a lot of micro Obi. The very idea that Nigeria wants to go to production, less corruption, blocking all the loopholes where they fleece our resources from, that ideology went ahead. If you want to reform Nigeria, those who have escaped the nest, it is mostly their responsibility. Some of us here, girl will talk rich, una no see us again. Life goes on. I lost my mother 2 months ago. Has life not gone on? Am I not on air talking with you today? If I lose my life,
don't you think that, like, you know, I get what you are saying as a man and with a family, you don't want to lose your life and worry about the outcomes for your family. You see what I mean? I understand that. But in this life, we only have one purpose. To better to protect our lives and make sure that our family are fine. And Ken Saro-Wiwa, for better or for worse, we remembered for doing what he did. And a lot of people were born in his time, and most of them are not remembered for anything. So, is it not like worthy for anybody to fight for a cause and, if necessary, die for that cause?
Forefather, I just want to be remembered for the good things that I did, not for the things I died trying to do. I'm being frank to you. I want to be remembered. I want to be remembered to have caused an industrial revolution. I want to be remembered to have used ideas to lead government. I want to be remembered that I have created people, micro people who are bigger than me, who are greater than me. I don't want to be dead.
But does that not lead you to a compromising situation then? Because sometimes the path you have to walk, you have to be ready to face the possibility
Now,
of
Mr. Forefather,
demise.
if you want people like me to keep up, help me fund my election. Let me have security today. Just hear that today he has settled the security. From this hotel room where I'm talking now, there are mopos and soldiers outside there. Give me the resources to unite even the bad boys. And you will see that I will turn Nigeria around from Edo State. It's as simple as that. Give me the resources to unite even the bad boys, because the bad boys are ordinary people and they are suffering. Give me that amplify my voice.
Mr. Paul, you've given a good
today and see that there will not be a revolution in Nigeria.
Mr. Paul, you've given a very pragmatic answer. I just want to say this. I'm not trying to be sarcastic or anything. I believe the Edo election, like every other election in Nigeria, is just a jungle fever. I would say, please gather your strength after everything, after the fever subsides. The country still needs you. You're going to play a major role in changing the system. But the system has to go. Whatever system we have now has to go.
Now, Mr. Ferrer, I want to quickly ask you a question, please. I want to quickly ask you a question because we are talking like brothers now. Now, somebody called me from APC, the National Organizing Secretary, through the National Organizing Secretary. And the idea is that the person who called me is a friend of mine who is close to them, called me from the US and said that I should not end up like Ushore, who is now perceived like a troublemaker. He said Shore is just perceived as a troublemaker. He said that I need a stage, that my voice needs a stage. My ideas need a stage, that they are willing to give me that stage to execute, in which case I could take that stage now, grow some financial muscle, come back after some time and continue this. Do you see that as an idea?
Please, whatever you do, don't take any stage from the APC. The APC right now is like the Nazi party.
No, sir,
It's like
you
the
must
Nazi
know.
party.
Yes,
Whatever
you
you
must
do,
know.
stay the hell
Now,
away
I'm going
from the
somewhere.
political.
The Nazis
I'm going
killed
somewhere.
millions of people. They are not the
Now,
same.
APC is killing millions of Nigerians. Forefather, let's face the fact.
sir,
APC is
sir,
like the Nazi party. Stay the
I'm going
hell
somewhere
away
with that
from them.
narrative, sir. I was going somewhere with that narrative, sir. But you see, in all of this young man here is only saying it out because he did not accept. Shouldn't that be something that naturally should tell you and other persons that this kind of person deserves a place and deserves our support? But I'm very disappointed in your
You do, but for for me, I don't believe that system going to yield anything. That's the election going to yield anything. So let's wait until we are ready to reach the critical mass. You will need
I'm somebody who has never done anything by his strength. If I tell you that
the system that creates this much problem for that country is not going to be the ones that will solve it.
Now I'm telling you that as somebody who understands the principles of spirituality, I understand that the physical is mostly controlled by the spiritual. If I tell you that by God's grace, some of us may not hold on to that. You tell me in politics, no, I believe God alone in politics. Paul has never done anything and succeeded without God. And I feel like God is going to clear this process out. I know it's a Herculean task. I know that even if I get 2 billion today, I may not be able to still get as close to there. But you see, when God is involved in the affairs of a man, those ahead of him will clear road for him unknowingly. And that is why I've resolved to be on this race to the finish line. Whether you people support me or don't support me.
I admire your optimism and I support you.
One of the things I would say is that if you have you are in a campaign where the other side has a lot more money, you take the Trump approach. You do things that give you attention, that you get free coverage from, you get free publicity from. So that's a form of asymmetric struggle. Whereby
it's very easy.
I'm not saying you should be talking like Trump, but
it's very easy in that kind of society. It's easy for you to get prominence by just making some sense. It's so easy for you to stand against a policy and be vocal about it and get recognition for it. But in this part of the world, sir, your visibility is your money.
Maybe it's creative thinking. Nobody thought about that about Trump until he did it. Trump got billions of coverage for free because he
are you saying that it's possible Trump staged his own assassination attempt?
Oh no, not this one. I'm talking about this earlier campaign where he won against Hillary Clinton, where he beat Hillary Clinton. So the idea was that during the election process, they found out that he got a lot of coverage for free because of the crazy stuff he was saying and the crazy things he was doing.
Crazy guy. Yeah, Trump is a crazy guy. But you know, Trump went as far as even talking against the Pope. Trump portrayed himself as perhaps a racist and started trying to do damage control on that. Trump spoke against the Latinos. Trump was vocal on issues that should destroy a campaign. But you see, Trump understood that the American electorates, especially the old apostolics and the rednecks, want such a person.
What we want, we shouldn't learn to be like Trump because Trump will create a lot of division. But the idea is to have a way of combating people that have a lot of money, and that's what he did. He was able to combat. He has a lot of money, but he didn't spend a lot of his money. He was busy getting free media coverage. So, and if there's a strategy, if I was your campaign advisor, that if with less resources, I will get a lot of coverage. Mazi Prince, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your time here. You have been very patient. I'm sure you have a question for the guest and the YPP candidate of Edo State.
Yeah, forefathers, it's afternoon here, and probably London, you guys should be in your evening, and then Paul, you should be in your evening. Pretty much, I think this is my second time of meeting you. No, I think it should be the third time because I met you on the Comrade show too. However, my question to you is, yes, you are running for the governorship of Edo State. I lived in Edo until 1994 when I actually left Edo State. So when you talk about places like close to Santana Market. Now, at that area, there used to be expatriates that lived there, and at that time, Edo State was known for rubber and when you have all those yai and kind of like logs and rubber. Now, in as much as I don't want you to kind of like pretty much explain everything in full details, is there anything in your books in regards to investing in rubber production and what Edo State is being known for, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, you see, I like to be very blunt on issues so that people will see me through and through and probably forgive me if they forgive me for my utterances if it's not directly serving their purpose. It's so easy for me to tell you, don't worry, that's normal. We're going to plant rubber trees. We're going to go into this and this and this. After all, the PDP candidate came up one day to say, in the first 100 days in office, he's going to plant 200,000 trees. So these things are easy to say. The first question is this: do we even understand the current state of our rubber plantation? Has somebody been tapping it for personal wealth in the name of being government, or there is no existence of rubber plantation? I remember when I was growing up, sometimes you will perceive smelly truck pass carrying lobs of rubber. And this is something that is wealth in itself. Its post-production values are innumerable. But I cannot guarantee you that I have been seeing so much of such rubber movements or the same old smell I used to see while I was a child. But what I can tell you is this: people like me are looking for everything moribund to create wealth with. I told somebody that Ethio Publishing, for example, if you leave it there, you have reduced life further. For me, do business with the 36 states of Nigeria. Anything we have, let it be business. Edo Korea is moribund, but why is God is good making so much money from Korea service? Edo Line is moribund. Why is Iyari Motors making money from transportation? Today, the juice factory, the Ewu flour mill has finally been sold, and the man they sold it to bought it out of genuine concern. It was bought by Pastor Chris because they wanted to sell it to Alaji in the north. Pastor Chris just said, no, this thing should stay with my people. Because if he buys it, Alaji will bring his people to come and be working there. So Pastor Chris went and bought it and appointed somebody to start running the flour mill. Today, that place is producing flour. My question is, why maybe those are sold it? Is it that it was not yielding money before they sold it? Or is it that they don't understand that the future will grow so that there'll be more dependence on flour? Go and look at the moribund from Edo Pharmaceuticals in Okoro, that gigantic structure. Meanwhile, pharmaceutical companies are relocating out of Nigeria. Drugs are becoming more and more expensive. Why can't a government just, okay, let me face this side to create wealth and employ my people and create wealth? One man has most of the drugs in Nigerian antibiotics market, Juhel from Enugu State. Is the maker of Vasoprene. How is it that a state cannot run pharmaceutical business, productions, when there are pharmacists? Even if you don't have here, you can go and even collect some from Juhel. You can make the head producer of Juhel Panadol an offer to relocate him to Benin, to Edo. The truth is, I really don't want to glory much in Nigeria's problem. I'm just asking God, if it is your will that I add my voice to solve this, that I add the ideas you have laced my mind to solve this, I will gladly do before I die. But I'm now just so exhausted in talking, because it's like the more I talk, the more even those that should take up my requests for support, the more they take to political divide. In the diaspora network, the man I am most disappointed in is the owner of that commercial. After you made your choice, you're not telling me. He told me bluntly, it sounded like an insult on another live program, that I should capitulate and go and support Akpata. I'm not going anywhere. I looked at him. You are talking from Europe. It's easier for you to talk from Europe now. Maybe Akpata has promised you a commissioner appointment. I was disappointed. I never wanted to have meetings with Nigerians in diaspora again. I just felt like they are divided already along political lines. Some are APC, some are PDP, some are Labour. What am I going to be telling these guys? Because my thoughts before now is that when I make my campaigns out, diasporans will be my first leverage for funding. But the same people don't want to. Or maybe they are waiting. Whatever it is, I'm gassing out. I'm gassing out. And when Mr. Ferrari was telling me just now that I should try and stay on, I said, how am I going to stay on with pure water? Our electorate are not the type you really make sense to and leave them alone. As you're making sense to them, you are sharing food also, or drink or water to make more sense to them.
Wow.
If I want to even get there at all, I must play it their way. It is when you now get there, you can now start sanitizing the system. If I there's a way you
but do you have to play their way though? You see, maybe just because it's what we know.
No, the language their way. Please don't get it out of context. The language their way is this. People have been bedeviled by severe hunger. You don't tell me about your relation in Benin. Your relation may be educated, doing one or two things. I'm telling you, the streets. We see when you turn that corner, the people that live in Upasia or Uhege, those that live in Upper Siloko Road and Ewotubu, those that live in the obscurity in Fuga or Anegbete, those kind of people, they are like people you want to convert to Christianity. The best way to convert them, for them to listen to your gospel, is to cook food and bring. While they are eating, they are happy with you, they are listening to you. Until you get to that spot, you will just be seen as another smart, brilliant talker, and you talk your life out and walk away. So elections in Nigeria, elections in Nigeria have become so expensive.
Sorry, can I just ask something quickly? You said something about funding from the diaspora network or something like that. Do you have like a good GoFundMe that you want to share with the viewers?
No. Somebody said they created one for me today, but one of our supporters just reached out to me and said, "Man, I'm going to make a GoFundMe account for you. Let us say I will get this voice and people and all that." But the truth is, when they make the GoFundMe account, it's not people that will carry. Who do I take it to? The least I could do is try to market it on social media. But when you talk on forums like this, I would. The last time I was on one of these forums, I can't remember. The moderator told me that there were more than 700 persons across the world that was on live that day listening to me, and 440. They were from 40 different countries. But you know, they all appreciated and saluted, except for few persons who decided to speak to me as though I don't know what I'm saying, that I should go and capitulate. I'm not going anywhere. But the vast majority agreed with me. This same vast majority that agree with me, they are nationalists, but you just don't agree with the candidate such as I am and leave me there.
That's the thing now. But so when you say GoFundMe, somebody created it for you, but why don't you just create it for yourself so that now when you come to shows like this, you say, okay, if you support what I've said, you've heard what I've said, so that people can actually support you. The idea is to give people a way to support you.
It is my email. It's my younger brother is helping me to create it at home. You know, he just came me some few days ago and said, okay, he wants to do this. So I don't have knowledge in creating GoFundMe, really. I'm sure it's a simple thing, but he just told me he's going to do it. So when he's done, I will send it to your WhatsApp number. I have some of your WhatsApp number. I have your WhatsApp number. I have Dr. Damage's WhatsApp number. But I pray it doesn't just remain on your WhatsApp. Because if we're able to bend people's attention to one thing, now we're all saying we want good leadership, we're praying for good leadership. I told people, stop praying. Go and work for one. I cannot be telling you the truth and telling you how they are fleecing your resources and telling you what we need to do to stand up as a wasting generation. And then you just leave me to keep talking like that. I will gas out. I'm a human being. Especially an individual who is self-funding himself. If we are even concerned about Nigeria, we should be, some of us who are privileged or who have one or two resources should be looking for a way to get voices such as my voice to be there. Even if it doesn't win, it must have sold an idea in the heart of the people. So when you tell me, when Ferrari asked me what would be your role going forward, you know, as somebody that is perceived to have a lot to offer, I can't offer anything if I'm hungry. If I go bankrupt tomorrow, I can't offer anything.
That's exactly what I say to them all the time. You need funding for all these movements. If you want to have a movement, you have to have funding for it. The Ferreira, you know, I mentioned that to you before. So that I agree with you on that. You don't. So for what you want, when you provide it, they have heard you. Some people want to support you, but they don't have any means of doing that. So I will share it with them. Share your video of what you are saying now. Say, remind them that this is you. If they want to support you, they are free to go and support you. That has nothing to do with Dr. Damages, because Dr. Damages is neutral to everybody and gives everybody
I
their
know.
chance. So,
I
and given I hear what Ferrari said about you, your voice is a voice that needs to be heard. And what I would say is that our inheritance is not enjoyment. Our inheritance is not safety. Yeah, well, yeah. I will oversee saying all these things, but our inheritance is that if we want to fix that country, all those things have to fly through the window, because our job is to do what needs to be done. If we fall, the next person carries on until we get ourselves out of the mess we are in. That's all we can do, because all this dying for nothing that we are doing for Nigeria, we are suffering and still dying anyway. So we might as well do it for something. And this is why I like to think that Sarawak didn't die for nothing, even if his achievement is not, the fruition is not there yet, but he made a move. He moved the dial. Somebody has to keep moving the dial until we get to the promised land. So I really appreciate your time here, and I hear your passion. I hear your passion, and like I said, I do like the idea that you like to hear your voice. That is a new one on me. I've learned that, because I do like to hear my voice, but I don't say it out in the open. But I don't, I don't say it out in the open. You are giving me permission to do that now. So I really appreciate you. I think Amy has joined us. I don't know, Amy, do you have any questions that you want to ask the candidate? I think he's been going for 3 hours now, so we don't want to keep him here forever.
Absolutely.
Please go ahead.
Okay, yes. Mr. Paul Okungbowa. Yes, I appreciate your wonderful, thoughtful submissions and your actions. I know, because for you to be contesting, you are taking action against the system, and I think you deserve a lot of applause and respect for that. But my little question is, in order to have this voice completely fair and open, I'll ask, do you have your worth, your present worth in terms of financial worth, in terms of assets, and do you have it open such that for people to support you, they want to see that as well, that they can trust you. This is what you have, and in case by God's grace you get the votes and you become the governor of your state after the years, you can be compared and say, yes, afterwards, this is still your worth. You get the point. So do you have that? Your network, is it outside? Is it there in the open that people can scrutinize and have the confidence in you? Because that's also another way to buy the confidence of some people.
Yeah. Okay. It's you came late to the program though. I have discussed how we have been able to create a network of people and create even down to units and wards and local governments with offices within a space of 1 month and some 2 weeks, and it all happened courtesy my advocacy on radios. And when I'm done talking, people just call. And so far, we've been able to harmonize even the portal that I spoke to just now, which is the INEC agent portal. Most political parties are still finding it difficult to complete theirs. It's 4,519 agents, polling agents. As of yesterday, we have been able to upload almost 3,000. We have boots on the ground. We have young persons everywhere, but we just lack that funding.
No. I think you didn't get my question. Sorry. I'm asking your net worth itself, so that
my net
just
worth.
for accountability.
Okay,
yes.
let me put it down.
I'm not saying
let me put it down.
No, I'm not saying you tell
okay.
me, sir. I'm only asking that, do you have it there in the open, so that
now
this is also one of the things that people can
let me lay it down if it answers your questions. I have a business in
maybe you should get my question.
No, I think he's got the question now. Amy, I think he's got the question now.
I do.
Okay,
I just do
fine.
not want to respond with a statistics like, okay, I'm worth XYZ amount of money. So let me try and lay it down.
He does hear questions, even if sometimes he acts as if he doesn't hear it. He does hear very well.
I hear every question, sir. So
thank you.
I have at the age of 40, I have more than 500 persons that work for me. And I have 24 pre-university tutorials spread across the 18 local governments of Edo State. And I have 5 schools, Cavalry Crown Academy. It's a quite, the prominent school in Edo here. And I have 3 car washes. I have 1 restaurant and a lounge. I produce detergents for washing cars and I sell at same. I have outdoor business for advertising, although the government cut down a lot of my billboards because I was into billboards before. I just have like 10 left, I do a lot of consultation for people and their businesses, and I get paid to do this. Let's just say I have a phone and a gadget shop where I retail and sell phones and gadgets. I have a CBT center for teaching young persons how to create wealth on the internet space, how to make wealth without fraud on the internet space. I have 24 laundry outlets. These 24 laundry outlets, I just added a new part of it, which is laundromats. We're now washing offices and homes for these boys that have plenty money and they don't want to work with their hands. All of these are like put together, the businesses that I do. They are not, I don't have any other, like anything that is sharp and smart for creating money. But I would say that at the end of every year, when I put everything together, I'm glad that by God's grace, I'm able to pay 500 persons and then live to an extent in a way and manner, even if I do not live like a Dangote or $10, but I'll be able to provide for my kids, provide for my wife, and extend some courtesy of finances to some people who have needs around me and still help some people. Like I have an outreach. I use Facebook to do my outreach. I beg people for money for people who have diseases sometimes. The last girl I raised funds for her kidney, she eventually died because we couldn't raise enough to have transplant for her. And I try to I do songs a lot. I sing. I try to get people. I just have a people-centric nature. I'm just tired, and I protested against the political equation in our state and in our country. I've seen that protesting will not work, and I feel like God has really blessed me with a lot of ideas. My ideas are very luminous and they can transcend to economic reality, but it needs government policy. My ideas can mostly not run as an individual. It's going to take a lot to run them as individuals, but when I run these ideas, I can create an economic revolution for our people. And so, in summary, I'm not a wealthy person, but I'm not so broke. I can afford to pay air tickets and jackba and leave everybody here and carry my children along. So
Mr.
I'm
Paul,
just this simple guy.
Thank you very much.
So
I really appreciate it. So sorry, Mr. Ferrer, I just want a little, Mr. Forefathers, just a little advice that came to me. My advice is that I will appreciate, because I think you are really buying a lot of minds right now. But one way to capture some other minds is that maybe you come with your proposal, especially if you want this kind of diaspora group to help you, is come with your proposal, and that should include your totalness in it. That this is me, this is what I want, and this, because this is the essence of that, is just to give them the front that you can be trusted, and that whatever fund is being given is not for you to put in your pockets. Of course, not that you have it, but just to also paint that picture properly. This is what I want, and this is, so if they can go and make their research, and afterwards, once they trust you with funds and you do your thing, they can confidently say, this is who this person is, this is who he has been all this while. I think that's just my submission. Thank you very much.
I understand. I will
God
submit.
prosper you.
Amen. I will submit a proposal through Forefather. I think Forefather, I don't know if you're the one that was chatting with me via WhatsApp.
Yes, I was.
Okay, I will try my best to do that. But I also want to beg this house that you should join me to expose capacity and expose inefficiency. You know, it's not just fair that some people, because they have money, they can't just want to buy leadership space and keep using the tax of the people for their own self-aggrandizement. I want to beg this house and Dr. Damages and forefathers to see if you guys can organize an extensive debate for all the candidates. The one that does not come, then campaign against that person. I want this house to call everybody. If you call me again, even if it's 5 hours, so long as you guarantee me that there are people willing and ready to listen, but make sure you call Aswe Godalo. Make sure you call Akbakomiza. Make sure you call Akbata. Ask them questions. If they cannot prove to you that they can cause an economic rebound and make things work in Edo State, then you owe it to your conscience to start a massive campaign against them. You owe it. You owe it to those of us here who have no hope of leaving this country. The ordinary people who do not have that hope that they can even live. That boy who has a lifestyle disease that is most likely going to die because of poor health care. See, if this forum can hold all the candidates to ransom, if you can bring them, hold them to ransom, hold me to ransom, shake all of us back and forth, rectify, scrutinize. After that, make a public declaration. That will help a lot. If your public declaration is not for me, I will understand that I've not been able to convince you. But I don't like what Comrade Show is doing. He has started campaigning for Akbata. If he wants us to help him stain his white with Akbata and Akbata's deeds, we will do it. We will raise the street and stain Comrade Lancelot white. He's abroad. He should not be telling us who to vote for. He should rather be portraying. This is what I know. You cannot hear a candidate such as I have done to you and you agree with me, but because you think I don't have money, you not tell me that the next best thing is Akbata because he has money. That's not fair. So please, sir, while I appreciate this forum, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak. I will always want, even if it's a 10-hour engagement, my brother, now what I get, I will sell the vision tirelessly. But these guys should just stop hiding under media and big name and driving convoy and police and then seize all the people, collect the steeds of the young people, get them to be shouting, hey! At the end, nothing. This should offend those of you in diaspora who do not depend on crumbs anymore to live life. I mean, today they cannot bribe the diaspora community, except those who are looking for appointments through them. Because I said it earlier that the diaspora community, in my own opinion, has been divided across political lines. If it was a complete group of people looking for Nigerians to fix Nigeria, they would. Lance will not tell me what he told me. Or he will not even open his Facebook and start telling people, I swear, Akbata is this, Akbata is that. If he wants us to, like I said, we will stain his white very soon. We will stain it for him.
Thank you. I'm gonna pass this on to Dr. Damages to see if he can organize a debate.
Father, please, I'm not taking words from your mouth. Mr. Paul, you keep talking about Igodalo and Akbata, and I've not heard you talk about Okwebolo. Is there any, are you looking down on him or whatever it is? I'm just saying.
Okay.
I don't know if any other person noticed it.
Maybe his name is harder to pronounce now.
Let me be candid here, sir. If you conduct a poll today among the candidates, Okpebholo will not come distance 10. You see, Okpebholo's conspicuity now is just premised on big party and structure. I have been able to make Young Progressive Party very luminous. I've been able to bring it to limelight. So when I make reference to those other guys, it is that they are the ones that can even take up microphone and try to talk to the people. Okpebholo does not engage. I would not want to accept what PDP has branded him as somebody who is dull. I don't want to accept that. But I don't also feel like he wants to engage. Because if he wants to engage, they have the resources now. If people are announcing your diaspora meeting that Okpebholo is coming on, a lot of people want to hear, okay, the APC guy, what does he have to say? But you see me, an obscure party, making the effort because I have dreams to share. So the other guys are just fooling the people. Is riding.
So if you had to take a poll now of in Edo State, where would you be and who do you think would be ahead of you at the moment? I know that you would like to think you're at the top, but
No.
Okay, just give us your opinion, I guess.
I wanted to. I don't know where. I'm trying to look for a group. Somebody sent me an online poll going on. I have no interference with that online poll. Let me see. I deleted the message when it was sent to me. I left the group actually. I left the group. Let me see if the person sent it to me personally. Somebody sent me an online poll that is going on. Oh, the guy did not send it to me. It's in that group I left. It's in the group I left. Somebody sent me an online poll going on. Who would you vote for in Edo 2024? I said yesterday before I left that group, sir. I'm leading. Because my voice is actually everywhere, actually. Ask your people, call them, ask them, radio, man around town, super area parliament, ask them. In that poll, I led all of them. Akbakum is APC came fourth. It was only Aswe that came side by side with me. I won that poll, and it's for me, it was very
Is that the
interesting.
only poll you've seen?
Yes, that's the only poll I've seen. That's the only poll I've seen. And then this PDP guy, Ogbede Ifalu Isibo, did a poll on his wall. That was somewhere around April 2023. Of the 242 persons who spoke about their candidates and who they would like to vote for, I have 196. What people don't even know is that my business drew me closer to the people. I'm the owner of the lecture they call Gorilla Brains. It's everywhere. I've raised giants. That lecture is 20 years old. I started it when I was 20 years old. The popular Nigerian mission they call Rema attended my lecture in Ekenwan Road. There's no corner you mention my name. They know me. It's like, see, I'm not struggling for the popularity. It's just to get my message out. There's no corner. They just mention Gorilla
if you're
Brains.
popular, how come you're struggling for funds? You would think when somebody's popular, they do get funds from,
Sir, let's face the reality, sir. Let's face the reality. I don't belong to a class where the monies can readily come. Let me say this, and it's a fact. If I've been doing Yahoo for the past 10 years, and let's say I've been doing Aza, if I assemble 100 Yahoo boys, they will fund the election. But I have no relationship with them. And they are the ones that have liquidity. Am I expecting funds from the guy who just... it's only a few people who have this national consciousness of trying to do something that is over and above them. If I was in the political class wherein I've done one or two Iggy Yaga for them, today I'll be rallying support from there. Now imagine if I was also into oil bunkering. Fellow oil bunkers know me. The oil independent marketers know me. Don't you think I would have done a dinner where they come and do some funding? So should I now start regretting my life that I did not do any of these illegal things that bring real money, that bring big money? I'm proud of what I have done. People know me for what I have done. I've been an educator for the past 20 years. The simple business such as car wash and the restaurant brings me across people. Like I said, I'm a people-centered person. But most of these people that I'm centered around, what do you think is happening to them? Everybody's lamenting now. They are all opening lamentations. Those that can fund the election, like yesterday, this afternoon, I visited Pastor Moses, who is the regional pastor of Christ Embassy. This was his word. Of all the persons that I've played this, so you make more sense to me. And by this week, he told me before Friday, Pastor Chris will hear everything I have to say. Let me pray that Pastor Chris decides that, okay, let us support this young voice. I know he's not into politics and all that, but the church also has a responsibility to see our voices such as ours don't just go sleeping. I'm reaching out, but do I come from a rich background where I can leverage on my late father's relationship? How many persons can I call that will say, okay, we'll send you like 1 million or 500,000 to support you? But does that ostracize me? Does that take away the fact that I know what to do if I get there? No.
Okay, so let me just give some pop questions now. These are just questions to get an idea of your sensitivities and this thing. Do you support Nigeria having native language as official languages?
Can we adopt one native language?
We can adopt multiple. Like countries have up to 12. I think South Africa has up to 12, and you can adopt language based on population. You say if you population.
So what is the essence? What is the essence of the idea of adopting our local languages as an official means of communication when we are all from diverse background and we have diverse tongue? I think Pidgin English still remains a unifying factor. I mean, no one can actually say we got English, we got Pidgin English we mutilated English and adopted Pidgin English. So I think a president should speak in Pidgin English boldly and proudly, because a vast majority of his constituents and his people understand Pidgin English as against English. Of course, English is our communicable lingua franca. One cannot begin to adumbrate just now that we should now start communicating in Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa or Efik when we are all not, we don't all understand Efik, but we all understand Pidgin English. So Pidgin English is still a preferred language.
Okay, so that is your opinion on that. Okay, and regarding the headgear that our lawyers use, do you think we should do away with it, or it doesn't matter?
Honestly speaking, is there any disadvantage to wearing the headgear?
Okay, so you don't see any problem with it.
Now, look at the accoutrements that go with legality. When you see a judge graced in the attire, that's attire that gives the impression of a jurist. It is admirable. I've always seen that wig as a symbol of knowledge. And I don't think in any way it even adds or removes to our national disaster to either be adumbrating or whether or not it makes sense for them to use it or not. Right now, change of national anthem is not our problem. Neither is change of wig going to be a solution to our problem. We need a national confab. We need people who are smart enough and dispassionate enough to look at issues and adumbrate, and then we need a president who is willing to implement certain things that have been discussed before, such as your Oronsaye recommendation. And we need a confab. I'm of the opinion that we need a national forum. In fact, we can do an online national forum instead of this come to Abuja where they steal a lot of money and tell you the billions is spent in organizing it. Let us have a national. The Nigerian state can develop a portal that will be a receptacle of everybody's opinion and gradually begin to make reference back to it. One way or another, you may be able to filter wisdom from Mr. James where he is. You can filter wisdom from forefather. You can. We just need to have a national discussion on a lot of issues that are obviously going to divide us if we are not careful.
Okay, thank you. So are you in support of the recent change of the national anthem to?
No, I'm not. I'm finding it difficult to learn it, sir. I'm not. It's
okay,
not.
you're not.
It's not
Okay.
improving my economy. It's not. If it was improving my economy, I was like, okay, it's not. I think President Tinubu just wants a legacy that the national anthem was done by so and so person and changed by so and so person. I just think that's what he wants.
If he wanted it, then why not have Nigerians come together and write a new one?
No, it's obvious. Well, they might be looking at the timeline, they're looking at the economic implication. Okay, let them just adopt the old one. But whether we like it or not, it's already in history that Tinubu changed the national anthem. So if that is what he wanted, he has gotten it.
If he's gotten it, I guess he hopes that people like me don't inherit his throne. Because if we did, we are going to remember him as a very disastrous decision for a leader to go and change an anthem to what the colonizer wrote, ignoring 200 million people from a country that is music.
That is the real sad part of it. An anthem that carries completely, it embodies our sufferings. An anthem that each time we sing, we'll remember those that gave it to us, and those that gave it to us were never fair to us. An anthem that keeps us tied to an apartheid situation. An anthem that tells you of a neo-colonialistic movement across the length and breadth and wealth of Africa. And those who gave it to you, this for me is just sad.
So, but you notice that the first three options that I was given, two are the native language and headgear. You deferred to the colonial versions. And the truth is that
I said Pidgin English, and I love the regalia of legality.
Yes, but it's still a hand down from the colonizers. Most other people that the colonizers
can we take away everything that we got from the colonizers? So will you
not everything?
Should they put palm frond on their head, or just
no? You don't have to put anything. The South African judge that took Israel to court that the whole world is following didn't have a headgear on his head. You see what I mean? So we have to. I think that because the reason why I ask these questions is that if you don't start realizing that we are a unique people, we are different from other people.
The
And these
significance,
colonizers,
the significance of the national anthem can never in any way be compared to wigs and perhaps wearing tie, because a lot of us should give up wearing tie and we should stop wearing tie. But the truth is, the national anthem is more symbolic than the wine that we drink today. We didn't go back to Gogoro or palm wine. Those wine, those sorts of gin have possibly been relegated at some quarter. But today we are drinking Courvoisier, we are drinking Belarus, we are drinking what they call all of these things that they drink. But we cannot take away certain things, sir. Certain things cannot. It's like taking away the education. This British education was never part of the African education system. The African system was very communal. You know, we had a community-based idea of educating our people. After all, we're already a city here in Benin before they invaded, and that's why they likened the Benin city to, that's why they attached the Apele city to Benin. There was already crude knowledge going on. Our forefathers already had oil and palm as street lights, you know. So can we just now revert back to that and push the conventional education away? No, sir. But you see, this national anthem where I have to sing the songs of my colonizer is what I just have a problem with. I can wear his shirt and sing his song.
the shirt is not his. The shirt is something that happened to them too. The headgear is a headgear of a white hair, judging black people constantly. And even Americans don't use it. A lot of the world has done away with it. And we still use their language as if we are crippled not to use our own languages as official language. The English language can be a business language, like other nations have done. So what I'm saying is that this is what, when you were saying our people's collective intelligence has not risen enough to understand that they need their own language. Our collective intelligence has not risen enough to understand that we need to do away with certain things, not everything that is not helping us. Because if you have your own people looking, somebody wearing white and then passing judgment on their own people, tomorrow if you see somebody wearing that white, subliminally, that white hair that Oyibo carry is going to influence that our own people. That Jesus that they worship, that has a white hair, blue eyes, and everything, is going to affect us subliminally. You are going to sit in a boardroom with them tomorrow, and you're going to negotiate with them. How can you negotiate with Jesus? How does that work? How does it work when you speak a language that of other people that they believe that that's the language of angels, and you want to go and negotiate, you compete with these people in the true world? These are the kind of things we want to know about our leaders, because what I see in our leaders is that they are too open to other people, as if we are not our own people. It's like we are here to serve other people. That is what it's like. We don't say, okay, we are our own people, we have to have our own language, we have to have our own thing. There's no reason why we cannot. We can have all those things just like everyone else does. And if we have these things, it helps us, because our language is how we evolved. The way our minds work is how our language evolved. Our reality is like that. But to be speaking other people's language where they hear everything we say, there's no filter at all. And it enriches us, for us, our own children, to wake up and say, you know what, this is our language. I'm just saying all these things because one lady, Dr. Rekana, was asked, what's our problem? She said, it's our mind. It's in the mind. Our mind, we've not necessarily freed ourselves from all these shackles that is holding us. Because we think it's just nothing. We think it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. But it's symbolic. It's telling, you are signaling that you are not in that mindset anymore. You have seen yourself as being free. I can give you an example of an experiment that was carried out in America. It's called the Jane Elliott experiment. They call it the blue eye and brown eye experiment. She, in the classroom, told the students in the classroom that the blue eye children are special, the brown eye children are rubbish, and the brown eye children are just no good people, and the blue eye children are the intelligent ones. Guess what happened? Within days, when they were monitoring them, they found out that over time, the blue eye children started performing better than the brown eye children. And when they reversed it again, the brown eye children started performing better than the blue eye children. What that tells you is that the mindset you have has an effect in your outlook in life. And we have to start understanding that if we don't change our mindset, it affects every decision we make. We don't even recognize when we are doing it. But that's just me and me ranting away. Masca is having technical issues. I really appreciate your time here, and you have spoken to us like one of us. and a lot of people like the way you are spoken, and they even want you to remain in the Nigerian space because they know your voice is needed. We have a lot of work to do. I have a lot of work to do. I'm not here blaming anybody. I have to hold myself accountable for my part. We all have to hold ourselves accountable for our part in this thing that we find ourselves. There's a reason why I chose this name, because one of the oldest books I read in Nigeria when I was growing up was I think Olarotimi. He wrote Ovara Nobaisi. When I read the story of Obaro and Obaisi, and I saw some of the stuff that happened then, and I asked myself, look at all the things all these people went through. Would they be happy with us today? All the stuff, all these our ancestors went through, would they be happy seeing us worshiping other people, doing other? No, they won't. They will be rolling in their graves. We have to get ourselves back. That is my own take on the Nigerian space. And like I said, if you once you get the GoFundMe up and running, send it to me. I will share it here, and I will share it repeatedly so that people know
Thank
that
you.
you get this thing. You get notified and support all the people that want to support you. They will support you, and I will pass the information to Dr. Damages to organize a debate. I'm glad you still have
Yes.
some time, about a month or so to 2 months for the
Yes.
elections. So to organize a debate so that we bring them on, and you come and talk. And maybe sometime, maybe when they come for an interview, then you can join too and give them woto, as they say.
No.
But
We can all be on air like this while people are viewing. We can all be in the studio. You know, I could be here, Bata could be here. Just let the questions come. The first, we don't, and tell them we are bringing you on to talk to diasporans why they should tell their people to vote for you. And it's going to take a long while. If you have 1 hour, speak to us about your manifesto. The rest will speak. When you are all done, questions will follow. And me, I'm the youngest. I'll be the last to speak out of respect.
I see. I don't know about you. You have big ideas, and like Ferrara said, there were young people in your time that shaped this country, and I think the young people should not necessarily apologize for it. If you want to take power, you have to take it. Don't expect the elders to give it to you.
Yes,
I
we're not.
appreciate your time here, Masca.
God bless.
I think Masca probably has a question for you, or do you have a question, Masca? Yeah, you are muted, Masca. Probably heavily delayed too.
Please kindly let me sign out. It's nearing bedtime in the Gambia.
Well, not really a question. It's just an advice.
Okay. James, please hold on first. Let Masca finish.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Paul?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Anyway, my network is not very good, so I'll just speak. Whether you hear me, hopefully you hear me. My advice is that I believe the YPP as a party is the national party across the country. I know a couple of people who are members of the party outside the state, so that YPP as a whole should be able to come into Edo State and support you.
We're on it. We're on it. I've spoken to the national leadership. They know we have a chance. But like I said, I've not gotten much response anyway, but I'm on it.
And I must say, as an individual, you are an outstanding person. In the context of Nigeria, you've accomplished quite a lot, and you did it the hard way. I've always said
Thank
that
you.
people like you deserve the respect that they get because you didn't take the shortcuts. You are doing work, laundry, cleaning, everything. You are doing it all, and I really appreciate that. So I hope the viewers appreciate you for that too. And when the GoFundMe comes, you guys remember to support. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for joining us,
God
and
bless you.
thank you. And you can leave us the knuckle draggers behind now, and Mr. Mr. James, Yeah, I appreciate you for spending all this time with us. I know you say you want to go and rest.
Yeah, actually, it's already 8 o'clock in the Gambia. It's already dark. I have to go home.
Yeah, all right then. Thank you. And I really appreciate you for joining us. And man, I really wish I can visit Gambia again, man. It's only once I've been to Gambia. And man, I really wish I can come there. It's a nice place to be. And I hope it's still nice, just to get an update.
Yeah. There's political freedom of speech at the moment, unlike what it used to be during Yahya Jammeh's time.
Yeah.
The only problem now is the economy.
Mr. James, I thought Nigerian government talked about sending about 178 peacekeepers
Soldiers.
over there. Yeah, what are they doing? Policemen. What are they doing over there?
No, what is happening is that when Yahya Jammeh refused to leave in 2016, the Economic forces came. Nigeria, Ghana, I think Senegal, they brought troops. The Nigerian contingent, when they finish their term of duty, they go then replace them again. They go. I mean, that is how they'll be replacing them. So not long ago, a set of them completed a term of duty. They were decorated, and they left, and another set came over to replace them. So this is what is happening. It's not a new arrangement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nice easygoing country. Nice easygoing country, I have to say. And Mr. James, someday I will let you go now. Someday we are going to have a conversation about you not wanting to come back to Nigeria when you enjoyed all the goodies. After you enjoyed all the goodies of Nigeria, you don't want to come back now.
I will give reasons why I don't want to come back.
Okay,
Yes,
we're going to have it down.
I'm not eager at all. I'm not. Frankly speaking, I won't lie to you. I'm not eager.
I hear you. I hear you.
For the time.
Thank you. I appreciate your time here too. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, sir. All right. Okay. Now, we can go on with this discussion, or we can talk about Trump getting almost murdered, or talk about anything else, or talk about philosophy or religion or whatever we want to talk about. So, what a day.
For me, I would say for that of Trump, can we just leave it? No. The reason is this, okay? Already, nothing has been done yesterday. The Sun already alleged that it is radical left. You understand? And I'm like, okay, which intel? And if they got that intel, then how come there was no security? How did that guy get on top of the roof? You understand? So the whole thing is, I'm like, for me, in as much as I don't like violence, I'm not in support of violence. You understand what I mean? But Trump himself is kind of like a patron of NRA. You understand? And we've been talking about, we are not, when we talk about guns, everybody have a right to own a gun. But owning, that assault rifle, Jesus Christ, with how many rounds or whatever it is, and even it's just a normal one, probably it could have been one or two. You understand? My heart goes out to the person that got killed, the innocent guy that got killed, or whatever it is. But for me, let's allow them to do their job. When the result comes out, we can now discuss it. That's for me. That's what I just don't want to.
How do you think this affects Democrats with their behavior with Biden?
It doesn't matter. Like I said before, I know that, to me, like I said, I don't even care if Trump wins or Biden wins. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. What affects me is my city, my county, and my state. That's all that matters to me. I have nothing with federal. It's just whatever. It doesn't really bother me. That's how it is over here. We don't really care about federal. It's whatever. But no matter what, my state will definitely go Democratic. So he's not. I think they have about is it 57 or 50 something electoral votes that we have. So that's what it is. But like I said, I choose to keep mum on that. Or Maska, you have something to say? Maska.
Masca's audio is very delayed. It's quite delayed, and it takes a while for him to catch it. You may want to go out and come back, Masca. So yeah, about the yeah, you see what I mean.
I guess Master, they're getting ready to protest. So the Nigerian government is now delaying their internet. They're helping them delay the internet.
How can you telegraph a protest and you expect it to happen like that? No, Nigerian government will prepare for you and make sure they try to sabotage it as much as possible.
But it's not right that they also bringing people to it don't make no sense though. It don't make no sense.
What are they doing?
Oh, it didn't. Okay, there's flyers now going around, and they're saying they are Tinubu, support group or whatever it is, and that those people who are coming out to protest just wants to bring answers to that they are anti-Nigerians and da. It's just whatever it is. But for me, Nigeria is what Nigeria is. We are here. We are watching. We can only support the little that we can.
That is true. That is a problem because you're going to see them counter the narrative.
You have people, yeah. And before you know it, they start fighting. And innocent people will just die for no reason. Jesus Christ.
Our people, I don't know how they have more money to protest that way, but they are not organized enough to protest. If you organize with Nigeria Watch, one man, this channel, and push one agenda, the leaders will not rest. You go on Twitter, because they all check everything. You see how they were complaining about the Adiola. If they see that everybody's complaining at them, they will do what you want them to do. Nobody has organized at that level, and they are just wanting to go on the street and go.
They have people in every platform. You know that.
You see?
They get feedback. Yes, they have people in every platform. I'm telling you. Like in this platform right here, one man went to Mo. It's one of their agents, which every one of us know.
Do you know that for sure?
Yes, for sure. For sure. And he gives them feedback. One man went to Mo BQB or whatever it is, and I don't know about Kulata, but and all that stuff. But those other people, they are their main agents. If they pay them, I don't know. But whatever it is, it's all good. Everybody is free.
I think we can start a campaign. I've always said I need to put some kind of stuff together for security, and then I think our electricity want to do for electricity. And you have to start a campaign. Like here in the UK, you have a TV channel. They will say they want to champion mental health. They will champion it and they will raise a lot of millions. And then when they are done with the campaign, they move on to the next thing. This is how you do stuff, and we've not really used this channel or most of our channel. We've never really used it to push one. Apart from election, though, they've done quite a good job at that. But in terms of policy change, they have not been under pressure at all. And one thing I know about the Nigerian government, when they are under pressure by the citizens, they move. Like with that cyber security, this thing, they change their mind very quickly. Palliative, they change their mind. I've seen this government change. Stand back from something that Nigerians don't like quite a few times, and I think if we really mean business, they will do what we want, because they know they don't have the numbers. If the people demand something and they don't do it, people come at them. They're not going to be able to stop people.
Of course,
because they're talking about millions of people. How are you supposed to fight them? But that said, anyway, this event yesterday is a big one, and it seems to have, for some reason, I don't know how to take it, this thing that happened to Trump, because I feel like when Trump fell down and they wanted to take him away, he had the presence of thought to say, hold on. Did you hear him say that? He said, hold on, before he raised his hand up. He raised his hand up.
And that sign he made, is that not Adolf Hitler's sign?
No.
Or white supremacy?
It's a black power kind of sign, if anything, really.
He's not black, so to be raising that as a black power. No, he's not black.
He just victory. I think he was doing victory sign. That's what he was doing.
My own is, at the end of the day, whatever it is, let's hear what it is. And I just don't want to speculate. I don't want to start My thing is this. Since 2015, he has security detail. As a former president, he has what do you call it? This secret service that have been attached to him since.
Yeah.
How could that guy go on
Somebody
the
saw
roof?
that man 2 minutes. According to one guy, he said he saw the guy
He
2
said
minutes
he saw
before
the guy
he saw.
standing there for a while, and that they were telling the policemen, and then the policemen were looking away. So I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, it's a bit
I don't know
confusing
what to
because
believe.
they said the guy was looking from roof to roof, roof to roof with a
And
gun.
then
And
how come if they really want it, believe you me, of a truth,
mm,
if they really want to, do a human job, they wouldn't have killed him. They should have just shot him, let him come and confess. After all, the person that attempted something on Ronald Reagan, he went to prison, right? And he
yes,
made some confessions. So
yes,
why not shoot these guys, whatever, because we want to hear him. I don't want
yeah.
to hear whatever the FBI, they are good at it. So it is what it is.
They will just cover everything up. The idea that his security guards didn't notice
Yeah.
the guy carrying a gun on a
Yeah.
roof while people around there were telling them, "Hey, look at there's somebody on the roof with a gun."
Yeah.
You
Whoever
know,
that
it's
was
a
in
bit
charge
odd.
of security yesterday, whoever that was in charge of security yesterday there should be fired.
Definitely should be fired because the person didn't notice it. This was the man that was talking about. Let me just play that quickly so everybody see it.
And
Up in
thank God.
the 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking, I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle.
A rifle.
We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police are like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling police and the Secret Service.
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
You see, what he was highlighting there was quite interesting because he was trying to highlight that this shouldn't have happened, because if you are a presidential candidate like Trump that is controversial, you will think that 2 buildings before wherever he is, they will be securing it, and you'll be able to see anybody that can shoot. You should be able to see them. But and even when people were pointing, they still don't have a clue what was happening until they almost killed Trump. So it's a bit odd. And the fact that Trump also remembered almost instantly to say, "Oh, no," because they wanted to take him away. He said, "No. Let me do this." He had to do that first. So the whole thing just seems very, very odd. But we'll see. I don't know whether anybody has any information about the shooter. I don't know who is updated and has information about the shooter, whether this is a right-wing guy that is obsessed.
I think they said Thomas Crooks or whatever it is.
Yeah, something Crooks.
Yeah, I was gonna look it up.
They say that he is He used to be
Prince.
he's a young kid, like
So I'm waiting
19 or
for
20.
Black Beauty to
20
finish.
years, yeah, very young, yeah.
Can I hope you checked on your principal? I hope he's okay.
There will never be peace for the wicked. The wicked are running around when nobody is pursuing them. When you deliberately did wrong to your to your opponent, and you persistently have been trying to take him down, but one way or the other, he keep escaping. Now you are so afraid that he could emerge as the president. And if he emerges as the president, possibly he will come for a payback. And now they don't want such opportunity because they know that they did him wrong. And the only way for them to escape reaping what they saw is to take him down. And that was exactly what happened yesterday. As you could see, if you watch CNN, they were so happy. They didn't even want to address it.
You are my brother. I love you. I love you so much. But let's not speculate. Allow them to do the investigation.
Hold on, man.
Come on, Becky. They don't do that. How can you say
that's conspiracy theory, okay? That's conspiracy theory. Let's allow them to do the investigation, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah.
On this platform, forefathers, yesterday, man of prestige was happy that over what happened. AY was happy. Yeah, he said it here.
I was shocked. He said maybe they should have finished the job or something like that. But not that he was happy that he was shot. Yeah, that he wasn't happy that Trump survived it. I was shocked. I was like, it hasn't come to that extent. Now it's just politics. Why will it take life because of
because AY and because AY and Man of Prestige said it, so now it's Democrats that did it.
Democrats. You see the way they
let me ask this.
Security was porous. That's one of the MAGA, probably somebody that's mad at him.
Prince, it's just both of us here.
This was the reason.
Let me ask Prince now. I want to ask Prince now. Hold on. Prince, it's just both of us here. Do you think Prince is gotten distracted now? I just wanted to get an idea from Democratic Party supporters how they think. Prince, it's just both of us here now. Do you wish maybe the guy actually got him and than this one that he survived?
Okay, forefather, let me shock you. I just looked it up. The guy, Thomas Crew, is a registered Republican. He's a registered Republican.
He's a member of Antifa.
Wait,
he's a member of Antifa.
You guys can talk at the meantime. I'm getting a call come to. Let me just deal with this call. You guys can carry on with your conversation.
He's a member of Antifa.
So can I what do you have to say about it?
No, it's not true, Mazi Prince. That is not correct.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, exactly. I want to clear that up. No, here the thing that's going on is that he was I think he was a Democrat for pretty much when he came out of his mother's womb, I guess through like the last year. And then I don't know what happened. All of a sudden he switched sides to become a Republican, but he's a young kid too. So we have to think about who is radicalizing this kid.
And who is sponsoring this movement. Remember that this guy is also a member of Antifa. And who is funding Antifa? Yes. His name starts with S and ends with S. You should know that, Mr. Prince.
Let's allow the investigation to go to complete. Okay, the Proud Boys are there. Nobody has said anything about that. Okay, and all the atrocities that have been happening, nobody have said anything. So for me, it's not for us to argue. Let's allow them to carry out their investigation. Whether Trump wins or he doesn't take anything from me.
Have you now seen the reason why Trump refused to take the security details from the federal?
Okay, and his own people
why he's refusing them.
So
and they keep pushing for him to accept. And you see the collaboration you see the compromise that the police played now.
But his own people need to do better, though.
There are questions to be asked. There are things to be done. Like I said, let's allow them to do their job. Who be here? Who hear everything that happened? Who here? if anything, if anybody, is found culpable, we will get to that. That's me. I don't like violence and that kind of a thing, but I don't want to start trading blames and all that kind of a thing. It is what it is. Yeah. Just check on him, Kenneth. If you check on him to make sure he's okay, I'm okay. Hmm?
No, it's fine. You guys can't take him down. He's
Jesus
he's
Christ.
our
Now
next
I'm
he's our next
now I'm
president.
included again now because I'm a
He's our
Democrat.
next
I'm
president.
included.
Provided you are with them, you are part of them.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I vote Democrat, but I vote Democrat, but I might not necessarily, align with all of them. So
Master
that's
Prince,
what
let
it
me
is.
even yeah, let's have a conversation. Why are you voting Democrats?
Okay. So when you come to my state, which is California,
yes.
Yes. Most of the stuff that we do here are Democrats that did it. When I newly came, and it got to something about that was 2000 and I was there, early 2000, and by 2003 we had a recall of somebody, a Democratic governor called Davis. Now, Arnold Schwarzenegger got in, and for the years that Arnold Schwarzenegger served California, we went into deficit. That was when the Democrat, the Californians said no more Republicans. We're not gonna let that happen anymore. Anymore. You understand? That is why they've been finding it hard. If you come to California, 80% to 90% is Democrats.
No. What has changed since the transition from Republican to Democrat? What has changed in the economy and the well-being of people?
Okay, so when Arnold Schwarzenegger was taking finished his tenure, what is his name? Brown came in, and when Brown came in, we started having surplus. Yes. Jerry Brown, I'm telling you, an old man is just that he can run again. Forget about Newsom that actually came in, Jerry Brown did so good that we are still.
What about California? But what about California on the streets? Like, I've been to California so many times, and it has changed.
I'm heading there.
Okay, so when you talk about
I'll tell you where my family live in Koreatown. They live in San Jose. They live in the some of them also live down towards San Diego.
I was heading there with this question.
California, top to bottom, it's trash now.
So basically we go city by city. Okay, city by city. When you go to somewhere like San Francisco, San Jose, Sacramento, they are regarded regarded as kind of like what do you call this? I'm just trying to remember the name. It's a sanctuary, and most people from other states come there. And what are they coming for? Because of the fact that it's sanctuary, they are, they rely on whatever they do on the street. It's their business. As a matter of fact, there are some places in San Francisco that, they are druggies, but the city gives them, what do you call it? The panacea or whatever to do their thing, clean one in order to avoid diseases and all that. And also when you want to also classify, you classify mayor by mayor. Like I said, the mayor that they have in San Francisco right now, she's not really doing good. Okay, she's not really doing good. No. She's a black lady. What's her name again? What's her lady's name again? San Francisco. If I remember, I will say it. I forgot her name. She came in as a result of the fact that the guy who was there actually died. Ed Lee died, and they got her in, and so far so good. Some people wanted to use color to push her out, and some people supported her, which is fine. She's a sister. But in terms of the fact, and then they were finding it hard to handle the homelessness, whatever it is. But now they've started doing it. They started putting them in hotels due to the fact that at that time, the judge was telling them that they cannot just drag people out of the streets. But now they've given them the go ahead and tell them that if you refuse to go, if you a homeless person and you refuse to be in a hotel, you could be jailed and that kind of a thing. So now they started clearing it and all that kind of a thing. Yeah, they're doing their thing. My city is Pittsburgh, and we don't have that problem. We don't have homelessness. We good.
Not every
And
city has it, just the main
one day I'm gonna run. You coming to support me, right? I'll run for mayor. You come and support me. Maska, you gonna support me, right? You come and support me. One day I will be a mayor of Pittsburgh, California. Yeah.
Mercy, you are a very nice person. We'll come and support you.
Why is it that?
My daughter is also in California.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you ask her all the things I said. She will explain it to you, and
I'm sure she doesn't. I'm sure she's apolitical.
Yeah.
Mazi, why is it that with all these Democrats being voted in California, you still have the highest level of homelessness in California, highest level of hunger, and
No.
I'm coming now.
I don't know where you get your data. Okay.
For you to have high level of homelessness, that means you have greater number of hungry people in the country.
I would like to address Kene.
And then you have high level of madness, like mad people on the street of California. Why is it so that you have high level of mad people on the street?
I really need to address you.
Yes, sir. I'm coming.
Hold on 1 minute. Okay. First and foremost, I know probably you are in Texas, right?
Yeah, I'm in the south.
Okay, in Texas. Okay. When you talk about Texas, I've been to Texas. I know Katy, Katy, they have the good part, they have the bad side, they have the projects, right? Am I gonna say because they have projects in Katy area and they use it to classify every area in Katy?
No, when you come to a city and the state capital is littered with homelessness and mad people,
the state capital is Sacramento. The state capital is Sacramento. They don't have that.
Maxi,
yeah, Sacramento's much nicer. I do want to say Sacramento's much nicer.
Can I beg both of you?
What about Los Angeles?
That one is just Hollywood or whatever it is. It's not capital. That one is Hollywood.
But it's a big city, right?
But it's a big city. They have drug problem. The
government, the state government gives them drugs.
Please, can you give me a minute, you and Black Beauty, to address Kenneth?
Okay.
Kenneth, you have to understand one thing. I don't know how many years you've been in the United States, but I've been here close to maybe 30 years or 20-something years. Now, when it comes to federal politics, there's no difference between the Democrat and the Republic. This is your attitude of bringing the Nigerian. Please let me finish, please. This is your attitude of bringing the Nigerian mentality into American politics. It doesn't work like that.
And what is the mentality?
Listen, can I finish?
You're talking to me.
The reason I came in quickly to come and address you is that you're making inflammatory statements.
Like what?
Not only put this medium in problem.
Like what? What are the inflammatory statements?
Misguided information.
No, what are those? Can you tell us the inflammatory statements? Yeah, tell me now.
The statements you made that they couldn't do this, they tried to kill him. Even when the media, they first reported it, they weren't sure whether it was a gunshot. They only
who tried to kill? Was there an attempt? Was there an assassination attempt on him?
Can you jot down my points and let me finish this interruption? I can't have a conversation like this.
You say you want to address
please,
me,
I'm begging you. Is that
and
okay?
you come on a wrong
Please let me
notion in the
finish.
first instance.
I'm telling
You
you
don't
your
just come to
inflammatory
address me.
statement. Please.
So what are they?
Yeah, your inflammatory statement was that then Biden planned to have him killed because they couldn't jail him.
That
They
wasn't
don't
what
play
I said.
politics like you guys do
That
in
wasn't
Nigeria.
what I said. I did not mention anybody's name.
Let me finish.
No,
Don't
then you just
will
lied.
have your are you going to have
I
your
did
time
not
or not?
mention anybody's name. And smarter
You're
than
going
that.
to have your time to
No,
counter
you
me.
just said something that is incorrect, and you
Then
want
hold
me
on
to
till
allow
I
you to
finish.
go on
Then
with
you
that.
counter
No,
me.
correct yourself on that first.
I won't
Correct that.
correct myself
I
until
did not say that. Correct that.
Yes,
No.
you did. Can you rephrase
I
what you
did not.
said?
Please,
Yes, you
Mazi,
did.
you
Yes, you
were
did.
here.
That's why I came back on. Don't
A
deny
black beauty, you were
yourself.
here. Did I mention anybody's name? Did I mention anybody's name?
Then yes, you did. You mentioned.
No, I did
you
not.
Mentioned, let me tell
I'm
you who you
smarter than
mentioned.
that.
Let me mention. Let
I
me tell
did
you
not
who you
mention
mentioned.
anybody's name. Replay that video.
You did mention two people's name. You
I said
mentioned
what?
you mentioned two people's name.
Who
You
and
said
who?
yesterday, which was another inflammatory spell. You said yesterday, what's his name was laughing. Who's the
Man of
Democratic
Prestige.
supporter and
Man of Prestige and AY.
Man of Prestige and what's that?
AY.
You said that they were laughing.
Was that wrong?
That was false statement.
No.
They were not.
They did. For me to have mentioned their name, that means they mocked him. I couldn't just mention their name if they didn't.
That means they are part of the conspiracy to kill Trump. Is that what
I did not say that. You are the one saying that now. You are the one saying that. See, Alaba, let me address you now. You've addressed me. No, Alaba, let me address you. Let me address you. You've addressed me enough. Let me address you, Alaba. Alaba, let me address you. I'm not that kind of guy. See, I'm not that kind of guy you bully. I'm more than bullies, man. I'm not that kind of guy you can bully. Let me make it.
Bullying you. I'm telling you.
You are doing that right now. Let me.
I'm not.
Stop.
I'm not.
I am not. See, look at my face. See,
listen.
If you like, Alaba,
you're saying that in democratic
if you like, being in this country 100 years does not give you the right to bully me. So you better stop. Do not come here and say what I did not say. Do not come here and say what I did not say, and you think I should allow you to carry on. See, let me address him. You are talking rubbish.
Oh, okay.
Provided you lie against me, that means whatever you're saying is rubbish.
Okay.
And I cannot stand to listen to your rubbish.
Democratic states
you are saying rubbish.
You don't even have your data. Republicans are on welfare more than Democrats.
My friend, you can't sit down. You don't come here to address your fellow man as if you're talking to your child.
Spreading misinformation and spread. We are not illiterate.
You are the one doing that right now. You just lied, two capital lie now against me, and you want me to.
Okay, Republicans are not on welfare more than Democrats. Republicans are not on welfare. Go to the State Department and pull up the data.
I'm not.
You come here. This is not Nigerian politics, and I hate it when people come and spread misinformation.
Your mentality of politics is zero. You don't understand what politics is about. Is all about. Pick and choose. In Nigeria, you don't want an old man that falls on the stage, an old man that makes incoherent statement. You don't want him to be the president. But in the US, you want an incoherent man, a man that falls on the stage, to be your president. Pick and choose.
You don't know what I want. Don't speak on my behalf. Let me
you
tell you
know
about
federal politics more than Kene, and you here to address Kene as if you're addressing your child.
That's the problem.
I cannot allow you to talk rubbish against me.
Oh, it's not against you. This is on the Democratic and the Republican.
No, you said you came here to address me, and then you started off with lying. If you had said the truth, I wouldn't even interject. I will allow you to.
They just tried to kill a president, and you're coming here making inflammatory statements.
There was an assassination attempt on him. True or false?
Even the media.
Was there an assassination attempt on him?
They said it was a shooting.
Was there an assassination attempt on him? And you are here trying to box me with making inflammatory statement against Dr. Semegi's show, blah, blah, blah. Don't play that politics. I know that card more than you think you know. Do not come near me with that rubbish. I don't entertain such kind of falsehood.
Can you don't
yeah, this man just jumping and he wants to address his child. You want to address your Pekin. Just imagine.
Kone didn't mention any particular name. He was insinuating, but he stopped short of pointing a direct finger at any particular point.
And somebody responded to him, wait for the investigation. I was listening.
Is that a lie?
Is that a lie?
So what
somebody
happened then?
respond to him. Wait
So
for
what
the
happened after
outcome of
that?
the investigation. Stop
What happened?
making conjectures.
See,
Somebody said it.
Alaba, the problem with you is that you think you are smarter than every other person.
Yes,
That is
I'm
the
smarter
problem.
than most people.
So now,
That's a fact. Go and write that
anybody
down
that
in the
thinks
book
he's
of life.
smarter than every other person is actually not smart.
If you can include yourself in
Honestly,
them, I will be
It's
happier.
okay. Gentlemen,
anybody
this
that
is
thinks
not
he's smarter than every other person is
nobody.
not actually
Well,
smart.
I
Honestly, I
wish
would advise you to really turn it
we
down, man.
can send
Nobody
two
is a
of you
fool.
somewhere so that you guys can go and continue. It's disrespectful also.
Sorry,
You guys should,
man.
let's
This.
take it easy. And this, by the way, the disappointing thing is that this is America. If people want to remove shirt for, not even Nigeria.
No, don't worry. It's a Kene's fault.
Master.
I can tell this is Kene's fault. Kene came here trying to gaslight all the Democrats. He said that he wished that he says CNN was jubilating.
Can you imagine?
Stop gaslighting them. I'm on your side in terms of supporting Trump, but
do you watch CNN? Who among us here watches CNN?
I do watch CNN now.
I watched it yesterday when the incident first happened. They were cautious. They didn't say it was a shooting.
Yesterday that they shot him or today?
Yesterday.
Did they say that was an assassination attempt against the former president?
That was later. That's a follow-up. That's after the FBI confirmed that it was a gunshot. You don't know how America works.
At first they said he fell down. At first they said he fell down
and they rushed him out. You see, these are intelligent people. They don't jump.
So they did not watch the video to hear gunshots.
They said
and
they heard sound. Jesus.
Okay.
Have you ever heard crackers or fireworks?
I know the difference between crackers and gunshots. I know the difference.
This is July 4th season.
I know the difference.
Also sound. You see,
I know the difference. I know the difference between gunshots and crackers sound. I know the difference. I know the difference, I'm not a baby.
Until the FBI confirmed it was a gunshot.
In as much as we have babies on CNN that don't know the difference between gunshots and crackers.
Can I ask
know
a
the
question
difference.
then? Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Do
sir.
you guys think that this stuff that happened now will affect Trump's opinion on gun control in America?
Nothing. It's not going to change anything.
Actually, it even make it worse. It even make it more.
Let me talk first. Listen, for father, Trump is going to win not because he wins, but because Biden handed him over the presidency. Because the Democrats, what they're doing now, presenting a senile man, is like basically withdrawing from the contest. This is what's going to happen. Their supporters are not going to show up in November. They're not going to come out. But Republicans, based on their doggedness and ideology, they're going to be out. That's what's happening. And the Democratic leadership knows it. The establishment knows it. That's why they're trying to see if they can convince Biden to step down. So all these us versus them that this one is coming to portray here, it's not that serious. There's no difference between Democrats and Republicans on the federal level.
Okay.
All elections here are local.
Okay, are you done? To answer your question.
Hold on. You guys have been having your say. There is no real difference between them in terms of us as a people, but there are subtle differences, like in the way Democrats treat Africa versus the way Republicans treat Africa.
No, they don't treat us the same way. So father,
Republicans don't care about Africa.
Don't be deceived. They treat us the same way. Don't be deceived.
There is a tiny difference. There's a tiny difference there. The difference
There's
is
a difference.
Democrats force things on Africa,
really
while Republicans don't care about Africa. For all they care, Africa can go to blazes. And that's what I want.
Correct.
I don't want these people getting involved in our business. Democrats meddle into our business too much. Go ahead, Kenny.
Okay.
Hold on, Kenny. One thing, when you talk about Democrats and Republicans, right? I'm speaking for myself. Okay, I've said it here time without number. I'm born Libra.
Okay, a lot of Americans are independent. If you don't know,
independent, Now, one thing I don't like about Republicans.
Allow me to answer the question.
Hold on now. To get to you, I just asked you for just give me a few minutes.
Okay.
Now, Republicans. One thing I don't like about Republicans is they cling to religion. They try to make it look as if they are Christians and they love it, but they are the ones that cheat on their wives a lot. They are
Why
the
does that
ones.
matter?
It doesn't mean that they are not Christians.
Let me hold on a minute, please. But I'm not saying that it matters, but I'm saying personally that's what I think.
Can we be honest about politics?
if I name, if
Mazi,
Let me
you
explain.
wanted to borrow my
hold
few
on.
seconds, so now you are taking
Oh
it my own
no.
time.
And now
I borrowed you
Black
few
Beauty
seconds,
take it
so
from me. Black Beauty take it from me. Okay,
yeah.
take it back.
Forefathers,
Take it
let me
back.
answer your question about gun, right? The gun control team is a very legitimate call for people to own gun. And the reason being that, like for example, I live in a city where you are in a gas station, putting gas in your tank, and then before you know it, your car is gone. Somebody will jump into your car and leave with your car straight. Now, the other day I was telling my wife, see, you need to go and get trained on how to handle gun. You need to have gun, such that on your way to work, you can have your gun. Somebody is pulling your car, you get the person down. That is the only way, because whether you like it or not, if you refuse or if you take gun away from people, criminals will always have guns.
Forefather, another misinformation. When he finish, another misinformation.
Forefather, the border is very porous. People from Mexico, for example, easily gets into this country without being checkmate. They come in with guns. They come in with drugs.
Another misinformation.
Right?
When he
So
finish.
if you take away gun from legitimate citizens, like innocent citizens, the guns will be available for criminals to intimidate you.
Can I ask a
Right?
question?
So you have to make people have guns. Then secondly, you ask about the difference, if it was going to make difference between, if there is difference between Republicans and Democrats. Yes, there are differences, both as a Nigerian and as a Nigerian living in the US. The difference being that, forefathers, as a Nigerian with Republicans, there will be less criminality. When I mean criminality, the government of this country will not come and be stealing our resources just the way they are stealing. For example, during Trump says that he is the president of the United States, not the president of the world. No, I'm not done. Please have that respect, please.
Now, we don't have time. Make your point.
So therefore, you should go and mind your business. Make the economy of your country work for your people and stay away from the US. Then let me finish now. What's the problem? Now, and as a Nigerian living in this country with Republicans, I don't have to be stressed out watching over my children while they are in school, and not to be indoctrinated with this LGBTQ nonsense, useless thing that they practice in school. The other day, I had to drive into Let me finish now. They are getting triggered now. They are getting triggered now. Let me finish now.
Hello.
Allow me to finish
Can I
now.
weigh in? I haven't weighed in. Can I weigh in?
Let me finish now. They wouldn't even allow me. It is the mob attack
Can
now.
I weigh in? Can I weigh in?
It is the mob attack now. They
I
wouldn't
just
even
want
allow
to
me
give you
to
guys
finish.
more information. I want to give you guys more information.
See, we need to calm down. It's not that important in terms of whether you shout at each other. You need to hear each other out. Alaba, let Kene finish. You are going to have your chance to respond. I'm not going to interrupt you. Okay, let's agree on that.
Can we
be stressed out that my children are in school. The other day, I had to drive to my child's school to go and warn the school for the last time. Do not give my daughter that useless textbook, that useless book again to read. One useless book that they are teaching them how a boy will be seeing himself like as a girl, and how a girl will be seeing herself like as a boy. This I was like,
the book in the back?
Pardon me?
I want to know. I'm really curious. Can you put the
Yes,
name of that textbook in the back?
I sent the picture to my wife. Don't worry, I will get the name and I will share it here. So I had to drive to the school. I warned them never to do that rubbish again. Never, never, ever. And because of that, I plan to change my children's school to a Catholic school. I think that is where I will have rest of mind. So now they cannot allow prayers in school, but they can hire one demented man that will put fake books, fake nyash, and be indoctrinating children in school. They can give them the stage to talk to children on how to become gay nonsense, whatever. But they cannot allow prayers in school. This is Democrat for you. Democrat is the only government that can easily dole out money for abortions, but they cannot dole out money to help people in need of actual help.
you see these our Nigerians, when I came to this country, I followed them like Mumu. A lot of them, most of them are for Democrat. I followed them, Democrat. And when I sat down, I begin to ask myself question. My morals doesn't align with this party. So why will I be voting for a party that my morals does not align with them? I begin to ask question. Do you know that my people, my Nigerians, start giving me distance because you see how they behave? Very hostile people. They begin to distance me because of my political opinion that I want to become a Republican is a problem for them. Now, these people in their own house, they try to be conservative, but they will go out and vote for liberals. People that will support. See, the double standard is just too much, man. I don't even know how to address this people.
I hear you.
Can I wait?
Go ahead.
No,
before you, beauty, before you, Beauty, please,
not
I
wrong.
beg you.
It's 1 second. Give me 1 second.
One
It's not
second,
wrong.
please.
I'm just going to say this one thing.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm going to say is, Kene, you would not believe this, but there was a time in America where we didn't discuss our voting preferences. It was a private thing. We actually didn't talk about who we voted for up until 2014. That's new. So
okay, now let me address it. Let me take it one by one. This guy has just loaded you up. No, you This is very important. First of all, this guy has just given you a load of emotional, religious garbage. Number one, America is a secular state. Don't bring your prayers to school. They enforce their law. Keep your prayer in your house and your family. So all this garbage, I go went to take my child. That's a Nigerian mentality. That's why Nigeria is not working. Number two, we need to tell him not to interrupt me.
Don't do that. He kept quiet while you were talking, please.
Number two, the right to bear arms is a constitutionally mandated right for all Americans. So this guy coming here to tell you garbage, rubbish as an ignorant speech. The issue with Democrats and Republicans is the right to bear assault rifle, which is a war weapon. This guy doesn't know the American law. He doesn't know anything about America. He's just talking rubbish. He needs to go grab the Constitution, read it, and stop listening to Fox News.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you. Can I just say something?
This guy doesn't know nothing.
Olumide, this is not Canada. No. Olumide, no.
Wow.
I can use bomb on an armed robber. Bomb the hell out of him. I can use bomb on an armed robber. So don't tell me the level of...
This is crazy. This is America. Oh, this is not Nigeria.
All this over America.
What?
Prince, why are you spoiling this thing now?
What did I do?
He has already landed. Why do you want to keep talking? And...
It's like they want to kill each other because of American politics.
Olumide, it's my turn to talk. Olumide, it's my turn to talk. So, forefather, my forefather, for me, basically, right? You have Republicans that are gay. Okay, this guy from South Carolina, he's a well-known guy. The other guy that got kicked out from New York, that went to Allied, that went to house and what do you call it, to the house, that just got kicked out. He's gay, and he lied about every other thing. For me, like I said, I don't, for me, in as much as Kene is talking. Kene, the place is complaining about them teaching this the daughter or the son those things. It's even a Republican state. It's a Republican state.
Mazi, you don't know where I live, so let's leave it like that.
Okay. Whichever way you said it.
Thank you.
So for me, like I said, when it comes to that issue, for me, like I said, I don't have anything against anybody. Can be whatever they want to be. But my own thing is, as long as you don't touch me, if you touch me, then we have a problem right there. But you could be whatever you want to be. I don't care. Is there a problem? Another thing is, I'm laughing at you because when you talk about wait now. Yeah,
I just wanted to draw your attention to, this is my personal opinion. You said what you said just now is, look, as long as you don't touch me, you can go and be anything you want. But I just want to ask, do you think that is how the world operates?
To me, because if you really look at it this way, okay, that thing is a problem everywhere. It's in Saudi. It's in Saudi. It's in all these other places. It's even in Jerusalem. It's everywhere. Even Hong Kong the other day said they've accepted it and all that kind of a thing. But for me, like I said, I'm neutral on that. And as long as me,
what I'm just suggesting, Mazi Prince, my perspective, like I said, the reality about this world is that constantly people are pushing their agenda. If you say you are neutral, technically speaking, you're saying that you are for that agenda.
You can be
I'm not for it, but no.
This is my personal opinion.
Master, I understand
how the world works.
A party that says that you can abort a baby until birth, until delivery. You can abort a baby until delivery.
Can I stop now, please? Stop. That is lies.
You must enter. You must deliver. Nothing like abortion in my agenda.
What about the other day? What about the other day that a Republican was being interviewed that he gave money to his side chick to go and do that? For me, when it comes to that, okay, can I wait now? Can I wait? My own, when it comes to abortion, is between the woman and the doctor. Whatever decision, okay, that's you. But I'm saying for me, is between the woman and the doctor. I'm not gonna force. Can I? You put the baby. But do you have to force the person to have the baby? What about if there is complication?
I've never seen.
Complication is different.
So interested in
complication is a different thing. I understand that.
And then apart from that, can you that is talking that you put it there? What about if the woman says, do you know that there are some women in this country that will tell you that they don't want no baby? Why not you go and do this? The other one, they remove that thing from your thing.
No, I cannot do that. It must come direct. I must chook direct. I cannot remove anything and put anywhere.
That's why I said for me, let the women do with their daughter whatever they do. Let it be.
I want to address Master.
Let's allow Olumide to say
then
something.
Government should stay away from it. Government.
Can I?
Olumide
Can I?
today.
Can I?
And that's the law of America. Everybody has a right. Whether they fuck goats or they fuck animal is their right. So where your own right starts is where another person's right begins. America does not play with
my children are around me. Don't be saying that this thing.
So America is about rights.
That is fine, but government should stop using our money to fund it.
I just want to add my own perspective.
Can we allow Olumide add something?
They should stop funding it with public money.
Thank you, guys.
Olumide seems to be a calming voice today. Please, Olumide,
good evening,
go
everybody.
ahead.
I'm a born again now. I'm a born again Nigerian.
Thank you.
I want to make Black Beauty happy.
Oh my goodness. I'm happy. I'm happy to not be dealing with that.
You say I should love Nigeria. I'm a born again Nigerian. Okay,
welcome.
Jokes aside, so when we treat issues, we should treat it dispassionately. When you guys were talking about it, about Trump being shot yesterday, there wasn't much news about what really happened. There were just preliminary information. But if you look at what is happening today, when I watched CNN, the guy who shot Trump is said to be a registered Republican member of the Republican Party.
Do you know what played out?
But they said the guy is the recent donor to the Democratic Party. You understand? But is a registered Republican. So what I'm just trying to say is that the way we look at the politics from our own part of the world is different from how they will look at the politics. You understand? So we don't necessarily have to look at it with the issue of, because they're very, very serious about their party ideology in this part of the world, what they believe in, compared to what the other person believes in. There's always a clear demarcation.
A minute. This guy has never been a Republican registered member until recently. Now, we are not kids. We have brain. Let's think. Let's paint a picture so that when it happens, they will say, "Oh, he's a Republican."
Until recently, how long? How long?
Yeah, just last year.
Less than a year.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's paint a picture so that when it happened, they will say, "Oh, he's a registered member, and this guy is just 20 years old." How old will you be before you?
And then he's only 20 years old. He's only 20 years old. And from what the look of things, it looks like he's a little guy.
He is a registered, according to them, he is a registered Republican, so that they will paint that picture. But he donates to Democrats. He donates to Democrats.
Unfortunately, the guy is dead. But,
thank you.
But you know what? But the law enforcement are doing their investigation, and so many things will come out, and we can only speculate about the motive.
And again, according to them, that the guy is a member of Antifa. Did you hear that as well?
Conspiracy theory that it was planned by
Antifa is a terrorist group in this country, and he's a member of them. And we know the party that supports this Antifa.
And what is Proud Boys? What is Proud Boys? Proud Boys is not terrorist, right?
Speculate, because even
if you say that Proud Boys are terrorists, that means black power is terrorist too.
So I can say that.
Can you say that black power is terrorist too?
The Trump that I know about.
Can I say this? It's so hard as an American listening to y'all, because I'm laughing because it's like, damn, to think we fought hard for that Black Power thing.
No, if you talk, they will say
for Black people to really be recognized. We fought hard for that Black Power thing, and to think
I may share the same ideology.
As a Nigerian living in America, I don't have the right to be a Republican. Once I'm a Democrat,
Nobody's saying that, but you cannot compare Proud Boys to Black Panther.
No, we are not comparing. No, we are not comparing. No, we are not comparing black. We are comparing Democrats and Republicans now. That's what you're saying. Democrats and
Republicans. Compare Black Panther to Black Boys.
It's good to support who you want to support.
You see, Master.
I have the same birthday as Bobby Steele.
You raised something that is very, very pertinent. Master, is Master there? You raised something that is very, very
people are moral, highly immoral people.
If we want to have
you said Black Lives Matter, but Black Power and Black Lives Matter are two different things.
You see, I know before I say things, black beauty. I'm very, very cautious with these people. Before I say things, I know what I'm saying. So don't mind.
No, can I? That's fine. You have a right to your orientation, what you believe. Everybody has that. But what we are saying fundamentally, to have a progressive society, especially in our part of the world where we come from. In our part of the world where we come from.
Yeah.
If somebody subscribes to a different orientation than you, than me, why do you have to criminalize it?
No. Nobody is criminal.
I'm talking about our own part of the country. I'm saying Nigeria now. Why do you want to send them to jail? Why do you want to criminalize it?
Exactly.
That is what America stands for, or maybe the UK. You understand? The fact that you are gay, you are lesbian doesn't mean that I subscribe to your orientation. I don't subscribe to that orientation, but I'm not going to, because of that, deny you employment. I'm not going to, because of that, deny you the kind of rights that everybody else has.
Now,
you understand?
You see, this thing that you just said now is playing out in democratic administration. If you are if you don't accept LGBTQ nonsense, you will be denied an opportunity that is rightly yours in this country, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That shouldn't be.
If you speak, that is what is happening. If you speak against it, you will be cancelled.
You can't speak against it.
It's happened in this country. And this is the country that claims
will be punished
it's not that you can't speak against it, but you cannot discriminate.
A party that knows 10 Nigerian, especially because I know Nigerians.
Your own is Heavenly Party. Is Jesus a Christian?
Party.
Wait. Is Jesus a Christian?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know.
I'm not talking about based on being Christian. Hold on. Hold on. Prince. I'm not talking based on Christianity or Islam or whatever. I'm talking about based on my own moral as a human being. It has nothing to do with my religion.
So because of your moral, Democrats are disobeying Bible and your own
Based on my own moral, it has nothing to do with Christianity. But if you want to bring religion into it, if you want to bring religion into it, let's face it now. Islam does not believe in taking of innocent lives. Abortion is taking of innocent life. Islam does not believe in that. Islam does not believe in. Islam does not believe in man sleeping with man.
You just judge it. You just judge it up and down.
Christianity does
Are
not
you
believe in
Muslim
that
now?
too.
Are you Muslim now?
Traditional worshiping does not believe. No religion believe in that. No religion. Only Satan believe and practices that. No religion on this planet Earth believe in all these vices. Only Satan, only devil believe in that, and that is what Democrats represent.
Believe in God. They don't deserve to live in your world. They ought to be eliminated.
No, believe in whatever you want to believe, but don't force me. Don't force me to accept it. Do not force me to accept it. You can believe in whatever you want to believe, but do not force me to believe in that. Do not force me to accept it.
Democrats, two of you are being a bit too rowdy. People are not hearing what you are saying.
Democrats. Matter of fact, if you are a gay and you come to my house and I find that you are leaving my house immediately, you're not going to stay more past 1 second. I don't care who you are. Look at this.
What about if they brought business now?
Let me share some of my issues with Democrats. Can I hold on? Let me share some of my issues with Democrats. See, where you say US passed anti-black law, anything like that, you don't see anything. Introduce pass nothing for black people at all. If you look for Asians, anti-Asian bill passes US Congress. Anti-Israel. This guy is doing everything for other people, but what has he done for us? Nothing. He promised, and he also promised to. This is not just he randomly should do something for us. He actually promised he was going to do something about just Floyd. He did anything? Zero, nothing at all. So I don't know
why you are in UK. You are in UK. What you are in UK? Don't say what did he do for you. You are in UK.
You want me to bring it to Nigeria? What did he do for Nigeria? Zero. Trump sold weapons to Nigeria. He did nothing for Nigeria. He said very thing.
He sold the weapons to Nigeria. Do you know the deal? Do you know how many tons of crude oil that they got out of Nigeria?
Oil?
Do you know how many?
Oil already.
Yes. Did you pay cash? You didn't pay cash. You did not pay cash. That is why Nigeria doesn't have crude oil
to whoever we want.
No, you cannot. Your oil has been sold. I think they said till 2030. You know how the oils have been sold.
Democrats for that. I'm talking about Democrats. Why should I thank the Democrats for that?
As I am now, I'll be working. My fellow man will be looking at my nyash, and you will come.
Can you say that?
Thunder will fire that man that day.
People who are usually anti-gay are the ones that
Can we have one mic?
Okay, hold on.
Can we have one mic, please?
Yeah, one mic. I'm against the Democrats for very simple reasons. They are not good for our community. I'm not saying Republicans are better, but the Democrats that at least we are not hugging the Republicans. We are hugging the Democrats right now. And look at all the things they've done for us. They are funding Planned Parenthood. That means that black people are aborting babies far more than any other community in America. They are not helping us in any regulation that will help us specifically, while they are helping other people all the time. And yet our groups, hold on. Yet our groups support them more than any group. Like black people vote them 90-something% than any group. They've not done one thing for us. And then when it comes to Africa, they threaten African leaders all the time. Even with the Ukraine stuff, they come and threaten us with sanctions that cause trouble in Africa. Democrats are terrible for us.
Let me help my brothers here. They are black people. Thank God they are black people and they are living in America. So they are part of black Americans, whether they like it or not. Now, this is what Republicans want for black people in America. Republicans say, please do not engage your children into drug and in all these useless vices. Please encourage family union. Encourage husband and wife to raise their children. But on the other hand, you have Democrats that say, no, you don't need a man. We can support you to take care of these children. And thereby, leading to these children being useless and being into drug. And then they
White
didn't stop at
people
that.
are into
Hold on,
drug
no.
more than
They didn't
black.
stop at
White
that.
people
They
are
now
into
go to
welfare more than
the
black.
target.
Stop
Fathers,
spreading false information.
they now target black communities and begin to build Planned Parenthood on black communities, station them in every black community. You know what Planned Parenthood is?
You live
The
in a
people
racist
that
state.
commit
They've influenced your
abortion, that give
thinking.
them medicine for abortion, that help them abort the babies. That is where you find Planned Parenthood, mostly black community. This is what they're
if you
doing
know
to our
what, if
people.
you know one come up, if you know one make person come up belly, no knock. Carry your this thing tire. No knock.
Hold on now. If I want knack, I go use concon to do them because I no go to spread my seed to all those rascals. God forbid, said, I don't even do that, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
My
now,
seed is for one woman. That is it. Final.
let's hear from other voices.
My advice for you.
Let's
My
allow.
advice for you is be
Hold on,
concerned with
Ferrari.
your own
You
life.
are just saying whatever you like. A Black Beauty, please. Do you have anything to say before I go to
Yes,
others?
I had a comment a few seconds back. It was about not just Democrat or Republican, but also about the implication of the new type of Supreme Court justices that are going in because that is a lifetime appointment, correct? And there are quite young conservatives that are going on there. That doesn't mean that it's going to be a bad thing for Black people, but it could potentially undo certain things that we had, certain affirmative actions, and certain things that made sure we were a part of the learned and educated class of America. I think if you don't have it by now as a Black American, if you don't have that bit of, I guess, class to you, or if you don't have that bit of the ability to have had someone go through Vietnam War or World War II, or be a veteran in your family. Like, we have veterans in my family. We have people that are college educated in my family. If you don't have that by now, you probably won't get it in America. And that's the truth, because there are going to be a lot of undoing of some of those incentives that made it possible for us. So if we don't continue to build and industrialize as Black people, and what we need to do now is we need to start creating our own institutions so that in 15 years from now, 20 years from now, our kids will have jobs for real. Because what's going to happen now is the corporations are going to say, you know what, Black man, I know you're educated, but that Mexican girl, she's cheaper, and I don't have to hire you anymore because affirmative action is gone. So we're going to need our own institutions. And that's really where I'm coming from.
And Republicans is the only party that encourage Black people.
Comment on every statement. I'm not saying
encourage Black people with black jobs. You heard what he said.
What kind of these two people? Calm down. You know what? I'm going to leave this. We're going to leave this state for two of you soon. So calm down, Alaba. Come on, man. So, but you see, a Black Beauty though, I worry that America in the next 10, from now to 20 years time, has to cross a big Rubicon. That country may face a serious challenge within itself. There is a problem in America that they have to confront, and all bets are off. We don't know where it's going to land. This is the signs you are seeing with Trump and all the rest. So who's next? I think it's Tone, isn't it? Tone, thank you for joining us. I see everybody has finished watching the match, and now they are popping up again from nowhere. Tone, please, what do you think about what happened in the US? What do you think is going to mean in the process in this election cycle and in America? You're muted. You are still muted.
Okay. Hi. Right. I'm glad it's giving Trump another advantage in the race to become the president of America. And let me just say this for those that use opportunity, every little opportunity to bash religion, like Mazi Prince. I heard you bashing religion again. Well done. They will. Anyway, so anyway, it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. It's all good. Um, what we don't realize is a bigger picture, and the bigger picture is, listen, nobody wants a nuclear third world war coming. Trump being there, that's one thing we got to understand. Let's leave all these sentiments, all these side sentiments. Trump being there is going to delay Third World War. Listen, we're on the edge of an apocalypse, and we're joking. We're here talking about a man that's not, his cognitive ability, with all due respect to him, is messed up, and that's the president of one of the biggest nation in the world. See, Trump being there, I'm not saying he's a saint. Nobody is a saint. I mean, there's nobody that will say they are a saint and all that. Trump being there, I believe, is the best candidate that will slow down all this craziness that is going on across the world, no matter how you look at it. So kudos to him. For those saying that he stage managed it, okay, he stage managed it and 2 people got killed. It doesn't make sense, my brothers. It doesn't just make sense. Let's just be cerebral with this and all that. So Ukraine, nobody's talking about it. 70% of the male in Ukraine are gone needlessly. Why? It was a war that should have been avoided, you know. But for Democrats that are always egging for blood all the time, they've got that history. Always, you know, so I don't know why they just love to shed blood. So it's all good. We'll be waiting until the ballot, and Trump will take his place and sort out all these craziness and this thing. If you want to be gay, you want to follow a lifestyle, please follow that lifestyle. Let your children let them sell that to us, but don't just come in my face and force me. And where my children are going to school and all that, you bring a man that dresses like Alice and Alexander to dance to them and to tell them stories. I don't like it. Keep it in your house. That's my stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Poppada, please wait. What about this other guy? This guy that played Kando in the whatever in UK. Is it not your favorite musician? What's his name again? This dude that played for Diana when Diana died, another kind of a thing.
I don't.
John.
Well, yeah, I know what you.
John.
Is he from here?
Yeah, I like his music, but I don't like his lifestyle.
You guys should keep him. You guys should keep him. Keep him there.
Of course. No,
okay.
no. I see. Listen, I just told you I like his music, but I don't like his lifestyle.
Yeah, that's true. That's the same thing. The same thing I said. Here, nobody is forcing anybody. Like I said, you know, do your thing. As long as you don't touch me, I'm okay.
But
when you touch me, is when I have a problem with you.
The danger is they are taking it to our children in schools. I think that is wrong.
Exactly.
I think that is wrong. That is my problem.
Then teach your children the right thing at home. Simple. School is a public place.
Spend more time at school.
That's why you get involved.
You're defending that lifestyle because of your
You are a
teacher. You know the truth. Say it.
My responsibility is not to teach children to hate each other. My responsibility is to teach children to love each other.
Mazi, are you there? Mazi, are you there?
What is wrong?
Take it up in your house, not at school.
Ferrari, hold on. Mazi, are you there?
School is a public place, not at home.
Okay,
you can't teach hate in school.
More reason why you should keep your homosexuality in your home.
Whatever you call it, that's hate. Go and teach that in your house.
People are going to end up backstage.
At school, we have to.
This thing, Jago, thank you for joining us. I don't know, man. This topic, I don't know why it's so hot. I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was so hot.
You brought him back so soon.
Yeah, what am I going to do now? Just to keep him quiet. I don't know why it's so hot. You guys are so hot about this thing. No wonder Nigerian police is so hot. Jago, please go ahead. I didn't see this one coming.
Thank you, Tone, by the way. Thank you for talking sense into them.
How do you think this is going to affect the election? And you can add to it what do you think Trump is going to do, or Democrats how they are going to respond.
Good evening, everybody. The best team won. Viva la España. Anyway, I would want to take a slightly different angle in the way we're looking at these things from a Black perspective, and
Please
even
do.
more from a African American perspective, so to speak. I'm not African American in that terminology, but I'm a Black man and I belong to all of us. So I will speak
Correct.
on any issue. African Americans find themselves in a difficult predicament, living as a nation almost in another man's nation.
Correct.
And that in itself is a serious juxtaposition. And it's what provides a lot of confusion, I believe, that comes out of Black American policy, politics, polity, community, whatever you want to call it. Now, this confusion has to be understood and has to be respected in many ways, even as appalling as much of the perspectives may be. The heritage of African Americans has been such that they are prisoners in their land, as you know, they're kind of prisoners. It's a really strange position for the real African American. So when you have this, and then you begin to look about who politically can you align yourselves with in order to see progress, and sometimes we have to clean our minds completely in order to understand that neither Republican nor Democrat is for us. Neither of them. And they are two cheeks of the same arse. Let me put it that way, as I will steal that adage from somebody. Now, when you're in this position, I think, as Black Beauty rightly said, that in order to push a nation within a nation, you have to start actually committing to your own institutions and keeping them. If you understand what the Republican Party is historically, that party was actually begun by Black people. Black people were initially fully Republicans, hardcore. But such as the paradigm shift takes place, they have been usurped, if you like, into another party position because of major promises that were made to them. Some they were able to achieve, and they fought for it, and most were lies. So, you know, Trump being shot yesterday, or was it this morning? Yeah, I think yesterday.
Yeah.
That was a major shock in many ways. He was an inch away from death. He was an inch away from death, man. It was a serious thing. America, they like gun too much. They like to kill each other anyhow, to the level of president, to the level of the president. And Lincoln and Kennedy are two of its most famous victims. We have to understand, I believe, as Black people, that the leadership that America, Black America, has shown for the Black world needs help. They need support. They need our earnest voices. They need to know that there is Pan-Africanism and that we are here for them. They need to know that here in Europe, we follow a lot of the Black American traditions. In Africa, they may be slow in bringing these things on board, but they have their own. In Africa, we have our own style of Pan-Africanism, which hasn't really burst itself in a really strong level. You know, we have to go back to the likes of Nyerere, Nkrumah, if we're really speaking an African perspective on Pan-Africanism. Now, I say this to say this. I've never voted in this country, not once. Whoever is doing what they're doing, let them do it, as far as I'm concerned.
You're a real Rasta. You're a real Rasta.
I'm not playing with nobody out there, you know what I mean? I jock and jive according to the advantages that I might be able to take under any government. But I'm not voting them in there. I'm not giving them any permission over my life. I'm not doing that. The only place in the world that I would vote, to be frank, is Nigeria, because it needs people power. It needs real democracy. It needs people to stand up. Here, it's a manipulation. Here in the West, the whole of the West, it's a fantastic manipulation upon all of us. And I think we have to realize that's what it is. We can't quibble. Quibbling is, if you vote, you vote. Fair enough. But quibbling as to who's doing something for you, nah, mate. Not in Black America, not in America, not in Europe. They ain't doing nothing for us. They ain't doing nothing for us. We're doing it for ourselves. And the quicker we come to that mindset, the better it. There's no begging bowl. We're here with a begging bowl and nothing's in it. There's nothing in the begging bowl, for goodness sake. For how many hundreds of years? There's nothing in it. Show me something that they gave you. We did
nothing. We are gonna work for it.
We did it. We fought for it wherever we are. If we here in the little Britain, that this small island that I'm on, what brings forth Black expression, Black politics, Black the question of Blackness? It's us that do it. We do it. Nobody else does it. Most of the Black politicians in the UK, they're useless. They're just there doing zero for the Black, the so-called Black.
You know what's sad, Jagoon? You know what's sad? You know what's sad, Jagoon? That as you speak right now, and I'm completely with you. I'm on your same wavelength often. And what I will say is that as you speak right now, I look around this panel, and the more you say Black, the less they listen to you.
No, I disagree. I disagree with Jaguno, but I will allow him to finish. I completely disagree with him, but I will allow him to finish.
Fair enough.
It's like the less they listen, the more you say Black.
I must say, when I'm using the word Black, and I'm using that word politically, and I'm using it in a way that binds us all together.
I know. However, that's exactly my point.
However, I will prefer the term African. I don't like the term Black. The term Black is political, and we know we should understand it as that. We should not understand it as culture. It's political.
Yes.
Our culture is African. And if we all pronounce that we are African wherever we are, it would solve a lot of the idiotic issues and quibbling that we do amongst each other. And I put it to you lastly that that's where our power base is. If we understand that's where our power base is, then we gravitate to that. We will make more of the sense in what it is to be politically Black and culturally African. I thank you.
Thank you. Nice one, incisive as usual. Mazi Ovie, thank you for joining us. Don't tell me you're frozen now. Huh? He was fine a moment ago. Now he's frozen again. Eccentric cast. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What do you think the impact of this will be on the election? The Democrats, should they just wheel Biden away or just shut up their mouth? You are muted.
So whatever the outcome is, if Trump wins, if Biden wins, it's the same thing, right? It's going to be the status quo, right? It's going to be business as usual. The people running the show are still going to be running the show. I mean, we've seen Trump in his first term, right? He came in, he said he's going to drain the swamp. Well, he filled his administration with swamp monsters, right? He was the one that tried to kill Assange. Julian Assange. He was it was his CIA chief that wanted to kill Julian Assange, right? And he was the one that killed Khashoggi, right? Trying to.
He was in office when Khashoggi was killed, wasn't he?
That was in his administration, yeah. You know, he was one that murdered Khashoggi, right? And
No, he
moved
wasn't the one that murdered Khashoggi. Come on, man. How can
that
you
was
put it that
him.
way?
That was his administration, right? He
Yeah,
has
but
to
it
give
wasn't his
reporting.
Let him
administration.
man
That
finish.
was Saudi, the
Let
Saudis
him be
now.
speaking on true things. Let him finish.
Look it
Let
up.
him finish.
Look it up. Just look
Let's
it up.
let,
But Biden didn't kill
let
Khashoggi.
him finish. Let's allow him to
It was
finish his.
it was
That's
No, no,
crazy.
no,
it was
or
Trump.
Trump.
It was
Biden
Trump.
or Trump. Yeah, Trump didn't kill Khashoggi.
Trump did.
How can
Trump
you
did.
say
Look it
that?
up.
That's how they talk. Oh.
Trump what?
Trump did.
No,
Trump
that
did.
was
Look it
not
up.
him.
Who's dead?
The
Just
one
look it
that
up.
Trump did was assassinate an
Effect
Iranian
of
general in
CNN. Are
Iraq.
you
That's
seeing the
what I
effect
know.
of CNN?
But not Khashoggi.
CNN brainwashing. Have you seen the
What are you
effect?
talking
No,
about,
please,
Kenneth?
please, hold
Go
on, hold
ahead.
on.
You need to stop talking, Kenneth, because you were a sellout, man. You know, you were a Republican.
Oh,
I'm not a
please,
Republican. I'm not a
let's leave that
Democrat.
now. Let's
Knock
not
it
call
off.
our people sellouts.
Nah,
Everybody
he's a
have their own
sellout. He's
beliefs.
talking about. I don't watch CNN. I don't watch
Who
CNN.
collected
I
the
don't get
money?
my news from the mainstream media. What are you
Please
talking about?
try to send the money to my mother. I beg.
I am more politically aware than you are, and don't say
Yeah,
that I get my
okay,
information from
educate
CNN.
us
I
now,
don't watch
educate
CNN.
us, because
What are you
I
talking
really like a well-informed Democrat to tell us what the Democratic Party is doing for us.
You will never find one. No.
Not the idea.
Democrat.
I hear the point this Jago has made, that we shouldn't see it like the Democrats doing something for us. But
Exactly.
if
Like
you are
none of the
part of
parties.
a group, if you are part of a group, you are expected to be contributing and getting something back. So it's our fault that we are not getting much back from them. So the question is, why is that the case with the Democrats that we claim to be hogging so much?
The two parties are the same, right? When it comes to foreign policy, the foreign policies are the same. Domestic policy, they're a little bit different, right? Because the Democrats, try to align with the labor. They make promises for the labor, for the labor groups and for the working class, but they don't carry it out. That's the difference. Domestic policy is the only difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. But when it comes to foreign policy, it's the same thing. And let's be honest here, most of us in America came from different countries. So the foreign policies here actually affects us, right? Like if our parents leave like in Iraq and Libya, or we have, like I had a friend that moved to Libya. I used to talk to him on Facebook. I never heard from him after the war, after the NATO started war in Libya and destroyed the country. I never heard from the guy again. I grew up with the guy, right? He's Nigerian. He moved to Libya. He wanted to move to freaking Europe, and he got stuck there. I never heard from him on you. We used to talk a lot on Facebook. Like, this is how the foreign policies affect us directly. This is a friend of mine. I grew up with him. His name is Mark Ford.
And you don't know how Libyans treat Africans. You don't know how
I'm not talking to you.
Libyan
This
citizens
is
treat
not for
other
you
Africans.
particularly. It's not for you particularly. You're the one that said that. You're the one that compared
No,
Black
you are
Panthers
blaming
Party to
US for the atrocity of Libyans over
Dude,
their fellow Africans. You are blaming US
compared?
over what Libyans are doing to fellow Africans.
Yes.
How do you reason that?
Listen, NATO. Listen. NATO under Obama's administration invaded Libya and destroyed the country.
Obama is a Democrat, right?
Listen, and killed Gaddafi, right?
Obama, Democrats. Okay,
listen,
go ahead.
Pay attention. All the two parties agreed. They agreed for that invasion, right? And look at what it resulted to, right? It affected us. And look what's going on in Sudan. Look what's going on in Congo. These are foreign policy decisions. Things that's going on in freaking Palestine and all this country. These are foreign policy decisions that are made here that are affecting people over there. And you gotta understand, there are Americans, from these countries whose foreign policies are affected. So the thing is, me personally, I think the two parties are the same, right? It's a dictatorship of two parties. That's what it is. It's the same guys, right? If I want to vote, I'm voting third party. That's what I'm voting. I'm voting a third party. I'm voting someone whose ideology.
It's like saying you have been in a relationship with a woman for a very long time, and then you see another woman, and that woman that you have been with, something happened, didn't go well. Then you say she and some other woman are the same. They are not the same, because one of them, you've invested a lot of time and effort with that one. And if two of them are giving you the same outcome, you should hold the one that you invested in more accountable. Because the other one, you've not invested anything.
Father, you're wrong.
It's problematic.
The domestic policies of the Republicans affects everyone negatively here. domestic policies of both Republicans and Democrats affects everyone negatively. I can mention
maybe in America, but in
I'm not
Africa,
naive when it comes to politics.
Republicans don't affect America that negatively in Africa.
That's a
But
false
what are you talking
information,
about?
forefather. Go check your history.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it
Like,
not
what are you
Trump
talking
that
about?
sold Tucano aircraft to Nigeria? When Obama was like, "Oh, I can be asked. I can be asked. You have to do LGBTQ or marriage," and then they go and bomb this in Libya to cause problem for us in Africa. Then they start another war in.
Father, when apartheid was in session, Republicans were in power. See how much they help apartheid. You as black people need to wake up.
No. I know. I agree with you.
So I don't know what you're talking about. You have been fooling yourself.
But Democrats
loves you more than the other.
Democrats
You're
supported
fooling
them
yourself.
Sorry.
Even here in America, we are
Can you give me
finding out
30
that
seconds?
No.
30 seconds.
no more for ignorance.
30 seconds.
We have to communicate.
My...
Now I want to communicate with Alaba. Democrats also supported the apartheid regime. It was later on.
That's what I'm telling you. They are the same
They're
coin.
the same.
What part of that don't you understand?
So why are you angry that why are you angry that for Republicans then? Why are you attacking me for staying with Republicans? How does that make sense?
One of them, you've invested more in one. That is the one I'm talking about. We 90% of black people vote Democratic Party. 97% of black people vote Democratic Party.
Because domestically, they still stand for the little guy. And I'd rather be with the guy who wants
the two parties are the same.
the guy who don't give
the two parties are the same, but you have problems.
You are diminishing our point. What have they done domestically? If you look at all the laws they pass it for Asians, they pass it for Israelis. What did they do for black people? Zero.
Domestically,
zero. That's my problem.
Very horrible party.
Wait, domestically, none of them have done anything for. If you're talking about black people specifically, they have not done anything to better, the lives of black people. But you got to understand when it comes to black issue, right? If you want to understand why black people are where they are right now, you have to actually go back to like Jim Crow era, because Jim Crow policies are what kept black people where they are. Because Jim Crow policies is what instituted segregation. Like if you come to my state, Washington State, right? If you go to some area, you're not going to see black people there. If you go to Seattle,
let's visit Martin Luther King's era.
Listen, and during Jim Crow, right, the school systems were different, right? The schools that were built in the black communities were pretty dilapidated, and they had they had half-baked teachers, and most of the piping were used by lead. They used lead pipe. If you read this book, The Color of Law. To read the book called The Color of Law, it will explain segregation, Jim Crow segregation, and the effects of Jim Crow segregation.
I'm aware of the negative effects of this. My concern, my issue is that
what has Democrats done to change that?
This party that Democrats have invested so much energy in,
they've not done anything.
Listen, let me tell you, I live in a democratic
Alaba, let me engage this guy.
Because this guy is ignorant. He just keep yelling out words. I live in Chicago. Chicago. I live in Chicago.
I live in Mexico.
Chicago is a democratic city. And yet,
I'm making it hard to manage. I'm going to put you backstage until we get somewhere. And Matt is still there waiting. See, I want to get somewhere with this.
Yeah, go ahead.
What the Democrats see, the black people have invested so much in the Democratic Party, and even more in Biden. They saved Biden's candidacy when Biden's candidacy was almost fading, and they saved him, and they brought him back from the abyss, and he became president. And even when he became president, he announced on the stage there that he recognized the support that the black people gave to him. But when he governed, zero for black people.
Yeah, but listen,
I find that unforgivable. Why would anybody forgive that?
You gotta understand, Joe Biden. Listen, Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden. If you know Joe Biden's history, you know that he does not like black people. Some people call him a genocide. What do you call that? Like he was a segregationist. He supported the segregationists in the South when he was a senator. The guy does not. You know what I'm saying? He's anti-black, right? And he's a centrist, right? He said himself that he's more Republican than a Democrat. You got to understand, these parties are the same. They are the same thing. These are the same people, right? When it comes to like black issues, these people are the same. And you think like, they have like this half-baked policies trying to help black people. It's not going to do anything because the policies of Jim Crow and the policies that they enacted back 50 years ago that are affecting black people right now. In order to undo those policies, it has to involve like a robust policy, like change, a robust policy change, not like making a black person a president. A lot of things has to change, like big time. Like for instance, like when it comes to education, black people are like lagging behind. These are all legacies of Jim Crow. You know, the schools built in the black communities, because you know, here in America.
But let me ask you though, why is it that in America the black community don't seem to have an agenda in terms of the direction they want to travel? Because
black
if they did,
people do have an agenda. They do. Black people do have an agenda.
Educate us on need them, because I'm struggling to find it, because they just seem to be all over the place. I've not had any coherent agenda that the Black Caucus and the
haven't had
leaders
an agenda in a while.
Black caucus are all sold out.
I mean, dude, you gotta understand.
None of them represent black people.
Listen. Yes, the political class, the black political class does not represent black people. They represent their own pockets. That's for sure. We know that. When they go into politics, they do the bidding of the people that sponsor them. They're lobbyists. Like, what's this guy's name in New York? The guy was his lobbies are, is it IPAC? IPAC lobbied him. All he does is, what's his name again?
Who are you talking about? You're talking about the mayor
from Brooklyn. I think from either Bronx or Brooklyn.
Sure. You're talking about Eric Adams from Brooklyn.
Not Eric Adams. Eric Adams is no. He's the mayor. I'm talking about this guy's he's a representative in the House. Got his name. I don't know. He was he calls
the guy that's married to that Hollywood.
Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries.
No, that's a good point. Hakeem is. It's not Hakeem. It's not Hakeem. Hakeem is also
the guy that's married to the Hollywood actress.
He's from Brooklyn, for real.
Oh, he's from Brooklyn. Yeah. Man, I forgot
I forgot his name. The guy that's married to that Hollywood girl.
No. He's gay. This guy's gay. He's not married to a woman. He's gay. He's not
we
married.
don't know the gay guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he was lobbied by, the lobbyist that actually sponsors his campaign was IPAC, Israeli lobby. So everything he does is for Israel lobby. He doesn't do anything for the black community in his constituent. You know what I'm saying? This is the black political class, right? And you got to understand, in America, right, there's a doctrine of liberalism. Liberalism doctrine is the doctrine of individualism. It has an origin from the founders, right? So a lot of people grow up with this individualistic mindset. That's why it's hard to.
Can I ask you a question? But why is it that when I look around, because I'm from New York, born and raised in New York, and why is it that every time I look around every community, ever since I was born and raised, that when I look at the Chinese community, they have their constituency, they have their lobbying group. When I look at the Japanese, they got theirs. I look at the Indians, they got theirs. Even some of the other blacks, the West Indians and them, they have their representation. And I want to understand, when are we going to take politics serious as a black people in America?
Yeah, that's the thing.
We have resources.
Yeah,
right?
black. So
because the black churches are okay with the meager they give them during election, and then tell the people who to line up for.
So
what about black mosques?
So for instance, like the Chinese, right? It's easy to unite them under the umbrella of Chinese American. Black people, African Americans, it's hard to unite African Americans in under one umbrella, right? Because of what slavery and Jim Crow did, right? This is a fact. Like Jim Crow, what they did was they removed black people's identity, their language. Most of them don't even know where they came from. They don't even know the original names, right? Those things are very important. Like, for instance,
better pay attention to what this young man is saying.
All of us in Nigeria, we have
know that better than you do.
Tell stories about ourselves, right?
Yeah, I know that better than you do. No, and you are speaking with Democrats.
Right now.
The Democrat that enslaved you and refused to give you freedom.
Like Jon Snow,
No, the Democrat that enslaved the black people and refused to give them freedom when the Republicans were fighting for black people to have their freedom and stop being slaves in this country. It is recorded.
That's a false statement. That's a false
and
statement.
you are now aligning with the people that enslaved your ancestors.
You're just full of falsehood on black issues.
You
need to grab a book.
No, but what did he hold on. What did he say that was so this is wrong now? Democrats were the most this thing for Jim Crow. They were more. He wasn't not the Republican. This thing. What's his name again? Abraham Lincoln. That kind of freed the slaves or something.
Father,
So
that switched in
look at
the
all those
60s. The politics of Kennedy switched that. Kennedy became the most liberal Democrat fighting for the rights of blacks under Martin Luther King.
But
So
are you sure? Are you sure they've
the Democratic
changed?
Party.
Because
so
we
now
think they've
Republican
changed.
became the antagonizing party for black rights. You have
See,
to understand your history. People who
see,
don't have a sense of
what
history,
makes you
they
think
know what
they've
they're talking
changed
about.
now? See, what makes you think they've changed? Because if you look at
Look,
record,
listen, the
what they've
issue
done
in
to the
America
black
is about
community.
neoliberals. Let me tell you, they are the neoliberals and they are the neocons. You understand? The neocons profit from war. The neoliberals public from selling public property.
Do you listen to yourself when you talk? Right?
I don't
They
listen
ask
to
you
ignorant
simple
people
questions.
for sure.
They
For sure, I
ask
don't
you
listen
simple
to
questions.
ignorance. It
What
pisses
has
me off.
changed? What has changed that you left the people that actually freed you from slavery and you are now
Okay, when
embracing
Martin
people that
Luther King
enslaved
was
you?
marching,
What has
Republican
changed?
was not for
You all
King.
have a
It was
distorted-
Democrats that stood with King to
It is
achieve
not
the
true.
liberal
But you
rights
all
that they
have a
got.
very
You need to learn
distorted- It
history.
wasn't like
You need
that.
to read history.
You,
Alaba, you
Let's
have
hear-
no
let's
knowledge
hear-
of what
let's-
happened in this
let's
country.
hear from an
You need
African
to know
American.
about history.
That's what people who
Let's hear
don't
from
know
an
do.
African
They accuse
American.
you.
well, it's like what
Ovie,
it's like what
sorry,
Jacqueline said.
this is
Is there
getting too
African
You
American here?
all having.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
African American. The black
No,
beauty is
she's
African American.
African.
Eccentric.
Those are
I am
African
African.
Americans
They are
talking
all
to you.
Africans.
I am African.
You see,
Thank
you see,
brother.
you
They are
see,
all Africans.
you see this Igbo guy. He's trying to claim
Yeah,
everybody like he wants
I
to
am
claim
they are
all
all
African.
Nigerians.
Africans. They are all African Americans.
That's why you said you own the Benin and now you want to claim.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. I hear what you are saying. They are Africans. That's
What
why
you talking
the
about?
African American is there
We
now.
are African. And that's the kind of mindset that we need. But what I will say is
I'm
that
Nigerian.
you all have very
I'm
very
Igbo.
distorted
Uh-huh.
you all have very
People.
I'm on Igbo. Yes.
You see?
Welcome. Sorry about that. My apologies. In short, I think McKinney
you
was
all
right.
have very
I'm always
very
right.
distorted.
I'm an Igbo
You know
man,
that.
Very
but I'm
distorted
not ignorant.
recollection.
I'm not ignorant. I'm not ignorant about American politics, so that's.
Yes,
Sorry.
you all have a very distorted recollection of history. I don't think that if
And in what
Martin Luther
aspect?
King would have
Exactly.
No, let
What
her
aspect
speak,
of
I'm
please. Stop,
yeah.
let her speak. Just be quiet. It's
I
very
don't
noisy.
think that if King came out the grave today that he would say Democrats were on my side. No, that's not how it was looked at. We were black people moving as a unit of black people with no regard to party or none of that. We were not a political class. We were poor. We were trying to just get our first jobs. We didn't have no money. We didn't have no assets to protect. We were not thinking about Democrat and Republican. We weren't thinking about that. Emancipation Proclamation got signed. That was a business decision that whites made in America. And most of us didn't even know about it. That's why they have that Juneteenth holiday, because half the damn niggas didn't even know about it. That's the truth, if I'm being honest. And so, like, I want y'all to really put a mindset around what it means to be black in America. Black is its own thing. It doesn't have anything to do with Democrat or Republican. We have a mission. We have a thing to do in this country. They never paid us for the work that we did, right? So now what we need to do is, because we're making money in the country, the next move is to extract what they owe us, our resources, out the country. Bring it back to whatever country you're going to. Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria. It's time now. This is the time for us as Pan-Africanists to say, you know what? It's time for us to take this money and all of these intelligence and all these skills that we built up in the West, and let's go and take that out gently, little by little, over the next 20 years and reestablish our own
Black Beauty. Can I really follow
country.
you in what you're
That's why
saying?
I'm in Nigeria.
Wait, before anyone else comes in, before anybody else comes in, I just want to follow her. No, I'm speaking of Joe. What I don't do is I'm speaking after. I'm speaking after Madam has spoken.
Mazi has to speak. Let Mazi speak. Mazi
Not only Mazi, yes, but before he does, I think it is quite.
Let Mazi speak. Mazi, please go ahead.
You talk, I beg.
Welcome. I think Jagun, don't worry, we are going to come after Mazi. Kede, you know you have a lot of turns already. Mazi, okay, for a moment.
Alaba wouldn't let me speak. That's the problem.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us, Mazi. Thank you for your patience. I know it's not been very organized.
Assalamu alaikum. So where are we?
Somebody said Insha Christ the other day. Who said that even? I was in the discussion. Somebody said Insha Christ instead of Inshallah. People say all kinds of stuff. Please go ahead, Mazi Ovie.
Yeah, so like when you say go ahead, where should I start from? A lot of things have been said.
Yes, true. Regarding the assassination attempt and the democratic dilemma with the candidate, where do you think this is going to go with the American state? Is Trump going to go sail on and win it, or Democrats are going to just grab Biden and chuck him out and put some other person there? What do you think? Where do you think America is going with what is happening now?
Well, where do I start from? From my own watch so far, this is nothing anything surprising. This is just being the typical. This is America. What happened to Trump is just after the statistics, right? It's not among the two, I be three people president that survived the assassination. The likes of Abraham Lincoln never had a chance to survive that. Kennedy never had a chance to survive that. So it was just part of the political process.
And Thomas Sankara didn't survive assassination too.
And I mean, if you follow my space, you know that I said there's in American politics at this point, it's 4 quarters, just like basketball, we have 4 quarters, just like athletic season, we have 4 seasons. If you look at it from that perspective, this is Democrats entering their own second quarter. What do I mean by that? The National Convention is starting tomorrow, right? And that is supposed to generate story and very top points that we usher into the next to October. We all understand how October is very important. October is pretty much the last phase of the election. Whatever
National Convention for Republicans.
Yes.
Okay.
So whatever arsenal everybody else will be released in October, and it now depends on how effective those arsenal is. But most importantly, if you look at it, if you follow global politics or regional politics as you want to see it, you will understand that what is happening right now in America, you can either relate it to 1860, where the North and the South has to dig it out because this is power at loggerhead that is happening today. I will explain that. You can make back to the 60s, which eventually led to the Civil War from when Abraham Lincoln won when the North through Abraham Lincoln won the battle over the South who were controlling power through slavery at that point. And eventually that led to his death too in 1963, led to the Civil War, and that America never remained the same again. You can also relate it to in the 70s, in the 60s, during my brother was talking about Jim Crow, but most importantly, the movements, the civil rights movements, which also led to the death of Kennedy. At the same time, you can also go back to in 1930s, where America is preparing to take over the mantle of leadership in the world. And if you follow the issue of America from this perspective, you understand that America has been on top of the game for the past 70 years. And for the past 15 years, that power is the ruling. So everything is playing out and what is happening today. I personally still believe that. I don't believe these two men will get to the finish line. I will not be surprised by next month we start hearing about another candidate entirely for both parties. In my what happened to Trump might actually give me leverage. There might be possibility that yes, he might get to the finish line, but it's not guaranteed yet. Even though yes, lock all the delegates down at the end of the convention, he's supposed to be declared as the candidate, but anything can still happen. So Nigeria, if you remember, we were talking about this like 3 days ago, and I said it's just getting started. If you guys catch your mind back to 4 years ago, month of July, what happened? If you guys understand clearly, month of July, what happened into the 2020 election? What happened in Minnesota? Floyd was during this time, 4 years ago, that Floyd happened, right? So it is not over until it's over. So the election just getting started. But don't forget, All the razzmatazz is favoring Trump now. Next month, August, Democrats will be going to their own national convention. That whatever that will happen in that convention will change the narrative. How big whatever that is going to happen, nobody knows. Are we going to have another candidate in place of Joe Biden? Just a possibility. She might be a woman of color, just a possibility. So there's so many things that is still yet to be released that will change the conversation that we're having today. 3 months ago, somebody was going heated. We're having a heated about immigration. I said, no worry. This is just very soon you forget about immigration. So yes, what happened to Trump is something that, I mean, the whole world is talking about it, and that's what you have to give to America. So nobody even believe that there's going to be an Olympic. French national holidays today, nobody cares. Everybody's talking about what happened. I'm not saying they did that because, but it's all played out in this scenario. There's a power tussle here. The old guys who control the oil, and as we all know, the world is changing. And the Silicon Valley guy, these are the guys who are power and loggerhead now. Who is going to come out and top will determine how the world go forward. But in the next 5 to 10 years, the world is going to change beyond our recognition because of the new technology that is being developed. So if you still follow it from that perspective again, at every junction in human history, when a new technology is developed, the world changes drastically and power shift down. So don't forget the Chinese are rolling up stronger. The Russians are the synergy that is going between BRICS and the American empire. It's real.
Are you
So all
referring
these
to
things
AI
playing out.
technology?
AI, biotechnology, and everything, which we can give it to in favor of China as it is at this point. So there's a desperate race to be in control because whoever come on top will control the next decades or even the next century. So everything is playing out at the same time because what the position that America occupy in the world and what they say they are doing and no longer doing. So the Israel, the stuff that is going on in Israel, Russia, everything is playing out. And I will say here that regardless of who wins, all these 3 wars that already been initiated will continue. And that I think that's what brought me back to we are talking about what they do for us. We black, we African American, we African. When are we going to actually come to the term that we are colonized people? And the black people that are brought to America are brought to be slaves for life. For life. Unless you are not getting that, this economy has been existing for the past 240 years, one of the greatest in human history. But guess what? There's a ceiling for the black man in America. How come for the past 200 years, no black man has ever touched $50 to $20 billion wealth? But we have other people talking about 200 to 300. In our lifetime, somebody worth $1 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
It is not for her. We are here to work. That is that is from day one.
Exactly.
You are brought
They
here
don't
to
get
work. That will never change. It's
it.
not going to change. Never. So until we know that, they will figure, okay, we are. It's not for us. You have home. You have home.
Yes.
For me, you just want to ask for reparation. Fix your African government. Say, come. We need reparation. We need land. We need access. That's all you. That's home. And there's a reason why we, the black here, are not going to be except beyond some certain level. It's just to keep, because there's no difference between we that in Africa and those that are here. There's no difference. It's just that we, those that were our home, that were left back in Africa, they work on our brain. They gradually turn us to who we are not. Why those that were brought to America were forced, we are beaten, black and white, to change who they are. So just no different. There's a ceiling for you. If you actually want to understand a little bit what I'm saying, Dangote is the richest black man in the world, and he's from the poorest of the poorest nation in the world. Do the math.
Correct.
There are over 400. There are over how many million black people in America? Nobody. This is the most successful economy ever built by human. So
it's so funny that you say that.
Yeah, whatever that is happening has nothing to do with us. Whatever that's happening has nothing. We are just part of the conversation. We are loud, so we are good for history too. You know, that kind of a thing. Nothing other than that.
Ovia, they have a little conspiracy. Black Americans, we always talk about this. There's a little conspiracy that say that you can't get over about, a few billion as a black billionaire. You can't rise very high. You can have a billion now. You can have a billion or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. But you can't have 20 billion, 200 billion, 100
So,
billion. You can't
so
have
whatever
that.
that is happening
So,
in this election has nothing to do with us. The world has moved. In fact, the world has where we are. We don't even understand what is going on at this point. We don't count. We don't count. So even Europe, as it is itself, they are already behind. They are left behind too. No talk of us. So in no contact or whatever that is happening, they will always use us to tell story because guess what?
Can I
America is
just
built
add
on
something quickly? Sorry
America is built
about
on
that,
that.
Olivier.
Sorry.
Can I just add
All
something
right.
quickly? You know, when Black Beach is saying that they are only allowed a few billions, 1-2 billion, you can set up a very, very formidable system where you leverage, because what I see with the Jewish
Yes,
community
in your house, not somebody else's house. This is not your
yeah,
home.
that's my
You are not
point.
going to allow it to
That's
flourish.
exactly the point I'm trying to make. Before, the Jews in America or in Europe, I mean, they're very vulnerable. They have wealth, but they kept getting vulnerable to getting attacked and all that. Now that they have Israel, now you can't believe the way they control America now. The way they control America's this thing, diplomacy and structure. It's unbelievable. They're everywhere. They said every single lawmaker in America has a Israeli this is the APAC
Yeah,
army.
but
And
so now don't look at it from that angle, right? Look at it from angle of ideology. The place, the land that you call is an artificial construct, right? I mean, you can argue that pretty much all the nation of the world, right? But the question is you ask, why them? Why that position? Why that place? Why now? That's the question you should ask. Currently, at least, it's
why
now
now?
obvious
I
that
know why now.
hold on. Let me it's now obvious that even the Americans are admitting that they are hegemony, they are empire, so they are expansionists, right? They are admitting it now that the competition are there everywhere, right? So as we speak, there are three wars going on, right? Military war, economic war, and ideology war. Military war, that is what is being waged against Russia, still the same empire, right? Economy war is that against China. Ideology war is what is going on in Gaza and Israel. As we speak, Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world among young people.
that's correct.
What
It's
happened
also,
in the
it's
next 10,
also the
20, 40,
That's
50
fastest.
true.
years?
It's been like that for the last 20 years. That's true.
So
But
what's going to happen in the next 30, 40, 50 years?
it is also the fastest.
I don't know where you're getting your data from. Oh.
Wait.
Know
It's
your
also.
knowledge
Why
level.
do
Just give
people
us
do?
talk.
Why are you
We know
fighting
your
me
I don't
to
know where
talk?
you're getting your data from. Oh.
Why
Mr. Knowledge.
don't fight me to talk? Oh, please,
Knowledge. I
Herrera,
don't
you
know
make
how
me
where you're
live a
getting
lot.
where you're getting your Takia data from. Oh. Because we know the game.
Ovie, I apologize, though.
Fastest guy.
I just want you to say that at the same time as it's the fastest growing, there are more people leaving Islam than any other religion. Add that in.
Exactly.
Really?
So I don't know what
I
makes
didn't
them
know
the
that.
fastest growing when more people are leaving than more
I
people
didn't
going
know
in.
that part.
Yeah, I know that part.
Islam is the
You see,
fastest growing religion, whether
it's
you
not
admit
true.
it or
It's not
not.
true, my friend. It's
Okay,
not true.
let me ask you, where are they living to?
Mainly Christianity, actually.
Living for Christianity.
You see, that's why you are wrong.
No,
No, I'm not. I've done the research, bro.
I have my
I've done the
data,
research.
my
All right,
brother.
anyway, let's allow you to finish,
I
my
have
brother.
my data. But finish what you're
Let's
saying.
allow you
It's
to
okay.
finish.
So the fight that is going on in Gaza is the ideological war. That is the American front. If you see it from that angle, you cannot say, oh, they are controlling America. No. The America is seeking that. Now people come together and build America. That will never change. It's a construct. Even though there's a challenge now from every angle, but it is not over yet, but it's over. One thing I believe that if you say America go feel win the war, they don't start out. But all in all, whatever that is happening right now, there's so much components in it. And for us to even jump to conclusion that, oh, this is where the hits for Trump is coming from. The guy is an Antifa, the guy is a Republican. We are just we're getting it wrong. It's too soon to conclude that because the power that be, it's between these two parties. Again, on this platform, Dr. Dameji invited one journalist. Apologies, I forgot the name. Our brother now, Igbo man, but it was a journalist. He worked with Clinton administration. during the Bekiti, he worked there. He came here and actually confirmed in black and white for us that what goes on in the White House is different from what goes on at the Pentagon. Now, two different things. So in other words, if you actually want to know what is going on, forget Biden, forget Trump, forget anybody that comes to make noise on TV. Watch what goes on in the people's house. Since the beginning of Ukraine war and that of Russian war, it's almost a unanimous conclusion. It doesn't matter what Trump come and say, I will stop this. Biden said, they don't count. Those are messengers. Just listen to what goes down in the house. It's 100% confirmed bill. Even at the UN, almost 92% of the veto power that America exercised over Israel was in favor of Israel. Almost 92. So just look at the house. It doesn't matter what any candidate come and blah blah. Anybody come and no. Just look at what goes down when the bill finally arrives. And by parties and nobody they against that. You against that, you are not coming back. Doesn't matter if you are Democrat, if you are Republican. So, but all in all, I believe that the possibility that these two men will not get to the finish line is still there. This is just it's just getting started. It's still going to get either the conversation is not still going to shift. At the end of the day, maybe now gun narrative will come out of what happened to Trump. But above all is the security. And this again, this goes to see that if Trump becomes the president, the security apparatus of America, this situation will never be the same again. So the conversation.
I agree. I agree with your last line. If Trump becomes the president of this country, the security apparatus will never be the same again. Which means it will get better than the way it is now. Now let me help some of our brothers here who claim that who say that that they cannot vote or they have never voted in where they live in the Western world, right? Now I owe myself and I owe my children a duty to protect them. And how am I supposed to protect them? I cannot leave them vulnerable where they live and begin to fight for them where they are not living, which is Africa. I have to secure them here first before I will be able to secure them in Africa. How am I going to do that? By first and foremost, participating in voting process, trying to vote who I think based on my own judgment. I am not talking about fixing America or fixing black people, which I'm not. I'm not a black person. My color is not black. I don't know what made me black. So I cannot be fighting for black people when I am not secured. If I'm not secured, which means that the black people are not secured. So I have to, based on my own judgment, protect myself first. How am I going to do that? By voting for people or for leaders that I think that may protect me. And that is why when I'm able to do that, then believing that those leaders will now give us chance, because you believe now that Americans, both Democrats and Republican Party leaders, are the same. Now, believing that if I vote such leaders, they will now give me that opportunity to be able to elect good leaders back home. And this is why I say that when Goodluck Jonathan was the president,
if you're not black, what are you?
Hold on, let me finish now. Most Nigerians thought, hold on now.
Say you're not black.
Most Nigerians thought that Goodluck was so bad that they campaigned and protested against him. What happened? Obama was used to kick him out. Obama and his wife were actually carrying placard against Goodluck, asking him to leave or find the Shibo girls. And I want to ask you, have they found the Shibo girls till today? Buhari came and left. Hold on, let me finish.
Thank you, Kenny.
Buhari came, finished, and left. He could not get the Chibo girls. So for you that don't want to participate in the election, you are doing yourself a great disservice for not participating in the election process. And now we are talking about what the black agenda is. Black agendas, black people do not have an agenda. Their agenda is where the left is. Both the black leaders and the so-called populists that are now talking as if they are sent, they are all where Bele fix. Give them contracts now. You see them change. Just like Alaba, just because Alaba is a teacher, he may jeopardize his opportunity, his job, and that is why he doesn't want to speak against what his moral does not align with. You see, where Bele fix.
Thank you.
Free
Jago,
speech is really fucked up when
ahead.
Kenneth speaks.
Jago, please go ahead.
Thank you. Guys, we gotta tone ourselves down from time to time so things can line up nicely. Really, I just want to be coming really before Oviedo in. I just wanted to say to Black Beauty and the panel actually, from what you were speaking about in terms of the institution, and I hope we haven't forgotten what you just said, in terms of, being able to use monetary means, financial means to develop capital. And because the word capitalism, and I don't know how we look at that, but it tangibly, capital is extremely important. Now, when I look at the black world, because I often do, and I've got a lot of ideas, I write a lot of stuff. I do a lot of things, and I don't always mention what I'm doing on these channels. And I'm even wondering whether I should mention what I'm about to mention now, because people are listening. But I've always seen it financially, where you have a country where a population of about 45 to 50 million people are generating, I think, a couple of trillion. I think it's 1 point something trillion the black spend power is in America. When I look at that kind of wealth that basically leaves our community right back into the hands of others, I'm looking at that level of wealth, and I'm looking at how do we compose a system where that wealth is further enhanced. And I've looked at the Caribbean, and I've looked at the countries of the Caribbean and what they're doing. And a lot of us, especially in America, we look over what the Caribbean is. We don't really understand what it is. And how, in many terms, they are more united than any other region of the black world. They are more united. They're more united than the Americans. They're more united than the Africans. They are more united than the Southern Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at that, I say, what should now be the capital of the Caribbean, the West Indies, whatever you want to say? And when I look at it, I feel that Jamaica, stroke Haiti, should be highly looked upon. I think Cuba and Black Cuba has a lot to do with what I'm speaking about now. And what I see is, I've done a lot of business in this world, and when you're doing any commodity trading out of Africa, and you have your LC, that LC now, you can trade. You can be trading through UBA or any African bank, but it would have to be linked to a corresponding bank, which is in the West. And that corresponding bank are the people who actually have the power of movement of the cash. They have it. They are the distributors. And in distribution, if you understand anything about logistics, if you can distribute, you've got a monopoly. That's what it is. So when I look at that, I feel that Jamaica should be the capital of the Caribbean. And in that is the capital of the Caribbean, and linked with what we are doing in Africa. The monies, now we are supposed to be operating banking systems where black banks are in America. And that's where black people are putting their money all of the time. It will keep the money further into the community. It will be able to position us for business, loans, home ownership, and so much more in terms of gravitating not just capital, but power also. Now, if Jamaica was the capital, for example, if they were the capital and there was a banking system in Jamaica that was rather international, based on the diaspora and based on Africa, this would be a system that the African American can take full advantage of, especially in terms of their own development, their own institutions, and what they're doing in America, which is a very powerful society to be in. And with the black community actually being as wealthy as they are, if you ask, just like England, just the same as England, I did the studies here that brought the data forward that we in the 1990s we were 1.2 million people, only 1.2 million black people in the UK. I thought we were much more than that, but that was the fact. So from 1.2 million people, I gleaned that we were spending 10 billion pounds every year. So I'm thinking, how does 1.2 million people spend 10 billion pounds? And how come we're not seeing that money? So a Black Business Directory came through, and it did begin to, allow us to circulate our money within. That was the whole idea of the business. So I just go back to that experience, and I'm looking forward to what is it that we can do. Just like somebody said, does the African American really have an agenda? And I have an agenda. Me personally, I have an agenda, and I have a lot of plans. And I think the coming together of how we think and how we bring institutions to bear is actually more important right now than any politics that's being played out there. Politics is important. I won't say that. I won't say that it's not. However, the economy of our people is far more important. Far more important. Because that is when our politics would make further sense. It would be able to actually tell us that, this is where our power is. These are where the gaps are. Let's try and fill in those gaps. It would direct us almost by itself, to be frank. But we don't think like this. We titter-tackle. We talk a lot, man. We're not very strategic. We're just gathering knowledge for the sake of it a lot of times. We're not, knowledge is useless if you don't use it. I have to underline that. It is completely useless. And I listen to, there's somebody who thinks he has knowledge and it's useless. I don't really want to mention his name, and normally I don't, but I've interacted with him recently. One man, if you like, is a knowledgeable idiot. And folks like that, I have no patience for. I don't know what they're even doing on a planet star. That's how deep it goes for me. So I just wanted to suggest those things back in what Black Beauty was saying.
Mazi, please go ahead.
I think when it comes to the African American economy or the Black people economy in America, we only ask one question. Life is a two-way street. We always emphasize on the trillions of dollars that spent, the spending. What is the production power of the Black America in America? What are they producing? So even if your spending power is 10 trillion, that is what they allow you to spend because you don't produce anything. They will employ you. Everything you own, you are using controlling it. It was given to you. So including your spending amount is given to you. So we should also ask ourselves question: what is our contribution? What are we producing? Not even to the American economy, even to our own self. We don't produce any. And that's what is playing out. I think it's Black Beauty that made mention of how other nationalities, forming communities in America, using the Chinese and the other example. It all goes deep to who they are. They have not forgotten who they are. They know who they are. So anywhere they go, it reflects. Right? Now, if you want to tailor it to the Caribbean, it all boils down to the same thing: freedom. You are not free. If you are not free, whatever you are doing is again allotted to you. The Israelites are so important to America again. It's because of their geographical location. That zone is the heart of the Muslim world. That is another thing I'm trying to project, that everybody is talking on the statistics and putting out there. That is the heart of the Muslim world. That's why they are so important. Now, why did I bring that out? All our Caribbean countries, they are also located in a strategic place because the world, there's nothing like globalization without the maritime. But do they have the technology? Do they have the deep water technology to explore that? They don't. So again, it all go around to what are you giving to yourself first before to the world. To the whole African continent, they tag on as what as an extractive economy. That's all we can do. So we don't have the ability, the capacity. And I like Jagun, when you underline the fact that if you don't do anything with your learning, it's useless. But another question to that is that every knowledge that we have, we the Africans are living today, a majority of us, now they teach us, they are allowed to acquire that specific kind of knowledge. So they understand how we think. That's why it's easy to penetrate us, to kill us, to bribe us, to do it, because they know how we think. The best and the best of us. They all went through their institution, their guardians, and everything. Again, they see in line with the conquered people. So until we realize that, then we fight for our freedom. Because if you look at the Chinese today, a classical example, the way they are taking over the world. Again, it's important to their history. Even when they went through that 100 years of humiliation, they did not give everything up. Neither did they accept everything that was offered to them. So we as Black people, they overhaul us completely. So we need to actually trace our way back, know who we are, before we can even know how to even get out of all this. That is why the IMF loan that is causing all of a sudden, we just wake up now, they are giving all those loans, not for us to pay back. They don't even want us to pay back. They are buying us. They don't need money. They money, they go print them. What do they need money for? Yeah, 2 billion. They give us 2 billion. Ghana, everywhere they say, because what is 2 billion? 2 billion, we know this budget to wash and to clean garden for White House. They are necessarily just buying us. They will give all this money and they will tell us what to do, what not to do. So even the little knowledge, the stubborn among us who want to use that knowledge to do something outside what they expect us to be, guess what? They use us to go after us. So we need to actually understand this basic foundation. Because the world we are living in is a jungle. It's a jungle. If you get what they need, you know, be protected and they can't take everything. That's what Nigeria is always saying. If any part of the Black nation get an ounce of nuclear weapon, we are a step to freedom. Because as it is now, they're not going to come again. They came to live with us. They came and go. Now they're going to send robots and AI objects to come supervise us. That's what they were doing. That's the future that is awaiting us.
Of course, and more, and more. All I want to suggest and say to you is many groups have sprung up, and they have been very vociferous and sometimes ugly to others because of the aspect that they're coming from. And those groups sometimes are snuffed out quite easily. Sometimes they raise a big noise. And I put it to all of us here. And we have to realize real quick that we are at constant war. A lot of us don't really understand this fact. We are at war. And we've been at war for a good 600 years. And in realizing that we are at war, it means we have to organize. What do we have to organize? Our army, our structures, and our capital. We have to organize this. And when I say army, I'm not just talking about military. I'm really talking about strategy in how we are flexing in this world. Because we ain't doing shit, really. We're not a pin in the
Jago, you know the best way to do that? We have to do that outside their own structure.
Well, you see, this is why I only operate outside their structure. All I use it to do is to swing on the monkey bars in order for me to get the goal that they've kept at the top.
Yeah.
That's all I do.
Yes. How do we make sure?
That's the aspect of individualism. But
You know,
individualism is one small aspect. What I've seen is that from my own mind, I can gather a team. I can gather an army, and I've done it many times. And when I do this, and when I say team, I mean a corporate company that operates within corporate structure. And when I'm doing this as an entrepreneur, I see what I have as an idea come into fruition. I see it happen. And when that happens and we bring people of like minds together, bruh, we travel quick. We travel quick. We're busting through. Yes, we come to that point where there's a glass ceiling. We have to navigate this glass ceiling aspect. But more time, we know how to break through shit. The only thing is there aren't enough people. Wait. Please understand me. Don't rush to talk. Understand what I'm saying. I'm putting to everybody that we're at war, one, and it's very important and tangible that we structure that fact in our very necessaries. With this, we have to appreciate that small pockets of teams, cells is what they used to call it during the Arab Spring and all this kind of thing. We have to operate in cell units to function. And these functionalities will rise. They will come together. They will. Because why? Because people are thinking as you are thinking in terms of the way forward. If you're a person, if you're an individual that thinks of the way forward, as opposed to thinking of nagging themselves as to the status quo. Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh. All this shit don't bring us nowhere. We know you're hungry because you're a black person like me. We know that already. You don't have to tell me that you're hungry. You don't have to tell me that. We don't have to discuss that. What we have to discuss is how do we get food. That's what we have to discuss. The rest is sometimes we are so.
Can we provide solution to your question?
We need a base.
It's not a question. It's actually a solution I'm putting to you, my brother. If you're recognizing, because I can't say everything. What I'm doing and what I do and the way I think, I can't say anything on this platform. The other day, I listened to things that a program that we had said before. Sometimes they put the whole 11, 14 hours, whatever it is. And sometimes I go in and I listen to what's been said and I study again what people are speaking about. And what I came across is that, oh boy, this thing is taped or this thing is public. Anybody can listen to what we're speaking about here. Are you with me? So, and there are so many things that we can't even discuss here. We can't really discuss them in terms of solution. If we're really, because if you come up with any solution and it's powerful, expect serious enemies. That is when you're going to know that you're at war. Right, thank you.
Can I say something? If you guys don't mind.
Yo, dude, someone else should have a turn, right?
Junior, are you there?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So, anyways, speaking of solution, I like solutions, man. Last week, I came up with an idea of, sponsoring, like the science context in Nigeria, especially, specifically in the place where I grew up in my region, right? Abia State. So I spoke with some people in school, in a secondary school there, and we come up with an idea of how we can coordinate, a context, right, for science students, right, specifically mathematics, right. So that's what I'm working on right now. I contacted a person, and like I said, the goal is to encourage students to pursue science. Science as a discipline, right? Because no society can develop, or even any group, without, having literacy in science. And I think also in the Black community in America, like I said, that's why I always reference education and the Jim Crow. If Black people lagging behind when it comes to education, especially in the sciences, right? Like I could tell you this, like go on YouTube right now and look up, mathematicians, like, people that teach math on YouTube. You probably see like 5 Black people, and I follow all of them, pretty much all of them, and
Must it be
most
your
of them.
state? Must it be your state? Must it be your
No,
state?
it mustn't be your state, but I'm doing it where, I can have it control, right? I can coordinate. I know people there. I'm not gonna. I won't be able to do it in every school with the little that I have, but I feel like if I lay that foundation and other people get involved, we can do this. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is something that we can do. It's attainable, right? And I can tell you my budget. My budget is in Miaga 100,000 naira, right? 100,000 naira is not a lot of money, but I'm thinking first place could take 50,000, second place could take 20,000, the 30 can be for the organizers, right? And they can tape it up. They can make a tape of it and then use it to encourage other schools and then do inter-school competition. Like different secondary schools can compete. And let's be honest here, 100,000 naira is like right now it's like $66, right? I can cut that off my bank account in a minute, right? I can get that done. But over there, the people I spoke with, they said this will be very encouraging, that this is good. I'm like, man, I was thinking to myself, like, man, that's not a lot of money. And they're like, yeah, this is good.
But I think about how it could impact a family, like if someone won first place. What do we want them to be able to do with the money? So I think that the amount is too low because we want people to say, okay, I want enough money to Japa or something like that. I want enough money to get a ticket to go and study somewhere, to pay some tuition somewhere. We want to be able to provide sums of money that do something.
Yeah, that's not the goal, right? That's not the actual goal. The goal is to encourage students to pursue math, right? The idea is if all students like register, right, and they see the price for the first place and the second place in the next time it's going to be done, a lot of the students will, want to get involved, right? They will want to like prepare themselves. Like the topics will be given, you can tell them, hey, we're doing something on trigonometry on the right angle, so they know, yes, something is going to come from trigonometry. We're not going to tell them, hey, you need to find the sine of an angle or, use an inverse to find an angle of a right angle, right? But, or questions in like anything, it can be in calculus or whatever, anything that they study in secondary school. So they know, so they prepare, right? It's just to encourage other students to want to get involved in that, right? That's the goal, right? That's the goal. And the grand goal is to encourage people to actually study some sciences, right? Mathematics. To be honest with you, these are what makes the West thick, man. Like, even like China, it's production. It's the engineers. They have a lot of engineers. They have a lot of, a lot of physicists, people in the sciences. They can go to space. In order for you to go to space, you have to develop your institutions, the science departments in your institutions, like, astronomy. Like, I don't think astronomy.
Can I just put it to you? Yeah, I come from the Southeast, right? Now, my first cousin is one of the best scientists in Nigeria at the minute. She works for Nigerian Institute of Medical Research in Yaba. Now, there's a lot of politics there. The person that was heading the institute is an Hausa, and he was put there. He's a political stooge that was put there. So most of the projects that she does and all that, as a matter of fact, she qualified in Germany and all that. She's a professor right now. Now, it's one thing encouraging all that, but when you still got a government, that is still tied in bigotry, in racism, and all that. And when I say bigotry, I'm not even referring to enough, because even us in the southeast and southwest, we've got we've got a tinge of bigotry in us. Until those things are dealt with, us as a nation cannot achieve our potentials. See, listen, I like the idea. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to knock you on the idea but we should start thinking nationally. Nnamdi Azikiwe from my town and all that, when he had the opportunity in power and all that, he was thinking nationally. And that's why a lot of people are bashing him today, that he will have, but if he was the average politicians we have today, my town would have been the most developed in the south, because he would have done everything on the chair anyway. But he was thinking nationally. But
so, but
it seems that nobody nobody thinks nationally anymore. Everybody thinks for their own village, for their own section.
No,
That's
no,
the
no, no.
problem.
Listen,
So problem is
Godfather, there's some heavy breathing going on in the background. It's disturbing me. Can you hear it?
Yes, I think that was Maz's this, and I've muted him. I think I'm beginning to think that it's not because they are not thinking nationally, it's because their scope is limited. Because when the interview that I conducted today, everything he said was perfect, wasn't it? But for simple things like native language as your this in official language,
or the white man's wig,
yeah,
or the white man's
all those
wig.
things, he pushed back against them. He didn't see the significance. It shows you that there's something about the way you perceive the world that is all wrong. That is where the problem
All
is.
wrong, forefather on your side. All wrong. I agree. But Lali, that week, I was thinking that the weak thing. Oh my
it's
God.
really odd, and he was defending it. That's like you don't have any reason to defend it. Even you can just say, "Yeah, you should go. I don't care. Let it go." And this is the anthem. Go. Let it go. Our native language becoming our official language. Yeah, we can do it. Even when I told him that South Africa has done it, many other nations have done it, he still doesn't see it. He said, "Let go for pidgin English." You know, so
whilst I hear that argument, forefather, whilst I hear that argument, you know, the further back you look, as you just go back and back and back, you'll find that they are not the creators of these things that you're complaining about. We brought these things out first. We were the ones who were, they were mimicking us when they came with that wig of law. They were mimicking us because that wig of law, if you look at an Egyptian pharaoh and you look at a judge, you're seeing the same thing, my brother. So you know what you're saying.
I got the historical perspective, Jago,
different.
but the issue is that the mere fact that that's a symbol of colonialism and not
no, it's
our
not.
leaders.
No, it's not. Again, you're getting it wrong. Because before they colonized, they knew.
Why is America not using it?
No, it's not about that. And I'm not saying that we should use it. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That's not. I'm just saying that a lot of our criticisms are based on new knowledge. But if you go back deep, you'll understand where this thing came from. Don't be frustrated. It's just a reality. You know, there's nothing that means you can do. Wait. Let me put down the argument before you come back.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just putting down the argument, which is to say that the further back you go, the more you understand that we Africans discovered everything. Wait, my brother, why are you so frustrated to talk? Can't you listen? Do you have to be a child all the time, my friend? Come on.
Especially just put a practical solution on ground.
All I'm saying,
I'm gonna come back to what I said.
All I'm saying is that this is a world of symbols. This is a world of symbols. And you have to understand these symbols in order to operate them in power. But we just, you know, Lee Kuan Yew, who we always talk about in reverence as a serious leader, do you know what he said to his people? He said, there are three things. I'm repeating this. One, everybody in this damn country is going to speak English. Everyone. The Singaporeans, they pushed back and said, why? Should we speak the language of our colonizers? He said, listen. He said to them, listen, you bloody idiots. In this planet, the world of business is conducted in English. So why do you want to limit yourself, you dunce? That's what he said to them. So I don't know when we're going to wake up from, oh, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Because all we speak of is actually just blind emotion. It's nothing to do with reality.
Singapore's official language.
Can I speak now?
Hold on. Let me just show him first. Hold on. This is
something
Singapore.
is really wrong with us.
Hold on now. We are going to get back to that. This is Singapore's official language: English, Chinese, Malay, Tamil. This is official one, not just this thing. Official language. That is all I said we should have. But nobody says English is not a business language or international language. You can learn that that way, but you have to raise your own to to an official language so that you can start writing books based on those things and doing your own special operations based on your own language. That is what we are saying, and this is what other nations do. It's not that Singapore.
Let me put this forefather.
Was for specific reasons.
I've heard you, forefather. Let me put this to you.
Can I stop you, forefather?
Wait. Let me just put this to forefather, please. It's important. These things are important. Forefather. Wait.
I wasn't done though. I wasn't done.
Given the fact that we have Nigeria, and we have 3 big languages in that country, of which any of them can be official, you know full well that one would not agree to the other's language becoming official. Nigeria ain't doing that.
Well, you can have 12.
The Igbos would not accept Yoruba being the national language, even though it's probably the easiest to learn. The Yoruba won't agree with Hausa being the national language.
You can have 12 official languages.
Calm down.
I keep saying that, you keep repeating.
No, still you can be still calm. We can still be calm. We can still operate a calm conversation, forefather.
Yeah, but you are not responding to me when I was.
No, all I'm saying is that Nigeria is the way it is because there is nobody really campaigning as a leader. We are all disparate, 200 million disparate individuals coming up with all kinds of suggestions, of which none of them is.
How many official language? Let me see how many official language.
See, Nigeria, it is what it is because of us. Us on this team right now. Let me say something. Us on this team right now. We are our head is so far in our hands that we all talk about problems that even when the solution is before us, we can't even say it. You want to change your language, we want to change everything. Eccentric just give you a platform.
What?
All we can see is
don't shout. OVA, don't shout. Speak.
Please, can I finish?
No,
I will shout.
No, I want to understand you. Your vibration is not coming through.
We every day we come here, we discuss about the problem. Can I just make this point, please?
Just finish, please. Yeah, he's frustrated.
Even when we see solution, we can't even recognize it. Eccentric, just give us a platform for you to change your English to whatever you want to change it to. If you feel discrimination is our problem, he just provided a platform. Whatever you think the problem is, he provided a platform. He said, I am going to start with $100 from my state, but because of our narrow-mindedness, if you feel that it's not wide enough, support it. I will take you to the next stage. That's how it is done. That is how you change. You want to stop speaking English. That's how you stop it. You want to excuse me, please.
Wow, everybody has
Let me finish.
My hands. Are you shouting?
All our problem we are talking about.
Oh, he's frustrated. Don't worry, we are coming to you.
The man just give us a platform. So that's our problem that we've been discussing. It started with school. It is because we all think about ourselves. That is why we don't see what he's saying. It is no longer about us. It's about the next generation. Whatever they think the solution is today, we are not going to carry it out. We can only conceive the idea. This young man's idea, it is small. But that is the way to start. He said, I have $100, I'll be 100,000 naira to spot talent that we can educate. Opportunity for us now to go into what he's saying and bring the way we want the education to be to those children. So that in the next 20, 30, 30 years, they will be doing exactly what we are talking about. But we cannot see that. We cannot see the platform, the solution that he's provided. That's why I'm angry. I'm sorry. Because this is not the second time. Jagon, I respect and appreciate you so much. Last week, you actually figured this out. Exactly what I'm saying now. And it's about eccentric too. When eccentric made the same point and KJ wanted to roll over you came in just the way I'm coming in now. So I am standing on your energy of last week. So point it out. That is the solution. If you think it's been periodic, take it to the next level. If you think it's not nationally, it is now your job to key in. And that last week, I wanted to apply my foundation platform because I know exactly what he's talking about. I've been in that route before. But of course, they don't allow us people even talk. Because guess what? They cannot understand when there's a solution. So it is not important. This man is a challenge before us. When they put 100K, 100,000 naira for grant, I stand today with on top of my thoughts in my chest. I support her with 100,000 naira. That's
That's what I
200,000.
was trying to
100,000
say.
naira or 100,000 pound dollars.
100,000 naira, you
No, but
said.
that's what I was trying to
I'm
say.
putting
100,000 naira.
Let's
Okay,
see
okay,
what
okay.
he
I
said.
hear you.
Along
Hold
with
on
it.
now. Hold on.
If
We hear what you're saying.
if that is the only thing we are going to achieve on this platform, so be it. I am supporting with another 100K. That's 200,000.
Yeah, I
Let's
like
go.
that. I like that. I like
I'm
that.
happy to support as well.
Let's allow Tone
I
speak.
will put my give you my number.
Don't worry, we are going to come back to you.
We'll
See,
get
it's
it
always going
together.
to come back to you, eccentric.
Obie,
All this
thank
powder
you.
talk was always meant to come back.
Okay, Ovie, maybe you weren't here when we have made. Jago can even testify to that. Black Beauty can testify to that. We've had some ideas off camera. This is not the first time.
Tone.
And
Enough for your
no,
name.
no.
This
So
is not
wait
for us
now,
to
make I finish,
listen.
bro.
I
Make
did
I
not say
finish
anything
now.
for us
Wait
to argue
now.
about. I did
Calm
not
down.
say
I'm not arguing.
no. Let's move forward. Let's stop going back. It's not about me and you.
Oh,
So
you have to
once
let
let's
him.
talk about
You want to
personality.
frustrate
It's
him
not
too
about me
now.
and you.
He's not
There's
shouting
an
too.
idea on the
I
ground.
agree with Ovie
Yes,
here.
an idea on the ground. Support it or
Yeah,
you let it go. It's not about
Ovie,
me.
we
It's
agree with you, but
not
let
about
him
me.
speak his mind
Forget
now. Let
about
him
me.
speak his mind.
No, she forget about me. Speak your mind. Don't talk about me. I never call anybody's name. I just get straight to the point. Go to the point and go.
See, what I'm
Forget about me.
saying is that this is not the first time we've come with very, very simple and lofty ideas, and nobody has followed through. 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago, somebody came up here and said the reason why she's not always here is because she can't even afford 4,000 naira. That things are very, very hard. Only 1 or 2 people responded. I'm not knocking anybody. Eccentric, I asked you that question not
No,
because
sorry. I didn't mean to stop you. I didn't mean to stop you. Sorry. That one is a personal. It's an individual problem.
Wait
No, that's an
now, my
individual problem.
brother.
This
Wait.
is providing the wrong
Oh God,
solution.
we are on the same. Listen, wait now, just listen.
He's not disagreeing with you. Please go
I'm
ahead.
not disagreeing with you, Ovie. I'm not disagreeing. I'm on the same page with you, 100%. Now, what you're saying, look at we are 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 8 here. Even if it is $10 and $10 each or 10 pounds each for those of us here on this side of the pond, it will even exceed that 100K that we're talking about. That's a starting point, my brother. Organically, listen, I believe in building organically. If we commit to that, 10 pounds on $10, no matter how things they hard for everybody and all that, we'll be able to afford it. We'll be able to afford it, and that is the point. And not only that, what we said about a month ago, Black Beauty, you can remember, about picking somebody and sponsoring them with a little business that will be costing about 200 to 300K. We all spoke about it, and a fight occurred. You remember? And there was
Yes.
cussing, and everything just scattered. Why are we doing this to ourselves? We shouldn't be doing this. We are not our enemies. Ferreira is not my enemy. Ferreira is not Tinubu. Ovie is not my problem. Ovie is not my problem. We are
No,
all
please, can
here.
we
We
stay
are all
on this guy idea? Can we stay on this guy idea, please? Can we stay on this guy idea?
Yeah,
Of course, I am
we are always going to go
100%.
back.
I am 100%. I am 100% there with me and all that. I'm going to exchange. I'm going to leave my numbers in the. I'm going to leave my number, my contact in the in the private chat. Pick it up, authenticate. We'll talk and all that. And whenever you want my money, I'll forward it to you and all that. This is a noble. This is a noble cause to follow. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay,
This is a noble
please,
cause. This
because
is
I
where we
missed.
start.
Yeah, I missed some parts of this thing. Can you just distill it down this idea so that I can catch completely what you were
All right.
trying to say?
All right. So the idea, right, is like education is very important, right? In order to, like what I said, right, how it came about, right? Most of us in America, right, in foreign countries, right, we are there as a result of brain drain, right? Most of us are professionals, right? I'm trained in quality. I'm a quality technician level 2, right? That's a professional. So I feel like, so I was like, in order for us to
Is that architecture?
counter that brain drain, right? We have to invest in education, and with the little that we can do, you know what I'm saying? We should encourage literacy in the sciences, and especially mathematics, of course, physics, and all that, chemistry. And this was part of the idea of encouraging interest in this in mathematics and in the sciences, right? And I was like, I could coordinate like a context, right, where students in a school can participate. Let's say in Nigeria, like in like let's say secondary SS5, right? They have class A, B, and C. Class A and B can bring their best students in math, and they can compete, right? And I spoke with someone that works in the school in the city where I want to do it, right? And I gave her the ideas and everything. She said she would speak with the school administration about this idea, and she loves it, right? She loved the idea, and I told her, hey, this is how much I'm budgeting for the first time. And she's like, man, this would be wonderful, And she mentioned that some organizations have done something like that, similar, And then she kind of gave me an idea of what they did.
Do you have a deck? Do you have? I'm like business mode. Do you have a deck? Do you have a presentation that you can send to the email I dropped in the back? Because you're asking, I understand what you're saying, and that's what I was saying before about the money not being enough to encourage the activity. Because across this panel, we could all do a lot better than, not to say that what you came up, your idea is great. I just think the money's not enough in Nigeria, considering the economy. We need to provide more. We may even need to provide kits to the people that are inside of the competition so that they'll have the adequate materials to even compete. So there are things that we really need to think about when we're talking about doing a science kind of thing. So like, do you have a presentation? Five
sorry, Black Beauty. It's
not a one-time thing, right? It's not a one-time thing.
Hey, Ovie, if you stop eccentric, I will lose it. I will lose it if you stop eccentric. You are the one that said that you must stop eccentric.
Sorry. Black Beauty, I appreciate what you just said, but what I want us to say that I because I have a foundation, right? Even though I don't talk about it. What I learned when I launched my foundation was, when you put your foot out there, you will be shocked the kind of response you will get, even from the villagers, from the community. People that will come and just, they are waiting. It is because they don't have a voice or they don't have a platform, but they have the resources. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. That's why I said what Black Beauty is saying. Yes, it should be on the plan, but the most important thing, let's start something. The money is increasing, the framework, you start giving the framework. Then as we go on, then that is where what Beauty is saying now comes in. Okay, maybe the winner will get computer. Now start working along our budget, right? Because by the time we say, okay, I have started, the idea is already there. Trust me, the people that will contribute is beyond just us on the screen. That's why I say it is very important. We should not overbeat the simple idea that just the fact that he has already even make a move and make a contact on ground. That's all. And it trusts the person that is keeping in contact on ground. So that's all he needs. So all we need now is our contribution. You understand? When we get the money, then we now say, okay, we now say, oh,
I've left my email address, by the way. Eccentric, I've left my email address. Can you copy it, please? As well? Okay. I've left my email address.
All right. So let me say something else, right? So the idea, right? Anyone can do it. You guys can, like, you can do it in any state that you're comfortable at, right? You have to understand, like, the general goal is to encourage, interest in the sciences, right? And it's not just in one region of Nigeria. It could be anywhere, right? This is like the little that we can do, plant this seed and let it germinate. Like, and it's not a one-time thing. I want to do it like I want to do, because the school section is ending right now. From the person I spoke with, they are taking their last exam. So after the first one, I can do the second one too in a year, right? I just want to get an idea, and then I can do school versus schools and see how that goes. And it's going to be like a continuous thing every year.
We're going to support you for these. No problem. I've got my contacts in Lagos State. I know that we can do one in Lagos State.
You can do it. You can do it in Lagos. You can do it in Lagos yourself.
After this one, let's do it with you. We're going to support whatever you're doing right now. Yeah, let's support whatever you're doing now. We can even make it bet the price of money will be bigger and all that. When we finish
I think
we can even right now that even right now that I know that Ovie has got he's got a foundation and all that. Listen, let's start doing stuff. That's the whole idea.
I agree
I
with the
like,
idea of
I
I
like
agree with
the
the
idea
idea
of
of doing
going
something.
national. I like the going idea of national, but I also like what you are saying essentially. Everybody should replicate it. But because money is going to be involved and because we are working towards a goal, it's good that we have the framework that can make it national on the long run. So if we do it together, if it is moving from one state to another, good. If it is doing multiple states at the same time, but we should have a framework whereby we move from states to region, then to national competition. So that the team, that's where what beauty is now saying now coming with all the gifts, all the prizes, and every other thing. So what Tony is saying to go national, I support it. And if or at the same time, that's what you are saying individually, but to make
Right.
it more to bring a lot of other people in because we are just in science now. I believe too we can introduce other things
Can
along.
I add something that may shed light on some limitations of what we are discussing here? I'm not so sure our problem is the lack of people involved in science. We know within our Nigerian community there are three professions that are acceptable to Nigerian societies: lawyer, engineering, medicine, and this a lawyer. And two of them
Don't count.
are the
Don't count
sciences.
law. Law is not a
Okay,
science.
No, no,
no. I mean, I said two of them are not. Two of them are in the sciences. Only one is in the art, in the this art area. So Nigerians, we've had these qualifications, and Nigerians are super educated.
That's not the point. The point is to encourage students to have interest in the sciences, and this is our way of doing it, of like encouraging them, right?
No, I
And
agree with that.
You
we need more scientists.
are wrong.
This is
You are wrong.
it's a
But
goal, right? And this is an
let's not
objective.
even go there. Let's not even go there. To Nigeria, you can replicate it in any form. As he was saying, why I easily gravitate to what he's saying, I actually have a plan that calls for athletics. The goal is to bring high school and elementary school students together in a track and field competition, regionally, nationally, and we go also into reward. You understand? I have that plan too. You can do it. We never if we want to go into debate if we are educated or not. So we
The
know
guy is
rich.
talking
If
about
you
science. He's talking about PE.
exactly, so you no, see, hold on. You are passionate about military. You can also form an idea. Everything we need everything on deck. There's no need of
I get
criticizing
where
this
you're
one. There's no need of criticizing this one. This one. No, that is the organizing about. We
No,
organize
but
it
to
all with
Tone's
our
point,
strength on
but
our
to
various
Tone's
strengths.
point though, but to Tone's point though, we're on this platform, and if people are saying we don't come up with a solution, you came up with something. Are you just telling us as a point of braggadocious, or are you asking and soliciting us to be a part of something with you? Because every time we try to jump in with you, as I'm hearing
See,
it,
how dare
you
you?
keep coming back with like, well, you can do it on your own. You can replicate it on your own. Well, we're trying to do it with you, brother. So why are you
The
telling
thing
us
is,
about it if you don't want our help?
no. So look, it came up because last week we were having discussions. The people were saying,
But
"Hey, we
that's
need to come
this
up with a
week.
solution."
But this is
And
this
this was the
week.
solution that I came up with, right? It's a solution. Like I said, the
It's
goal.
a solution, yeah.
I mean, I have a goal and I have an objective. You know what I'm saying? In order for you to do something, you have to have a goal and an objective. And
Look at
I'll
you see the
I
motto under my
I
this
think
thing.
I had this
Tech
conversation
revolution.
with Pereira.
Something
I
that
had
I
this conversation
support.
with Pereira along this line after that your appearance last week. Me and Pereira actually talked about this. That when there's a need
But
for
we should not. My concern is that I'm always forced to think on the larger scale, because the question I wanted to ask while he was talking, then I wanted to ask a question. The question I wanted to ask was about which technologies should we as a people be gravitating towards that will give us the biggest bang for our buck in terms of what would actually help our communities best, which areas, because they are still, it's quite wide. You see, that's the thing, it's not just manufacturing. What area in manufacturing? Is it microchip? Is it this in the rocketry? Is it nuclear? Which
It could be
area?
anything.
Should be pharmaceutical?
It could be non-destructive. It could be non-destructive tests. It could be manufacturing small parts that actually make big parts. But when you talk about manufacturing, right, you have to manufacture little tiny parts that make the bigger parts, right? That's what
Yes.
manufacturing is about. You can't make the whole You can make a finish good, right? For small items.
Let's not jump. Let's not jump over ourselves. Let's not jump over.
Right? You have to.
Yeah, because it's good to know. Because
are you talking
the
about?
reason why, let me give the context of why I'm asking that question.
This is why I said we should not jump over ourselves.
15 seconds. The reason why I asked that question is because I know a lot of African Americans are getting into these industries now, and many of them are doing quite well. They have a lot of money, but if you look at the technology they are working with, are not strategic ones that makes a big difference. And maybe the same thing is going on in Nigeria too. So the idea is that which area should we go into that will make a big difference to our community?
I think nuclear energy is great. Hold on, can I just say one thing? I think nuclear energy is great.
Nuclear energy is one. Can we let her finish? Now, why are we so in a hurry? Please, let the woman finish.
I was just going off what you said. I think nuclear energy is great because then we can decide, we can bring up a generation that works on the problem of solving our weaponry problem here in Nigeria.
Nuclear energy, I definitely support that one. That one is going to, because it has dual purposes. So it's very useful.
I said, let us not go over ourselves. I mean, because the question you asked contradicts what you said earlier on. That when it comes to education, we have them abundantly.
Yes.
For you to be having that question, that means we see when you talk of education, none. We have the people, no, but yes, into today's world, today's manufacturing world, we don't have the knowledge base. When this man is talking about science,
you know, Nigeria had nuclear reactors in Nigeria.
Oh my God, this guy.
Well, when you develop a program, hold on, Ovie, when you develop a program, you raise funds to develop that program. And part of the funds is to source someone who does have the knowledge, whether they're outside of our culture or not, whether we get someone from Europe or someone from India or someone to teach the kids.
This is where I'm exactly no, that's where I'm going. That's why I said that statement he made earlier on that we are too educated on that. That you might have to double down on that. We ain't there yet. But we have to go back to what Jagun was saying. What platform, what institution do we have to go to be able to boycott the structure that we are currently working in order for us to able to even think or breathe, as they say, right? And if you go and read the individual sovereignty, there's a book called Individual Sovereignty. This is where you appreciate the times you are in now, which is the information age. And this is where what eccentric idea is about encouraging science to develop in that way comes in. And again, fitting to the question to Nigeria asks, my response to Jagun at that time is going to be, we need to identify people who will key into what we are thinking that have resources, money. We need to have money. Just imagine we have, let's play with numbers. We have like $1 billion to put into what this guy eccentric is saying. What happened in the next 50 years? Right? Let's say two out of every three Nigeria will be a computer wizard. That's what it means, computer educated. Guess what? All the manufacturing chips and everything, the EV will be forced to come because the knowledge base is there. But most importantly, that money will help us build a grid outside what is currently sustainable. It is a long time thing because that's what China did. China did not just build their people economically, but they were able to build a technology that bypassed what they call SWIFT. Because before 2019, every month transaction that go around this planet go through SWIFT, which is only owned by America. Right. So that they were able to build their own system that even as we speak today, stand the potential is about doing that SWIFT. So when they started dishing out all this threat and all this about Russia, country and people start thinking of what China have. And that is what is actually at the center of what is going on in the world today. What am I saying? We have to find a way to build our own grid outside our own system without these people able to penetrate it in the first place. Because whatever plans we are having, that's what people are. That's the we say, "Oh, I have an idea. I can't say it in public." I understand that. You understand? But if we don't have money, if we don't have money to build to go up the grid,
they have the mirror bank account, the Chinese bank accounts where they've been funding all of the like Armenians in California and then they have the bank account where some money goes right here, but then you don't see it till it goes over here in China. It's crazy. They have like a whole banking, like a direct banking network. We need something like that. We really do.
We have to build our hungry so we can plan. We can. The Chinese people can send their money, do everything without necessarily worrying about. I'm not talking about other Nigerian Chinese now. The billionaires, they can go to the best state now without thinking about America will bounce on them one day because of that. So we have to start thinking about what Dabu is saying. How do we build our hungry? That's where resources come to place. We have the money. We have the individual who have the money, but how do we get them to see beyond their profits? Because if you meet an average investor, Nigerian investor, if you don't make and see the profit day to day, you know go invest in you. But how do we make them think about 50 years from now, 100 years from now? Because as Jagu said, it's a constant fight. Now jungle within and dog eat man. If you have that technology too, they will come for it.
Yes.
You said well.
Military ideology. That's where it comes. That's where it's important.
And that is why I support the.
I want to underline this. Over here, you have spoken very well. I like the conversation and where it's taken root. We have to understand the question where Ovie kind of ended, where he said, "How do we do it?" You see, we have to narrow down. Once we've understood the issues, a question normally appears like the one Ovie has just made, and we have to pay attention to that question, which is, how do we do it? How do we translate 1.2 trillion or whatever it is that America has as a spending power with its black populations? How do we transmute this into an effective gun that would parachute us into at least the next level? I want you to say into the sky, just into the next level.
But that money is
no. I'm just saying that we have to analyze this question as to how. I don't want us to miss this kind of thing.
That money is not ours. That money we didn't generate that money. It was given to us to spend. That trillion that you just talking about.
It's not, bro. It's not. No. I think that's slightly the wrong way of seeing it. That money is ours. We earned.
How did we get it?
Wait. We earned that money, and we spend it, and in our spending of it, we give it away. Let's be clear. Let's be clear, because we don't want to make mud of our thinking. So that is the process. Now, wait, bro, you're too quick. Listen, please.
I want to ask you a question along that line.
I would hear your question, but I'm saying that your question was of fundamental importance, and I don't want us to just brush it aside. I don't want that. That's not what we should do with that kind of question. We need to analyze what that question is.
That money you said is important, but we need to understand where that money comes from, right? It is our spending power. You rightly put it, we earn it. How did we earn it? It is through labor, right? That labor, as we speak today, they don't need us to do that labor again. No? So by maybe 10 years from now, if that buying power went from 3 trillion to 300 million,
correct.
So we did not. We earn it. We earn it without us not producing anything.
No. Ejo, everybody. I like what Ovie is saying, because he's going into an area that is a fact, and that fact is quite complicating to you. But what I'm saying is that because of the technology, because of our education, because we are already positioned rather well all over the world. That's where we are. We have the whole of Africa. We have the Caribbean. We have South America where we did. We have North America where we did. We have Europe where we did. We have Far East where we did. I travel more in the Far East than I do to America. And as I travel in the Far East, we did there. We're there. And we're not there commonly just doing rubbish. We're there in a very pocketed small community, and then there are those positioned in high places, and then there are those who are just touting. You understand? That's how we're there. But with that, with that, there is already an apparatus all over the world. How do we manipulate it is where I am already. I'm there. That's where I am.
I think
There's an apparatus there.
You know, I like what you said. You are taking advantage of what the people they came before did not have, which is you can sit down here and speak out fact about where we are and how we are operating across the globe, right? I like that. But you know where the problem is, and that's actually where the solution is. How do we connect this energy, this talent, this brain everywhere?
Let me let you know. Let me let you know, because I'm thinking that maybe I should just look. I understand where this is. Wait, hey Joe. What I'm trying to let us know, I've said on this platform many times, I'm saying that we complain about the leaders we have, and if we really think about the job that they do in that leadership position, we know as almost ordinary people that we can do a better job than they. We can do a far better job with our lack or our mass information or communication skills that we have than those who are now representing us. So therefore, if we understand and put ourselves in leadership positions, a leader doesn't mean that you have to be the prime minister of the world. Leadership, as a father, you're a leader. As a mother, you're a leader. As somebody who works in a certain industry and have knowledge upon that industry, you're a leader. As an individual, you are a leader. Now, it's whether or not we're taking this responsibility on board, because all we do, if we do not, is that we leave it for the next generation. That's what's going on. Now, given the fact that there is technology, given the fact that there is, wait, please. Given the fact that there is technology, this thing doesn't only bind us, but we've really seen the level of our soft power. What we now need to do is to engineer the hard power. The soft power is, bruh, in the Far East, I want Chinese, I want anybody, in Europe, or they chop egusi anyhow. They dance Afrobeat anyhow. They join us with Agbada, Ati, Buba, Ati, Rufo. Anyhow, that's how they're doing it, with confidence, because that's how far our influence has gone. We now need to appreciate this and now begin to augment within the expertise that we have as individuals and bring that leadership to bear. If we don't do that, we're not grappling with this situation of the war that we're in.
Thank you, Jackon. So let's try to get to this idea of how this.
Let me just say, let me conclude with what I was saying about what Jagun just said, right? The solution is what he just said. How do we connect the black, empire that is everywhere, the individual, the resources, economically, brains? How do we connect it off the current greed, right? Because the planning, the connectivity have to be in a way that cannot be dictated or interrupted by the power, by the Western power, or by the imagined Asian power. That is what the Chinese did. Americans could not break the wall. That's why you go China, no Google, no Facebook. You understand? How do we think that? Because that is when Jagu, who is in London, with his knowledge, with his economic power, he can transfer that to make work collectively on ground without nobody stopping it, either in the highway of information or undersea or on top land. So how do we do that? That's how we should be thinking. And it still boils down to what Eccentric is saying. We have to start building younger people with this knowledge and idea. And that is why those who are economically endowed right now should start leading their money to. Jagu talked about leadership. The leadership we have across Africa who are not, in fact, no, they are, even though even they know this is not part of it, they're already connected with the changing world. That's why their family, their everything is already connected there. So, and that's why I like what the Kenyans are doing. They are saying, these people know they are already gone. We need fresh people. So we need to overhaul the leadership But again, I don't think we can fight that fight and win in our lifetime. That is why, again, we have to also key into what Eccentric is saying, which is at the grassroots level. Invest in how they think, how they operate, but most importantly, prepare them for the world that we are in. Because guess what? We are nowhere to. We know they. We are not. So the solution is actually exactly along the line that what Jack is saying, and exactly see end up on what Eccentric is saying. And I think it's possible if we start small and think beyond ourselves. I think that's
We
where
are
we are
we are
supposed
no
to be,
closer to
thinking beyond
getting
ourselves.
to we are no closer to getting to how we nudge or shift our approach to technology to areas that can actually benefit our community the most, like nuclear power generation. Now, there's no reason why one billionaire cannot get into that business and say, okay, we want to start building these plants for many African countries and start doing that because it has dual purposes. And I don't know, like microchip manufacture is also very useful. Simple things like magnet or even construction. You can go into construction and start building tunnels. Like the continent barely has tunnels.
You
Those
know
are all
what? You
things
know what,
I problem.
Godfather, it's interesting. I beg your pardon for jumping in the game. It's really interesting what you're saying. But I ask us again to look at Nigeria for what it is, look at Africa for what it is, and the steps that need to be taken. A country like Nigeria, we had industries all over the country in the 1960s and 70s. We produced the cars that we drove, Peugeot, Volkswagen, Leyland at the time. They were all assembled in the in Nigeria, and then every aspect of the material that went into the what was there for manufacturing or the plant that was brought in from the UK and or wherever in Europe, and after we learned
Sorry, Dragon,
wait.
you need
After
to
we
take that
learned
off
it,
the screen. That is, we had a meeting about that. What you've got in your hand, don't
I
look at
beg
it.
your pardon. I really do beg your pardon. I really do beg your pardon, but it's only a cigarette. Anyway, I'm just wanting to say that what you're saying in terms of one industry is not necessarily effective, even though you're thinking in a certain way because of countries like South Korea, like Taiwan, and what they're able to produce as small nations. I understand that, but you see, we are more powerful than all these nations, much more. And they are technically gifted minds in a country like Nigeria who
I'm
we
not
can.
sure I said anything related to South Korea or North Korea. What did I say that?
No, because they
Singapore.
Korea has the aspect of certain commodities and scientific
Okay, no, I said
products.
you say North Korea. I don't know.
No. I'm not saying this to rub you. I'm saying this for understanding that in the Nigerian concept, there is too much under the ground. One, our commodities are there. With these commodities, my brother, we can actually run the price racket of how commodities are priced in this world for our benefit.
Yeah,
We can,
but that is still not a strategic shift in terms of
but my brother,
that is trade.
No, it's a strategic shift in power terms. If we have the most gold in Africa, in the world, we are supposed to set that price. If we have the most gold,
you have the money.
Wait, understand me, bruh.
See, I was the one talking here. Now you're just taking over. Let me
No,
just finish what I'm saying.
I'm not taking.
You are
Okay.
deviating from the point that I'm making. You just completely took it over and started deviating the
No,
point.
it's not that. I didn't want to take anything over, my brother. I was trying to have a conversation.
But remember, I know. You already had your say. Try to be considerate of when I'm
All
trying
right,
to.
no worries.
Because Eccentric is
I'm
still.
just looking at your question because what you said is no one has yet answered my question. And all I will say is that it is not just one thing that we should focus on because we have too much.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true. You could have said that easily. So my point is that we have to start because I often wonder that there are so many areas we could expand into, but we have to pick and choose carefully because we don't have unlimited resources. We don't print money like the way the US does. So we have to pick strategically things that benefit us, that gives us and exponential benefits for whatever funds we put into it. So, like, if I was to pick now, I would pick nuclear technology. We should get involved in that. We should get involved in pharmaceuticals. So we want to be able to manufacture our own goods with this in medication. Otherwise, we all know what could happen if you don't make your own. And then the other area is this in construction and heavy construction. That's what we're talking about here. Pardon?
In order to make your own medicine, right? You need manufacturing, of course, and then you need knowledge and chemistry. Of course, we need
all of them. You need all of them. You need manufacturing. All of them. You need manufacturing. Yeah.
And of course, you
so
need
manufacturing is a given. You have to have manufacturing as a base. But what you want to manufacture is the trick. You can manufacture shoes. It's not the same thing as manufacturing this in parts that you're going to use to make tunnels and build underground this railway and stuff like that. So you have to pick strategically to build things that actually offers strategic benefits to the nation, at the same time offers a lot of economic benefits at the same time.
Yeah, in order to achieve all that, we Nigeria need like manpower. They need skills and knowledge, right? So that's why interest in the sciences is very important, right? If we have that base already, if we have that knowledge base there, those industries can be easily created, right?
We have it though. See, that's the thing. I don't know why you are missing the point. We already have it. The problem is that the people are not doing it, and their own politicians are sabotaging it. Look at the struggle that Dangote is having now. He built a massive refinery. He can't even get it going properly because our Nigerian government has screwed up the crude oil deals that they have so badly that he can barely get cheap crude oil now. He has to pay more for the crude oil. So we have these things. It's just that, and in America too, as I have to say, Dangote is trying. He's even looking into going so he was looking to go into steel too. In America, you see African Americans too; they are doing very well too. In Africa, in America, I've seen a lot of African Americans that own big businesses, that own technology businesses, but it seems to be smaller areas, not anything major. And that is what I'm concerned about, that we don't get involved in the big things.
Yeah,
they allow us to have sports, they allow us to have music, but in the big things, we are not there. Pharmaceutical, we are not there.
Those major projects can be done by the government. Like the reason why China is like developed when it comes to manufacturing and aerospace is because of their political structure, right? They're not running this type of Western political structure. They're actually their method, their political structure actually fits Nigeria perfectly, because Nigeria is like a tribal. You know what I'm saying? We like almost tribal compared to like United States of America, where there's no tribes. You know what I mean? America is like that. It's like what do you call that? It's like homogenous society. Nigeria is almost homogenous society, right? And if you want to run
America homogeneous, did you just say America homogeneous society?
No, I said China.
Those San Francisco crowd cannot make their way past Mississippi. Don't try.
China is a homogenous society, right? China is a homogenous society. It's like a tribe, right? Pretty much. Nigeria is almost, it's like a homogenous society. So I think we should adopt a system where, the whole country will have a project and they will focus on that project and get it done instead of doing all this bullshit Western politics. You know what I mean? Like China,
I agree with you.
United States put a sanction on China over some of the chips. They don't want to export chips to China. And what did China do? Use their manufacturing to create their own chips, right? Because they see it as it's a national pride thing. Nigerians we don't have that national pride thing, and also our system, our political system, it's not designed for a homogenous society like Nigeria. It's designed for like Western imperialist society like America.
Whoa, hold on. Let's see this. What is he saying? Oh my God. NNPC holds 7.2% stake in Dangote refinery, not 20% after failing to meet obligations, says Dangote Sahara report. That when was this this statement? Can you give us, because that is, if that is it, this is exactly my point. Nigerian government sabotaging the state. These people, they won't let Nigeria grow. They just keep listening to their puppeteers and keep destroying the Nigerian state. This is what they do.
I think what it is. I think what it is in that, if that is true, and I'm sure it is true, what it is that the tribe that is Dangote, he's a tribe. And what I mean by tribe, I don't mean our. No. I mean what makes him the billionaire that he is a lot of other people. And
oh my God, the news just came out too.
Wow.
So it's true.
It just came out.
So it's true.
Just now.
So
I don't
you
know how
know
deep
now.
it is.
You know. Wait,
Bros.
Bros. All I'm saying is that you know now that this is where there's an argument going on between those in the heavens, as it were. Those big boys are arguing about ownership, about structure, about the way forward. That's what we're seeing here. Because they're all the same people. Don't get it
These are our
twisted.
governments. These are government. I think
They
are driving the people mad. They are driving the people mad. This is, you know, before Tinubu came in, I said, this man has the potential to be the greatest president because everything was favoring him. And look at what he's managed to do now. Screwed up everything, including Dangote refinery. Screwed that one up too.
What were you expecting, bruv?
No, maybe I should be expecting this because, to be fair, that is the raison d'etre, isn't it? That's what they've been doing forever. But to watch it happen in real time is still confounding. How these people can deliberately do this to a nation. And the interesting thing is that the people don't even get it, that these people are deliberately sabotaging their nation. This is not about corruption. This is sabotage. They are making sure Nigeria doesn't function.
So simple.
It's really sad, really.
That's the forefather. Where you have vociferated there is the actual starting point. Anything before that is scribble. Is scribble. Where you are now with what you just said, that is the starting point to understanding where you are with a country called Nigeria. Simple.
Unbelievable.
That's where I begin. I begin there. This thing ain't working.
Is there nothing this man not going to sabotage? This president, what is
wrong with who didn't sabotage before, bro? Who didn't sabotage? As we say, 2 steps back, 100 steps, 2 steps forward, 100 steps back. That's what we do in Nigeria.
This is on a different scale. This guy came in within it took Buhari 8 years to devalue the currency by this in 100%. That's double the value of the dollar. But this guy did it in less than a year, more than double the value of the dollar. Then he goes on now to reduce the Nigerian stake in Dangote by more than 50%. Then he goes on to increase the price of fuel in Nigeria by more than 300%. Then in ECOWAS, he lost more than half of the land. This guy is a pestilence. What kind of government is this? If I didn't know better, he was like the horseman of the apocalypse. He's just coming and destroying every aspect of the Nigerian state. And this is supposed to be the president. It's remarkable. You know, when Ife was saying it last year, that by this time next year, you guys will be wishing for Buhari. I didn't think that was ever possible. That Tinubu will perform worse than Buhari. I never thought I was going to live to see that. This guy is gone, is completely ballistic. And if this is true, if this sticks, man, if anybody vote for Tinubu in 2027, they deserve the country they get. If this sticks, Nigeria just lost 13% of its stake in a massive refinery. Then what is going to happen is that they will start buying crude oil from overseas. Everything they do, they destroy it.
The system is the problem, right? We're running a freaking democratic presidential system, right? Where a political party will select someone, and then the two largest party will select their candidates, and then we will vote. I see if we have a choice. We don't have a choice. We're voting.
That's not choice. It's rubbish.
We never did. Even Americans barely have a choice.
No, they don't.
What makes us think we even have a choice when Americans barely have a choice? They select the candidates for them.
Yeah,
the same thing in the UK too. Keir Starmer was basically a group in America.
Let's be serious. Let's be serious.
What choice? What chance do we have if they don't even have a chance here?
This is why a country as bold as China don't give a flying ballistic how the rest of the world look upon them. What they're doing is for their country, their nation. That's what they are doing.
Yep.
If the Chinese, the way they are, if they wanted to walk on their heads, but still perform at that same rate. And the world will blast walking on the head, but walking on the head is working. The thing is, we are not attuned to these levels of subtlety and these levels of focus. We're not in it. We're not in it with the rest of the world.
The political parties are like the conduits, right? For the neo-colonialists. All they have to do is like send someone from, someone that grew up in a foreign country of their choice, right? And then train the person and then bring them back to the country that they want to control. Insert them in the party, and then they will promote the person, and then everyone will vote for the person. Those political parties, PDP, APC, they are like conduits for the neo-colonialists. That's what they are.
Of course they are.
Ruining the refinery will ensure that Nigeria will still depend on external forces, controlling the oil.
Look at the reasoning why he said this thing. Let me just read it. So he said Nigeria NNPC no longer owns a 20% stake in Dangote refineries. They were meant to pay their balance in June, but have yet to fulfill their obligations. Now they only own 7.2% stake. So they were supposed to pay money. They still didn't pay. What did they do with the money? All this money they have been getting.
No. Ross, is there not a pattern? Are you not seeing a pattern? Is that not what happened with the steel mill in Lokoja? Where is it? Basically, Nigeria had 2% to finish that thing at that time. They failed. There are too many examples the same where it's Nigeria that is holding Nigeria back. Too many. I mean, at the top, where they should be wanting to fly.
They are killing the country. They are killing, deliberately just stabbing it, killing it, looking for.
Do you know that because of the fact that Nigerians own so many private jets, the world American aviation was wanted to make Abuja the central aviation point for the whole of Africa, not West Africa, for the whole of Africa. Wow. So they were buying into that. All of a sudden, it went right down. Nothing. They got out. I mean, Nigeria is not serious, bro. I don't know.
No, for real. No, you're right. The political class are not serious.
This is ridiculous. You only have to start from the point of your last.
And the president is nowhere to be seen. What kind of situation is Nigerians found themselves in? And what are Nigerians? What kind of mumu they are? Why are they selecting these crazies into office?
Every so often you would read something from Lord Lugard or Rose as to what they thought about us in Africa. And of the 18th century, at least, they were given a lot of and flagrant abuse as to who we are as Africans. But at this paradigm, we are behaving like how they wrote as a people. When they say that these are lazy people, or these are extrinsically strange, or these people worship all kinds of strange gods, or these people are extremely sneaky, extremely tribalistic. They said all these things about us.
Medals, I hate Democrats.
And we're behaving like that.
Controlling this mumu president that we have. This mumu president that we have, they are the ones controlling. This is why I hate Democrats. They are just useless bunch of people. They meddle and meddle.
But you see, why do you pick the aspect of Democrats in this situation?
No, because the Republicans do it too, but they don't care. Republicans don't care. They have bigger fishes to fry. But Democrats, they are petty. They come after Africa constantly. They look at IMF will come in, and this in the World Bank will come in their own. France will come in. Britain will come in. America, on and on. They won't let us rest. Even the Chinese official said it recently that these people that it looks like the West, they are doing stuff to Africa right now. That Chinese guy wasn't even talking about Africa, He was referring to the relationship that they have with America. But he went on and BRICS. Then he went on to say, because of what is happening now, the West is doing stuff to Africa. In other words, he's saying the West is damaging Africa right now. That's the way described it, and that is what we see happening. Look at Kenya. Kenya was looking to build a 1 gigawatts this in data center. 1 gigawatts. Do you know the power plant that Abia State brought on stream that everybody was jubilating for OT for is 0.1 gigawatts, while Kenya wanted to build a 1 gigawatts data center. And look at the country, is almost on fire right now. They won't let us progress, and these our stupid leaders keep aiding them. How is it that you can't even pay your share for an oil company like Dangote?
Father, I don't know why you are surprised, but me, I'm not surprised.
So watch it happen. What am I going to do now? I see it, but to see it happen, it's painful.
Two things I want to talk about, and I will leave it. First one is this Democrat-Republican thing. Because you keep saying you hate Democrat. I hate them too, because look, let me tell you, my problem with I'm a teacher, and we teachers, our union, they fund the Democratic Party a lot, or they collect money directly from my salary, and they put it into Democratic pause for as a lobby, you know, American politics lobbying. But do you know that the Obama regime was the one that stabbed teachers at the back the most more than Republican? Let me expatiate on that politics for you, so you have a background of where I'm coming. The Republicans, everything about them is always about money and less taxes. Republican, you understand? I'm talking domestic politics now. While Democrats, everything about them is more taxes and, you know, welfareism for the poor. Let's help the poor. Let's help the poor. But underlining those political push, there's some hypocrisy in between it, and I need you to understand the hypocrisy, because I live here and I participate a lot in what goes on here, and I'm in a Democratic county and in a Democratic city, and my surrounding suburbs are Republican. So when I'm giving you information, you know that I know what I'm talking about. So now, the state of Illinois, the suburbs, they so hate the fact, some teachers there so hate the fact that they're taking money from their salary and funding Democratic things. So they sued the union. You understand? An individual sued, of course, with the backing of the Republican Party to stop them from taking those money for political campaign. But the Republicans too have other people who support them. Now, back to the two parties. Let me describe it. Honestly speaking, they're both the same thing. They're not different. If you want difference in American politics, you have to go to either the Independent or the Green Party. But they don't have much leverage because of their population. So let me describe them. The Republican Party, to a black man right now, not in the 60s, not in the Jim Crow era, but now it's like the green snake in the green grass, while the Democratic Party is like a Rockweiler with a fence. You know, the Rockweiler wouldn't want you to cross that fence and jump into the fence. It might attack you, so you're more scared of the Rockweiler. While the green snake is green with the grass, and it tells you it's your friend, but you know what the green snake does? It's going to bite you. That's the animalistic description I'm going to use for both of them, so that you can understand this American politics very well. Now, how did Obama stab the teachers in the back? Republicans wanted voucher for schools. You understand? Union is totally against using vouchers for school, because that would mean taking money that is designated for public school out of public school. And then private schools like Christian schools or other schools will now be able to vie for those vouchers, which would be disadvantageous to what constitutional stipulations are. That means money going to public school. You understand? So the Democrats are supposed to stand for that ideological principle that money for public school stays with public school, not taken out. You know, but because the Republican during campaign have been pushing for voucher, and some of the public schools have been failing. You understand? So people are buying into the idea, maybe we should try the voucher school system, or maybe we should try the charter schools, another one called the charter school system, which is they take money from public school and give it to private people to run the school.
To their friends. Yeah.
Thank you.
So what happened during Obama regime? After taking money from the teachers union, which is totally against voucher and charter, you know what they did? They launched the charter school system, Obama Education Ministry. Guess what happened? Teachers in black communities mostly, or everywhere, lost their jobs. Because what charter did was, I gotta be deal. We understand the politics. What charter did is that, let's say you're making 70,000 in a public school. You understand? Public school is claiming they are having pension and budget issue. They can't pay that 70,000. So they want fresh teachers who they can pay 40,000 or 50,000. So when they now set up those charter schools now go and hire new teachers so they don't have to pay pension and pay 70,000, but rather pay 50,000. That's a $20,000 difference in school payment. So where's the money going? Money is going to their friends. The managers.
I think I heard about that during when this was happening. Actually, it's weird that you brought that.
Which is totally weird. First of all, by law, you shouldn't take money out of public school. Public stuff belongs to the public. You understand? Secondly, you're giving it to your school, and then for those who work in those charter schools, they work longer hours for less pay, and the schools still don't have adequate resources.
Yeah, I remember during that period, one of the campaigns that they used against public schools was that, when they get tenure, they don't get fired. They forever. Oh my God, that was evil.
So you're a little bit abreast with that.
Yeah,
so
I was
look
aware
at
of
that biggest betrayer from the Democratic Party. You understand?
They always betray.
You know, you're supposed to stand for public schools, for the public. But no, so what happened there was that the establishment in the Democratic Party were the neoliberals. I told you about neoliberals. Their objective is to sell public utilities, public beach, public things, while the neocons, those are the hardcore Republicans, their own objective is to profit from war. It don't matter who dies. Build weapons, buy weapons, sell weapons, start wars. So
what are we going to do with this Nigerian government? I hope
I'm going to get to the Nigeria, but I just want to clear this American thing. So
Nigerians
for those of you who are outside that always thinking one is better than the other, but if you look at it locally, you know, because of issues of welfare and what gets to the black, you can easily get those quicker from the Democrats. But because you can get also, it's also from the Republican, but in most Republican counties, populations of black are so small. But where populations of black are large, it's only Democrats that provide those welfareist and affirmative action benefits. If people don't understand this politics and they come here and start talking, that's why I get so infuriated when that man was saying all the crazy things he was saying. Then on international politics, forefather, don't deceive yourself. They're the same coin. American interest first. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy. Just what they can get. Don't fool yourself. Okay, the end with let's go to Nigeria. If Shagun wants to say something, I see you moving.
No. Please continue.
Okay, now then I hand that with. I hope that educates you a little bit about.
God. This
American politics.
I don't want to curse this president, man. They said months ago that they already communicated to Dangote that they wanted to limit their participation in terms of the equity.
Okay,
so
very good.
The 20% that they claim to have had, they already communicated with Dangote that they don't want 20% anymore. So when the refinery is coming on stream, when it's time for Nigeria to start reaping, you want to start pulling out of that one. Man, I don't know who is deciding for Nigeria. I don't know who is making stuff for Nigeria.
You don't really believe these people have something to offer? Didn't you see the 8 years of Buhari? I mean, you have all the evidence. Why are you surprised? You have 1 year of Tinubu with all those Lagos boys. You think they truly have an objective of doing anything sincerely? If you think so, then you are the problem, because they tell you who they are. They show you.
You know what? You see, the reason why sometimes I have a bit of hope, because like they have the telecom, they didn't totally crash it. They crashed a lot of things, but they didn't crash some of them. They managed to
What
make
do you
sure
mean the telecom? Hold
like
on, because
they have mobile phone in Nigeria now.
but even the
They didn't
mobile
crash that
phone,
one.
Father, I want to go back 20 years on this mobile phone thing too. Also, I want to go back. What those politicians did to Nigerians on the mobile phone thing was also an abuse, although I wasn't fully in details on it. But this was my experience. And in the 80s, in 2005, when I traveled to Nigeria, I found out that in a month, Father, I spent close to $500 on phone communication, whereas my phone bill in America was less than $100. I was like, why is this? This is crazy. These people are poor. They shouldn't be paying
got the most
this
expensive,
much.
Nigeria's got the most expensive tariff at the moment.
No,
More
so
expensive
I
than
started
UK.
asking questions. This is crazy. Nigerians are poor. Why would anybody spend close to $500 a month on phone bills? And, even developed world, nobody does that. I found out that when those politicians brought all those telecommunication companies into Nigeria, there was a percentage they collected from them in advance. And if you are in business, you had to make your money. So they pass on that bill to the people. I'm saying, damn. These Nigerian politicians are really wicked. Even in some of those companies that came from South Africa, the phone bill was not that expensive in South Africa.
Imagine.
So imagine. So all that nonsense continue. Now 20 years pass, 8 years. So the problem in Nigeria is that
what is this government doing with all the money that they keep getting? Because
I don't see
what they built so far. They even the road that they said they were going to build.
Be a millionaire and build castles in the moon for father.
After 1 year, what has this man done?
Political ideology.
What kind of president is this one? 1 year, I don't know what he has done.
Is it only him? He might not even have control of things. It's the establishment.
The road that he's building from 10 lane to 6 lane, from one direction to the other direction, we still don't know the progress of that. Yeah. Refineries, our local refineries, we still don't know what is happening. Every month is the next month is going to start working. Dangote refinery, and their stake is reduced, and they've known this all this while they didn't communicate with the people. This is going to erupt. Watch what happened in the morning. This is going to erupt in Nigeria.
Father, where you should have questioned the Dangote refineries are which country that is normal destroys 4 of its own refinery to build a private one? You tell me.
Sabotage.
You tell me. Which country that is normal will let 4 of your own national refinery go to ruin, and the workers were still being paid? Why those refineries were not producing anything? Did you know that?
Even if I don't want to see it, but if Nigerian people go on the street and rip people to pieces, I'm not going to blame them. These leaders are not us. They are just out of, they don't think at all. They are completely out of their minds.
But it's not going to happen, because those of us who are seeing this thing, we keep having hope against hope that they will change. That is the educated ones. How much more the ignorant ones?
They are not us, completely out of their mind. They can't even stay out of the way. They can't even, don't touch anything, stay out of the way. So that Nigeria progresses by itself. No, they get in there and start tearing everything up, making sure nothing works.
As long as they make millions inside that shit hole, the whole place can be shit hole. They don't care. They don't know. That's what they call vision. Vision. You've got to look. Vision really matters. 2 key things are wrong with Nigeria. It's part of one of the next topic I want to talk about. Number one, the citizen in themselves, they do not have sovereignty. They don't have what is called a citizenship. What do I mean by that? That means duties and responsibilities of an individual for living in a geographic space. That's the citizen. That's the Nigerian number 1 problem. Number 2 problem is the education we got. How did we get a form of education that didn't provide vision? When one guy on the chart said Nigerians are 2% blind, 98%, and 98% cannot see. You want to know the difference between being blind and cannot see? Blind means that you don't have visual eyes to see things, but you could still have vision. While cannot see is that you might have eyes,
but yet you can't see. Vision, no, you don't have. Nothing, no, you don't have. That's the state of that country. So the only thing that's going to save us is if we can get light and vision to those 2% who are blind. It's a serious problem. We are building a system that is worse than apartheid.
What is the president, Malam here, what is he doing with all the money? He's been borrowing so much money.
Tire. If you know
what
how many money some people collect, you go laugh tire.
I don't know. What is he doing with all that money he's borrowing?
And they're not investing it in the country. If only they are stealing it and investing it in that country, we won't be as bad as we are now.
That is what is confounding me. I don't know what they are doing. If they are spending it on something, I don't see what they are spending it on.
If you see, if they are doing it and starting private business left and right, and money is multiplying itself, production is going on, it wouldn't be this bad. But they're just stealing for stealing's sake.
Tone. Let me bring Tone in. This one don't pass me. This is beyond me now. This is crazy. Because I don't know where to start from. What is the Nigerian government doing with all the money they are getting? Because I don't know, other than paying salaries or buying SUVs, I don't know, or they talk about projects that they want to do in agriculture or student loans. What did they do with all the billions they've been borrowing? Can somebody explain this to me? Because if you cannot pay 1.7 billion to Dangote to maintain that our 20% stake there, what are you doing with all the money you've been borrowing?
Sharing it to loyalists. That's why most of you don't understand the depth of the seriousness of the problem.
I don't understand this government. I really don't know. I don't know what they are doing with all the money they are getting. For the life of me, I don't know what they are doing.
That's why people who come on to defend them, I get so mad with them, because people don't understand how deep the rot is.
God help us.
The rot is so deep. Jagun wants to say something.
God help us.
All I would add to, I really enjoyed the communication between yourself and Forefather. It seems like you're narrowing the gap between you. However, I would say Forefather finished with something in saying that what are they doing with all the money? Somehow it's even more than that. It's what are they doing with all the power? It's not just money that they have and accumulating and accumulating and accumulating. They wield power, enormous power, and what they're doing with it doesn't merit a stack of beans. It doesn't merit anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like we have, when we come to these reasonings, we have to understand that we do not operate in a real governmental system of any repertoire.
Sorry, let me just add this. At this stage, this president is the worst president of Nigeria. I think almost ever. At this stage now, it's basically the worst ever.
And you know what the worst means? The worst actually means the best in Nigerian terms.
That is true.
You understand what I'm saying? That's how sounding this thing is. The worst means
it's worse.
Imagine he's outdone Buhari. He's outdone them.
Unbelievable. I can't see one thing. There is not one thing I can say, okay, this is what they spend most of the money on. Not one thing. Just give, and they have a budget of about 30 billion, and they borrowed so much money on top of that. So what are you doing with the money?
Okay, that leads to another conversation.
You didn't want to burn the country up or what?
That question leads to another conversation. That is where we have problems, because we keep saying it's a government, it's a democracy. We are using the wrong words to describe them. These are saboteurs. These are treason. You see, that's another Nigerian problem that I have a problem with. We're using the wrong words. We're not calling them what they are. You keep asking them, what are they doing with the money? Who would still in their right mind destroy his own nation like this, other than saboteurs and treasonable people? Traitors. But what do we call them? Leaders, honorables, senator, the government. we're pouring perfumes on a pig. That's what we do. And that's where I get frustrated. You understand? Let those of us who know stop this whitewashing thing. What in Yoruba they call it poti ileke. Ileke is like plastic house. You're now putting poti on it. That's our problem.
Ferrari, could I say hello to everybody?
Yeah,
on the
well
platform?
done.
Let me also extend those protocol to those who are in the comment section and those watching. Now, this is what frustrates me here, right? We have an issue where there are many blames to go around. But what about the basics? We cannot get the basics right, forefathers. The Nigerian government under Buhari in 2021 spent 5.9 billion US dollars investing in a Dangote refinery. First of all, it's wrong for the government to put their money in an individual's business, among all the ones they've done in the past, allowing
what
monopoly.
is 2.76 billion.
No, it's not. So you have to.
They paid 1 billion into it. They were supposed to pay another 1.76. That's the one that's causing this problem now.
No, but that's what Dangote is saying, right? So if you go and get a Emefiele and you don't bring him to the courts, and you try him by the media, let him say his deal. What do you think Emefiele is going to say? The difference between Emefiele and Dangote is that Dangote is mouthing off, talking nonsense on his own. It's not at the courts. Do you really think somebody's going to invest $5-point-something billion on a corporate private company, right? And then he gets to be telling us what's happening? That is our money. $5-point-something billion is what was paid to him. And it's been paid years ago. Only thing that was happening is that he kept moving the goalposts of when the refinery is going to be operational. He's received from the government crude. The government is performing. But that's not even the issue. It shouldn't be tried in the media. It should be tried in the courts. He should be grabbed like a Emefiele and brought to the court. He's not supposed to try his case in the media. Besides, how does a person cut a whole Nigeria? You know, Nigeria is a state. That's true. And usually with everybody else, the rest of us, they're an authoritarian state. So you're going to tell the Nigerian government that you're cutting their share down from 20% to 7%. Where is the other 30%? Who makes that decision? Is that supposed to be made by either party? Nigeria is not supposed to make that cut, and he's not supposed to make that cut. The courts have to decide what's going on here. What is the deal? If you do further research, you're going to find out that the amount is 5, and I bet it's even more than that.
See, it's Dangote himself that is saying it. Dangote himself.
He's the corporate here.
Look at the Nigerian stake is 2.76, and if you look at the reduction in terms of the stakes in Nigeria to 7.2, it's 1.76 that Nigerian government hasn't paid. Nigeria paid 1 billion, and this is the cost of the Dangote refinery itself. Yeah, so this is what they are saying.
He could inflate any of those. Okay, he could say, "Look, it finally cost me 40 billion to build it." That's not the issue. The difference between you and I is that whatever Dangote says is not gospel to me. Okay. I want a court to determine what's going on, facts finding, what's going on, how much has he received, what was the deal, what was the agreement. But look, what I'm saying to you, because if you're not getting paid for this, then you're really a fool, right? If you're not getting paid to keep defending Dangote blindly, there are a lot of Nigerian businessmen, a lot of them are corrupt. A lot of them are alleged to be corrupt, including the.
Why are you going after Dangote? You're not bothering to ask your Nigerian government, how did this happen?
That's what I'm saying. I am right now. I'm taking the government.
Dangote is part of the government.
Exactly, but
yes,
even
the government is the bigger problem.
But even I also agree with that. But the point is that you think there's a difference between them. This might even be Tinubu getting him a cut of 13% for when he leaves office.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
if you remember, I did say that as you were reading this news and it was becoming shocking to you, I did say to you calmly that this is an argument within the elites. That's what's going on. They have come to a point where their corruption, they're choosing which level corruption will be now. That's their fight. That's what we're seeing play out. It's very, once you understand what Nigeria is, it's very easy to understand what the game is.
Are you reading what is on the screen? Read that so you see what the guy is saying.
I can't read my eyes.
He says Nigeria did not give him any money. They promised to pay him 2.7 billion worth of crude oil. You see?
Crude.
So, and I noticed that the Nigerian government is not giving him crude.
But that's when you know there's an argument. They've all refused him, and they haven't just refused him in Nigeria. They've refused him on the international scale. So when he's looking to buy,
if you are weak in this world, you go. This is do you think America will be having this problem with building their refinery or the UK? When you have a weak nation, this is the kind of nonsense you have to suffer every time. You can't even get anything done right.
That's why we have to focus on making us strong, and that starts with information and education and all the other things we've always talked about.
This is disgusting.
Let me have a clear shot at what I want to say. Forefathers, your role here is absolutely unconscionable, right? What you're doing here is annoying. We have an issue. We have courts. We're not supposed to take anybody's position, but there's prima facie, right? He's been paid. They had an agreement. The Nigerian government bought 20%. So status quo ante is Nigeria owns 20%. He's not supposed to determine how much to cut Nigeria down. He has to go to court to do that. An arbiter is going to look at the whole deal and determine what the case is. But he also...
The Nigerian government communicated to them that they are not going further with the higher stakes. According to them, that Nigeria, they communicated to them that they are not going to be getting the higher stake without even telling Nigerians.
Where's the communique? Where's the communique?
We don't have proof of the communique, but that's what they are reporting.
Okay, so let me tell you something. I don't trust the Nigerian government, but I trust Dangote even far, far less than the Nigerian government, right? What I'm saying to you is that every other crook in the country is apprehended. You go tell it to the judge. Don't come to the media to talk nonsense. If you anybody who's accused of anything, let's say Showore, and you say, Showore, what are you doing? Look, you want to do a revolution, it's against the law. But only thing you allow Showore to say, look, I'm not doing a revolution. It's a language issue, right? You never get to arrest him because he's going to make his case. If you go to Emefiele, it's the same thing. Say, Emefiele, you've done X, Y, Z. So the only way the government operate, if you do something wrong, they will apprehend you. If you are alleged to have committed fraud, they will arrest you, and then you go tell it to the judge. You don't have a communique. You don't know what he's alleging. He's claiming that the government told him. Where is it? So now the government itself, because of who is in charge of the government, one of his best friends is the president. Now, he's been giving all kinds of excuses. He's been trying to blackmail the government in the last couple of weeks. He said there are cabal who doesn't want his refinery to surface. It's not his refinery. We've got 20% of our money in that refinery. If there's somebody doing something like that, they should be arrested. Now, what I'm saying to you is because you keep having this idea that we are going to be subject to Dangote's whims and caprices. We're a country. We cannot invest 5.9 billion and somebody just running their mouth about how it's 1 billion. Do you really think 1 billion is going to buy 20% of that refinery? You already know it was 20%. He admits that it was 20%. Right? Now, fraudulently, he opened the refinery. He had another head of state that's not Tinubu now open it. And that was Buhari. He attended the opening ceremony of that refinery. Now, that refinery would have been open But he says, and last month we're having the argument. He says, look, I've got the crude from the country, 2 shiploads. I bought some from the United States, but I'm going to let it sediment. And I was making fun of it on the debate with you. I says, hey, look, a refinery, a state-of-the-art refinery's main function is to separate the constituents of fuel, crude. How are you going to do it by gravity to let it sediment and separate? What kind of excuse is that? So all I'm saying to you is that, let me ask you something. Tell me now, what is your theory? What do you think is going on? Tell me, why is Dangote special? Tell me. Why is he special?
It's not special. He's a businessman that is doing a business that will benefit the country from the point of view of if the business makes money. We know oil businesses are profitable, and he is going to benefit the Nigerian economy, and he's going to make the Nigerian people's life easier, and it's also going to appreciate our currency. So those things are not should not be taken for granted. They really do matter, and it's a shame.
You know what you're saying hasn't happened yet. Nothing like what you're saying has actually happened.
Because it's not been allowed to happen. That's the problem.
No. Because I say there are many theories that when they speak about Dangote's refinery and how it's positioned in the Nigerian apparatus, it suggests that with what do they call it? Subsidies being taken away, and the pain of subsidies and what happened. What was said and suggested that once Dangote's refinery is up and running, that the price of fuel, petrol, and all the products in Nigeria should be cheaper, but they're not going to be cheaper because what Dangote operates is a private company, so to speak. A private company, as Pansat rightly underlines, with our money as Nigerians. So going with that paradigm, he can do anything he wants. And Nigeria is a country that likes to oppress its people. So don't get it twisted that it's automatically going to become cheaper. Look at fuel right now. You know, back in the day when we were young, fuel was nothing in Nigeria. Now it's a calamity. It's a calamity. So
let me share
what you believe about Dangote, your aspect on who Dangote is, I think needs to be analyzed.
See, it's not about him. It's about what the company represents. That's what it's supposed to be. If it had come to fruition, so far all I see is the Nigerian space is trying to kill it, not the other way around. It's not trying to kill the Nigerian space. It is Dangote is the one accusing the others. The Nigerian government is not allowing him get crude oil. The IOCs are forcing him to pay $6 more. He's coming out to tell you this.
It's again as Pansat has underlined.
So he's lying.
No. As Pansat has underlined, what do you think is really going on? Because right now, this court is a court of the media. It's not a court.
Let me tell you what is really going on. What is really going on is that they are trying to sabotage Dangote refinery from coming on stream. Like the Nigerian refineries have been sabotaged.
So who exactly is doing that?
Okay, how many weeks ago I was here? 2 weeks ago, I presented a case by a Nigerian group that represent 401 tribes, ethnic groups in Nigeria, that accused the head of NNPC of trying to sabotage our refineries, including that of Dangote's. They came together to say that man is trying to sabotage our refineries. And look at what that same man came and said here. He's the one looking to borrow money from foreign people. He wants to go and borrow 2.something billion again. And he says we have no problem covering our gasoline payments. This is just money for normal business and not a desperate act. It will be a syndication with critical but regular partners who have been in business with our company to forward the cash. I don't know what he's talking about. Point is that he's making it look like they are not desperate. If you have not paid Dangote money, are you not supposed to be desperate if you have not paid the money to Dangote? And secondly, he's saying they are not. Then look at another money again that they took. They took 3.something billion this in US dollars from Afrexi Bank. These people are borrowing money left and right. And I ask, What are they doing with all this money? I don't know.
Forefathers, are you aware of the deal, the actual deal, and what it means? Do you know the deal of that loan?
That's
the deal. Let me just break this down real quick.
Oil back loan. They call it oil back loan. So I'm assuming that.
No. The deal is, they have got this loan for 40 years to complete payment.
Okay, which is not too bad.
They have a grace of 10 years before they begin to pay. Now, the interest of this 2.8 billion loan that they're taking, at the end of 40 years, you would have paid back 100 billion. So you just look at the dynamics of that and wonder about the next generations that are going to be strung up by the neck because of that deal.
Oh my God.
That's what's going on.
Okay, let me just add that I posted now 2 links for you. I don't know why you don't want to play it.
I saw the one where they delivered this in crude oil to this. What does that mean? Does that mean it's in the billions?
No, let me say that what I'm trying to do, you can at least trust Reuters, right? Reuters, it's a primary source, it's a trusted source. And what it's trying to tell you is our stake. Those are the numbers that we're interested in. What is the stake of Nigeria in this refinery? And it's 20%. Now you have Dangote every day inflating how much he spent on this refinery. It's like you and I will have a deal. Or say, let me just use me and Nigerian government. Nigerian government comes to me and I pitch them. I say, hey, look, I'm gonna build a refinery. It's gonna be $1 million. You wanna buy in? You buy in. You pay me $200,000. So you got 20%, and then I go off building it. And from building it, I could then tell you as a fraudster, I could say, look, it's not the 1 million that it cost me to build, and I built it with 20 million. Do you understand? Because you have to be an idiot for somebody to tell you do you know how much $19 billion is? He's building a refinery with $19 billion. That's what it's claiming. Do you know how much $19 billion? You could build that refinery, maybe 100 of it with 19 billion. That's how big 19 billion is. $1 billion is 100 million. That's one.
We know that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So please hold your peace. Let me land. 19. If you think he built a refinery with $19 billion, then you're stupid. But that's hold on. That's neither here or there. The point is that we got 20% of it. We shouldn't be in it, but we got 20% of it. Reuters confirms it. He's received a lot of things, including 6 million crude oil shipments, and I bet you he's selling it. He's exporting the oil. He takes oil from us instead of refining it. He sells it. Now that is my own thing there, because what else could it be? We're in trouble.
Yeah.
Oil, we cannot go anywhere and say, let me buy a refined oil. Who's that? Who's talking? Who wants to talk? Okay.
You're the only one talking.
Okay. I think I'm with Pansat on this one. I don't want to believe that what Forefather is saying, that Dangote is acting in the best interest of Nigeria.
No, I never said that.
He's a crook. He's just capitalizing. He knows Nigerian system. Like Pansat said, he knows that Nigeria is not accountable. So why would he be accountable to Nigeria? And he knows that he's stealing in conjunction with the politicians.
Yes, sir.
You understand? So whatever he says, the politicians are going to cover him up. So even if there are bureaucrats in the ministry, they're not going to investigate him because the politicians.
No, sorry. I need to understand where he could have done this.
I'm coming.
What area would he have done it?
I'm coming. In terms of the cost of building the refinery, he is the one that will declare the cost at the end of the day, just the way he has done. If you're a private investor investing in somebody's business, is it that person that will tell you the cost of the business at the end of the day?
No. Sorry. I think we are making a mistake here. I don't think Nigerian government had to pay more, because
it's not a matter of paying more. You are paying more.
Let me give you the percentage now, so that you understand.
You're not understanding it from what Passat is saying.
Okay.
If I tell you that the cost, the total value of my assets, business assets, is 20 million, and I want to give you 5% of it, why the actual value of my asset is 3 million, are you not paying more?
Yes, you are paying more.
Of course, you're already paying more before the transaction even started. But
it's the
another area
opposite.
that I want to look at it is even that Dangote is a member of Tinubu's economic team.
Recently.
And that relationship, I think that they are just, we are thinking as if Dangote is, okay, Dangote may be cheating the government of federal government, but he's in sync with Tinubu and his cohorts. All these things you are doing is just asset realignment, or how do they put it in accounting? They're just asset swap. They're just swapping what is due to federal government to private individuals, because those the people at the helm of affairs are not going to investigate anything, because they are the one that the asset is being swapped in favor of. That's what's going on.
Let me say one more thing and I'm done.
Hold on, listen, you've had your say before he said.
No, I haven't had my say.
So that it goes round.
No, that's fine.
So
but I haven't had my say.
Yeah, you can. Of course, you can speak. My own issue is that I'm focusing on where it affects Nigerians, because it's not about Dangote's personality and it's not even about the government. The problem we have here is that we are supposed to have a refinery that should be coming on stream. That would have meant that the Nigerian currency, the foreign exchange, would decline a little bit, and the petrol price in Nigeria may actually stabilize or decline a little bit. The Nigerian currency could have appreciated. That's my focus. And now, from what I can see, let's say the refinery was projected to cost about $7, $11, $12 billion at first, and based on the Nigerian government's pledge to invest 2.7 something billion dollars, then he gives them 20% stake in it. If he gives them 20% stake in it, then later on he goes and costs Dangote a little more. Would they come and charge the Nigerian government? No, they cannot come and charge the Nigerian government, because the Nigerian government has already placed its bet for 20% stake. That is where, and even if that, so that cost that you're talking about may not have come to the Nigerian government. That is why, if you hold on, that's why when you look at 20% and $20 billion, if you're supposed to pay in terms of in dollars, 20% of this in $20 billion is around $4 billion, isn't it? But Nigerian government instead is owing, from what Dangote is saying, 2.76 billion. Why is that the case?
In terms of the evaluation that we talked about, it means that the value that is being given to you is lesser than what it's supposed to be. You get that? And you are talking about sabotaging Dangote. You are missing the point.
You are understanding it the other way around. It's the other way around.
Dangote is not losing anything. His economic interest is still being protected. The economic interest of the people that are stealing the money with him also protected.
How is his economic interest being protected? Tell me,
I
don't even understand.
Refinery. Is he not making money from the refinery?
But how is that protecting his interest?
You're speaking for the third time now since you allow me.
Tell me, how is it
whether
that
Nigeria
now
gives
he
him
has to
crude
get
or not, he's still going to sell it in the open market. If
okay,
if not, but that is normal for any business.
Now, let me
just
say one thing. I'm almost done with it, because this is not going to be.
Nigeria is the one that is losing. That's my concern.
Nigeria is
okay, and it's not because of Dangote. It's because of the Nigerian government.
Please let me.
The government are in sync with him.
Over at the private section. Hold on now.
We elected the government.
Yeah, forefathers, please hold on. I'm only going to be here a minute. I'm not going to be. You are not going to be the arbiter of this. You're talking about your own opinion. On the private section, I've listed maybe 4 sites, including the ones we know and more credible ones. Premium Times is there, where reps are actually threatening to arrest Dangote for his crookedness in the cement and fixing the prices of cement over there, for one thing.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Yes, it does. Let me land. That I'm laying a foundation, because you were holding him above board.
I'm not holding him above anything. I'm just talking about the idea that Nigeria's investment is not going anywhere.
Why are you interrupting me?
The Nigerian government is taking a lot of money, and we don't see what they are doing with the money.
I'm coming, right? The nature of a human being speech is that maybe they say things in series. I'm not going to be able to say it at one time.
I don't know why you're focusing on Dangote.
So I'm coming.
What the government is doing with their money.
No. But you're now playing the game that I don't like. Don't interrupt me. Please,
Pansat,
let me land.
Get me that information about Nigerian government paying.
I don't have to get you anything. I'm not gonna get you anything.
Okay, so you don't have information.
Get it yourself. I'm giving you things that are more important than you're talking something else. Let me land. You hear WK all the time sing his song. He says, "Agreement is agreement. Maybe we do what we talk. You come to talk nonsense." He says it all the time. What we're doing here, I'm laying a foundation to show that what you're purporting that Dangote is not what he is. Right?
Oh my God.
He's got. I came and I made a case a couple of months ago that they're chasing after the Kogi former governor Yahaya Bello because he tried to take over their cement business over there, and this guy sued him and won. And because he won, they're trying to grab him and put him in jail, right? So not that he's not corrupt, but the reason why they're chasing after him. I'm trying to lay these cases down for you. Now, the House 5 days ago, they're debating if they should issue a warrant of arrest for him fixing the cement where he's a monopolist and he's doing crooked things. And I'll give you 5 on the private section. Will you acknowledge it if you're not going to post it? Do you see 5 links for that?
All that information is irrelevant to the discussion.
No, but do you just say I see it or I don't see it? Do you see those links?
I've seen the links. I've seen them.
Okay, so let me conclude.
The other 2 are at the top.
Okay, let me conclude. What I would do, I'll go ahead and do this for you. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. I'm going to try to find out the magnitude of Nigeria investment, which is 5.9 billion. But just in case I'm wrong, it'll be 5.5 billion. It's from 5.5. I will show you that before I leave. Once I show it, then I'll leave. But I'm saying to you right now, it doesn't matter. Even 1 billion is a lot of money, right? He cannot hold us by the balls, and then because he could then say, "Hey, you guys deliver me all the crude that I want. Else, I'm gonna go buy from America. Else, I'm gonna cut your
What is wrong with you? But that's not what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. Hold on. And he's gonna cut our share from 20% to 7%. Just still in the 13-point-something% right there. But it really doesn't matter because he didn't build any refinery. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have any proof of this. I bet you if I go there with you, I go there, it'll be nothing but pipes, right? There is no refinery.
Are you serious, Pansat?
I'm serious. I'll go there with you and we'll look at it and it will be nothing but a bunch of pipes welded together. There is no refinery there.
Okay, can I have my say? My opinion. I don't understand why you cannot see what he was complaining about was that he couldn't buy petrol at the normal price, international price. That they are selling it to him sometimes $6 ahead of international price. Other times they will tell him they don't even have anything. So he has to go overseas to go and buy crude oil, which he is doing, but Nigeria is not going to gain a lot from it, especially now that Nigeria doesn't have a significant share in the company. So the whole thing is the Nigerian government that has these deals with the IOCs, and the Nigerian government is not doing any good negotiation with them about it. It's the Nigerian government that invested in Dangote, and they are the ones that are not maintaining the investment that they are supposed to maintain in Dangote so that the Nigerian people can profit from it. See, this is something that personally as a human being, and that means well for Nigeria. Nigeria, for once, had one refinery that managed to build to what is considered complete to start actually generating oil. I would have thought the nation would do everything in its power to make sure this thing nobody gets to it. But instead, it's the opposite. It's like there's nobody doing anything to protect it. They want it to be destroyed too. Then we start another round of crying for the next 10 years again that our refineries are not on stream. I don't know about you, but personally, from what I can see right now, anything that wants to go after that refinery, I don't care whether the name is Dangote, whether it's a P2B, or whether it's Tinubu. I don't want it to be broken because it's Nigeria that is going to affect. It's our people, our children, our family members is going to affect. You understand where I'm coming from? I don't care about Dangote. Neither do I care about this government. The problem is that they are creating problems for us. Whether it's Dangote that is creating it, but right now, given the reports that I've seen, it's the government that is causing this problem. It's the government that put that head of this in NNPC in office. Is it not the government? And is it not this same NNPC head that people came out to complain about weeks ago? that this man specifically is trying to block Nigeria and refiners, our own refiners, from even coming on stream, not to mention Dangote's. He's trying to block it.
Okay, but let me first ask you one simple question. Just give me a yes or no. Do you believe that he spent $20 billion to build a refinery? Do you believe that? Without seeing anything? Maybe he did, but without seeing anything, if somebody tells you they spent $20 billion to build a refinery, would you believe that person?
In the Nigerian context, I would believe.
Okay, so how much trillion is $20 billion in Nigerian currency?
You want me to show you evidence why I believe that? I can show
No,
you
just first of all, let me see if you know what the magnitude of $20 billion is. How much is 20 billion in naira?
Yeah, right now, if it's in dollars, you're looking at about 30 trillion naira equivalent.
Oh, I don't believe so. How do you come
a
up
month?
No. How come?
1,500 conversion, which is 1.5.
Do you know what a trillion naira is?
Yeah, you just need to multiply the.
Okay, but what I'm saying, as far as the amount,
Pastor want to talk to arithmetic teacher now. You want to talk to arithmetic teacher now?
It's not really
that.
I'm only trying to demonstrate the magnitude of the figure. You know, sometimes we just mouth off, right?
So
the
you
entire budget, the entire budget of
Nigeria. Is that it?
The entire budget of Nigeria is about $26 billion. 26 to pay the army, pay the police, give money to the states. Everything the government does is about 26 billion. Now, if you think this guy, this Dangote, you're Dangote, right? Because a lot of you do it. A lot of minorities. Let me just put it that way. A lot of minorities. You just think that anybody who's challenging Dangote is doing so because they're from the southeast and Dangote is not building anything like that. That's not the issue. The point I'm making is that use your head. This guy comes to that south. I put a pipe on the ground,
Yeah,
and
it makes you come across that now. You just accuse him of all kinds of stuff.
I don't even care, right? Let it come across like that. The point I'm making is that he's supposed to poke holes in what I'm saying. It should be very easy.
I poked a lot of holes.
Number one.
At this rate, you are a sieve.
Go to Ferrari. Go to Ferrari. Let me remind you what. Go to Ferrari. Okay. You're not gonna have it easier.
Let me donate my time for Panzert.
They are begging.
You put me on that. You said you have suspicion about me. But let me tell you something. You don't go to work. Every time you're on this show's hosting a show,
what am I going to do?
It looks to me that Dangote is paying you to run your mouth here. No, that's what it looks like.
I
Right?
wish somebody was paying me.
How could a red-blooded Nigerian, you see somebody cut down our share from 20% to 7%, and you're laughing? I mean, it's not.
Why sound as if I'm laughing? I'm laughing at the fact that Ferrari sent the party back to you.
All I'm saying is that how would you, without any judicial input, somebody's cut a whole Nigerian state share on his own? He says, "Look, he goes to the press. He says, from now you don't own 20%, you own 7.7%. That is that's an insult. So go ahead and talk while I find that.
Tangible. I don't know whether it's tangible, but from what they are saying, that the Nigerian government had already communicated with them months before now. So I don't know whether this is a problem. Our government don't talk to us. Our president is away. He barely tells the people what is happening. So this is a problem. There's no communication. Oh my God, what have we done to deserve this? How is this going to be wrong like this?
Expect something from them.
What am I going to do now? Should I leave our people to just die because I'm not expecting something from this government?
No, you should zero them out and start mobilizing our people. That's what you should be doing.
That too, I'm not against that. At this rate, that protest that they are planning to happen in August is sure is going to happen. Because the record of this government has been, if this is true and it holds, the record of this government has been a total disaster. Like I said earlier on, it's like they are pestilence. They have nothing to offer other than just suffering. Nothing. They are worse now than the military regime. This government in the last 1 year has proven themselves to be the worst government in the Nigerian history. They've done so much damage on so many fronts. It's unbelievable. It's like he was sent to just deconstruct the country because the country was on its way up. And he just there to just rubbish everything, make sure nothing really happens. But we'll see. We'll see. If our refining don't come on stream, I don't think he's going to win the next election. I really don't think, because I don't see what is going to ever improve in Nigeria. Without those refineries coming on stream, nothing will improve. This cost of living will remain, and maybe even the inflation will remain. Nothing will improve in Nigeria if those refineries don't come on stream. And I don't see how he should win an election.
He did not win the last one. He can never win an election in Nigeria. I want you to understand that. Now, I've said on occasion that I really don't blame him for the last election, okay? He wasn't the chief culprit. His idea was to buy the election, right? And Nigerians weren't selling that election. What happened was that Buhari rigged the election. Buhari, who's a coup.
But does he need to rig the election, though? Look at what the other parties did to themselves. The other party were just destroying themselves. Like, did anybody need to rig the election? How can the opposition party fragment into 4 places and you expect to win that election? How?
No, but look, the point you don't understand. The last election was not held between parties, actually. There was a lot of crossover, okay? It was a progressive movement coming under the Labour Party. And they won that election, perhaps in 29 or 30 states, the way I looked at it. This is my own opinion. I looked at it very carefully, by the way. I'm not just talking. I'm saying that if you look at what happened, they had to shut down the beavers. It was unriggable. The way you rig an election, it's when there's a clandestine effort, right, to change the coalition. You change numbers here and there to come up with a certain figure to win. That's rigging. But what happened in the country was that they literally shut it down. And that if you even look at the IREV, for example, in River State, it's still showing that Peter Obi won River State in the IREV itself. But they're going, look, we don't care. You caught us. Do your worst. And the only person who could do that was Buhari, because for some reason, Nigerians are afraid of him because he's laconic. He doesn't talk a lot. So they use that, they misunderstand that to be like, it's like, you don't know what he has in mind, and he's quite capable of violence, right? But it was not Tinubu. With what Tinubu had in mind, he would have lost. He couldn't have bought the election, no matter how much money he had. The only thing in his favor was that Buhari reluctantly, towards the end of that election, was able to tell Mahmoud to shut off the beavers, and they did, right? Without it, Lagos was not for sale. He lost there. He lost in Edo, he lost in Benue, and so many other places that are usually not Labour Party, right? So he cannot win an election in the country now, because another thing that helped him was he was like an enigma. It's like he built Lagos, and many people thought, at least, even if we get it wrong, he's capable of doing certain things. Now, every Nigerian knows that he's incapable of doing anything. Nothing. Inflation is 30-something, and it may go to hyperinflation. Even the Northerners themselves that were choosing between lesser evil in their eyes, they figure, okay, if it's Peter Obi and Tinubu, we could at least take Tinubu. He's not going to ruin everything. He could at least hold his own in economics and stuff like that. Now they notice that he's actually destroying their long-term ambitions, right? So they have him by the balls. Most people, if you go to the poll, let's say that election is held today, there's not that many people that are gonna go there and vote for Tinubu. Not that many people. So let me disabuse you of that. But you're changing the subject here. What I'm saying,
you know, in my mind, the worst thing I thought this Tinubu government can do is take the fuel subsidy off and squander the money. But it looks like they thought, oh, you thought that's the worst we can do? We will show you. They went after the currency. Pew! They went after the refineries and just like banging it and trying to make sure nothing works. It's like you can't make it up. They are just destroying everything. And it's like if Tinubu was in coma right now, I'm not saying he should be in coma. If he was in coma right now when he got into office and didn't wake up till now, Nigeria would be better off. All these policies that he has gone and done is the one damaging the economy. Just leave it the way Buhari left it and remove the subsidy. Because what we were lacking was money to pay our debts and all those things. So you remove the subsidy, you get the money now. You can use it to service your debt, leave the country so that the refineries come on stream. When the refineries come on stream, you pay your share to Dangote, give Dangote oil. If the IOCs want to sue you, let them sue you. Go and fight them in court while you are supplying oil to the Nigerian people and building the Nigerian economy and industrializing. I don't know how these people can wake up at night and just sabotage their own country like this. And they know all this is I'm saying. Oh, they are smarter than me. Oh, to tell you that this is deliberate. They know exactly everything I'm saying.
I agree with you on that, but it's far more sinister than that, because what you're trying to do is to give him a softer landing, right?
Softer?
That's what you do.
Hey,
landing, right? And I know Ferrara is gonna come in here and Jagan.
What do you mean I'm going to give him softer landing?
You give him
I'm saying these
look,
are traitors. How am I saying they are softer landing?
This is soft landing you're giving them. This
I'm saying they are traitors. What? Jagu, I can't believe you said Naimo. What is it Naimo there? Eh? I'm not giving them any softer landing
because the problem is more deeper and dangerous than that.
Let me just put this to you. In support of my brothers who are on the panel, who I agree with a lot of what they say. You see, my brother, I don't know if you're newly coming to this stand that you're on, or if you just like to fluctuate, given the hope and desire for Nigeria's betterment. But for me, and for Pansat and indeed Ferreira, we have no belief in what Nigeria offers. None.
No.
So we start from that point. So you are only coming to this point now, which is why you may speak in a vociferous nature, but what you're saying is quite light, in fact.
Okay.
You have to now castigate the whole construction called Nigeria. And you have to castigate the polity of the people in the country. And you have to bring about a notion of taking the whole structure down. And
or not to interrupt you, continue, or the intent of the people at the ends of affair. That's the key. Their intent. I think that's where the father is getting it wrong.
Isn't that what I'm calling out? That their intention is to damage the economy. I don't know.
We agree with you that you're calling it out. We agree with you.
We agree with you.
You are calling it out, forefather. You are.
You are.
I'm saying
you have hope on their intent.
That it's still light, because you see, even though you and I know our people are suffering on a daily basis. And when I say our people, of the 250 million people who are in that country, about 235 million are suffering at a depth that we can't imagine. Suffering, but they're continuing their life. We've seen how our people, I don't know if you've noticed, forefather, Nigerian women in this country called England, have you observed how they move? How they walk in the street, many of them. But they walk a slumberous nature, very slowly, purposefully, but slowly. And when I observe the way they walk, they're carrying a whole heap of rubbish on their back. That's what it is. They'll just be walking. I see it all over London, all over the place. Nigerian women, they walk slowly. Not all of them. I'm not saying everyone. But there's a good portion of, when you see them, I observe a lot of things, and I know, because I'm looking at foreign nations, I look at things. There's a weight we carry as Nigerians, and it is in the way we walk the road. There are Nigerians who are extremely affluent. We've got the best clothes, they're speaking the best accent, they have all the best. And they're not necessarily corrupt, but they're not necessarily engaged in the battle that we're all in. You understand? And then there are those Nigerians who, they dress well, but it's not necessarily fashionable. It's a bit out of style. It's this and that. There are those ones. There are all these different layers of what it is to be a Nigerian. And none of us are engaged in the war. And this is my fear. No, we're not engaged in the actual war. When people like you now come over more to our side, you have to go through apprenticeship. You can't just come to the top.
Look at you saying I come to your side. See, when I came to the Nigeria space, one of the things I noticed, maybe in a way, I'm a little bit going up and down, because let's say my belief is that the refineries are going to come on stream, but the Nigerian government is going to find a way to sabotage it. I actually said it the last time. I said this is supposed to come on stream, but we just need to watch out how they sabotage it, and that's what they are doing now. They are sabotaging it. I was hoping that, you see, when I see these things, I react more emotionally than logically, because I'm looking at it from the point of view that, oh my God, what my fear is coming true now, and the Nigerian people are just going to carry on suffering because of these people. So that is my reaction, and that's what comes across as if I'm moving position.
Yeah.
But my own analysis has shown that they are sabotaging the economy.
And we call it a different name. And Forefather, I just want to, what was my question? I hope I didn't forget. I wanted to, okay, it's about every one of Nigerians. I know Pansa will go wild on this one, including his the loyalist of the every one of them, including the guy you interviewed this morning, every one of night, and the other guy that came last week that came to talk about Survey with KJ. And I asked him one question and he bungled it also. I think, I hope I'm wrong, all of them are on the same side as Tinubu. You might want to call Tinubu and Buhari out all you want. I'm not equating them character-wise on the same side, don't get me wrong. But in terms of the philosophical ideology of what the problem Nigeria is in and what would move us forward, I think they are all in the same basket.
Yeah.
Why did I make that conclusion on the guy you interviewed today? You asked him that vital question. What do you think about the white man's week? To me, that's a litmus test of a person who wants to take his people somewhere. If you want to take your people somewhere, you got to know where you're coming from. If you're coming from slavery, segregation, and colonization, and you want to match them to freedom, you got to know what are the symbol of slavery, segregation, and colonization. You got to know what symbol you need to match your people to the promised land. And every intellectual one that has come on here that has been thrown that question, not just that question, sometimes I phrase those questions in different ways, not just me, the other panelists, have failed, including Obi. Let me quickly say the side of Obi before Pansat eats me up. Okay, when Obi was here, Forefather, I asked him, you understand, don't you think you should be investing in a medium that will be able to give the information to the people? Something like that. I'm paraphrasing, I'm not saying it right. And Maska also confirmed, he bungled that question. He said, that's what we are doing here. What we are doing here, how many audience do we have? Imagine if Obi stands on the platform and said, this is how bad the situation is. This is what I want you to my people to do. And I know it's so followers are so dedicated. If he tells them to eat sand, they will eat it. Pastor, over to you. Tell me about
you see that question that we asked the guests. I think it would be nice to ask the Nigerian population in different regions and see what Nigerians say about such questions. Because maybe because how is it that almost all our political elites hold that view that guests hold? They don't see the headgear as a big deal. They don't see changing in this anthem. They don't see it as a big deal. They don't understand. And if that is the case, if this is what we are dealing with in Nigeria, then we'll take a sample of the opinions in the country. When we get that figure, then we sensitize the people and get a result again.
For that guy that came last week, one man to move, asked him a vital question. Are you running to get political office or are you running to change the system? Do you remember what his answer was?
No, I don't remember. What was that?
He didn't even give any concrete, sensible answer.
You see?
And for anybody that wants to save Nigeria, they have to be sincerely focused on changing that system, because the system that produced this much problem cannot solve this problem.
I'm still insisting.
You hear sorry, Panther. You hear the language that the politician used today. That every time he keeps saying it, who's going to take care of my children? Who's going to? So you want to run a country like Nigeria that has been through hell to lift it out of this thing? You're worrying about who's going to take care of your children. Your children's future is already compromised if you don't take the action in the first place.
Exactly. It's a pragmatic position for him, for father.
And a lot of Nigerians hold that
but
position.
But he doesn't understand that his children's position is already compromised.
If you don't act, especially the fact, if you don't act, you are making sure it's compromised.
Thank you. That is the part. That is the part none of them gets. That's the part.
It's really scary.
That's the part. None of them. That's why I said they are all in the same basket. The position of your children and children is already compromised.
Your job now is to fix it. That's why I told him that our inheritance is to act as if when we are going through these things.
No, it's not their fault, father. They only see now. That's the vision part. They only see now. Nobody is seeing 100 years, 50 years. 1,000 years.
That's what we need to be sensitizing them to.
Yeah, they only see now. That's a very good point.
Look at Trump. Trump was almost
I bury for you. You put it in the best way. Your children's position is already compromised in two ways. The worst that's going to happen to his children is they're going to go abroad. They're going to lose their language. They're going to lose their culture. They're going to live abroad. They're going to be converted to the white man workers. Your children's position is already compromised.
Okay, let me conclude what I was saying in the last segment, and then I wasn't paying attention to what Ferreira said. But
I attacked Obi.
No. Believe me, I'm not an OB defender. He hasn't done anything that warrants criticism. But let me say to people in the comment section, including Malam, Ifi Kings, and Guy or Lily, those are people who we normally agree on a lot of things, but they don't feel that I'm right on this issue. I just want you to know I'm not dealing with the issue wholesomely, everything about it. All I'm saying is that no citizen should get to try their case in the media. If there's a discussion, if there's a disagreement, it should go to the court, right? Somebody cannot unilaterally cut down somebody's ownership from 20%. But in this case, it's an inside job. So NMPC, Buhari, all of them, they're working together. Look, Nigerians are not worth fighting for. We're not really up here. We are not really there, right? Obviously, there's something wrong. There are people who make that case. These people, anybody that's not 100%, well, how would you define those kind of Africans? When you have your flat nose, thick lips, and woolly hair, right? There's something wrong. Anybody could come and colonize us. They could be Fulanese, they could be white people, they could be Arabs. They come and they take stuff from us. It's happening in Congo right now. It's happening in Rwanda. If you go to Rwanda, the president of Rwanda, he was a dictator. Maybe now he built the road, but the UN used him as a Tutsi to take over the Hutus, who are like Igbos and Yorubas and Hausas, right? Maybe it's the way it is. We're inferior. Let's admit it. The only way any human being is going to come from outside, Fulanis, coming to Nigeria, ultimately go and pipe our oil from the south, take it to Lagos, put it in some kind of free trade zone, build a refinery. Now take money deep into our pockets and take over $5 billion and then cut us down. Now there's nothing we can do. We are inferior people. Anybody could come and conquer us, divide.
Well, divide and rule, you wanted to say? That we've been there, done that before. We should be rounding up before it goes too long. This is Sunday after all. We are supposed to allowing
Can you hear me?
Our people.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me just conclude by saying that, and I'm very disheartened and I'm very upset. So my friend Ife Kings, you're right. We're not trying the case, but there are just certain things that are known right now. They're known. You don't have a boot to piss in. You don't have a window to throw it off in that country. even though God bless you with all kinds of things. You don't, because you're an inferior race of people. We are. They can come and take our stuff. They could do anything to us. As long as you have some kind of quantity of blood that's not African. Now, a lot of it's artificial. Britain is trying to make that be the case, because they have somebody who traced some kind of DNA stuff to find out that there's some kind of progression of human development, right? Darwin is his name. It's British, and it looks at us at the bottom, and they want to make it so. Even if we go to Haiti, we'll go to the South Americas. They try to keep our people low. The whiter you are, the better you are. They could use anybody that's not pure black, because they know that if, let's say in Haiti, they could govern themselves, then we could say, hey, they could do it in Haiti. Or if Nigeria gets it right, Liberia, Congo, they will say, oh, look, Nigerians got it right. So it's not in the blood. So they artificially make it so. That's why some Fulanis are going to come into our country, take our oil, set up, do anything just to keep us down. How do you, our people are gnashing their teeth, they cannot buy oil. He's supposed to have been building a refinery. Right now, in the cement sector, he could set the price. And people like
Pansat, let me just say this in your submission.
Yeah, go ahead from here.
I just want to put to Forefather, whilst you may not really like the terms Pansat uses, do you not find it weird that no Hausa man owns oil fields, or no, not one, but more Fulanis own oil fields than any other ethnicity? That's the actual fact. Is it not weird?
No, it's not. It's not weird because think about it yourself. Now you are in the UK now. Keir Starmer is from London, and the previous
I'm
prime
not comparing it to London. I'm comparing it to what Nigeria was. I'm looking at Nigeria. When I talk about Nigeria, I speak specifically. Nigeria was a regional before it even got its independence, and through the regionality, it grew muscle quickly. It grew muscle. You understand? Now, that muscle, when we are now released from the colonialist, should be going sky high. And the fact is, it was for the first 5 years. This is fact. Now, all of a sudden, and regionally, we in the West, we had cocoa. Those in the East, they had palm oil. Those of the North, they had the peanut and more. You understand?
Then
so
why did he fall apart if it was going so well?
No. Don't be simplistic. Don't be simplistic. I'm asking that because of regionality that was working, when this policy changed because of who power was left with, they now gained full regionalism over the whole country, to the point where the actual wealth, now oil was found, became the Riaz, which should have been regional to those of the so-called South, or those from the oil-producing states at the end of the day. That is the progression. But that's not what we're living today. So when you're putting it in Nigerians' terms, where we know what regionalism is, Pansat said these are foreigners in terms of the Fulani. So as we got rid of the foreigners in terms of the British,
you say oil well or oil blocks that are owned by Fulanis?
Oil fields, which you can't
oil
break
field.
up blocks.
Okay, oil field.
The actual oil is actually in a field, and it comes from a certain specific funnel, and they may be different and regional, and sometimes they're connected to each other, but not all the time. So it's an oil field generally.
I'm about to leave, guys, but before I leave, I think that key point about people not understanding that their children's future is already compromised, I think we need to mostly be focusing on it. Particularly when we have people that are answering questions and people we're trying to inform. A lot of people still don't get that our only definition of success now is to run out of the country. That is tragic if that's the only option available.
That reminds me of that video that was here, isn't it? what was that? This thing? I think that Jackpot video or something like that, isn't it?
Jackpot, yeah.
Yeah, that video, the guy, I don't know, man. He should be careful with that kind of thing that he said. Where is that video? I'm trying to find it because the guy was like brutal. It was like, I'm never coming back. Why should I ever come back to the country?
Okay.
Let me see. I think the video was here. I saw it earlier on. Fatuman Wahala Day.
Well, some people not just suffer them. I've heard that from a friend of mine who was here with me.
Yeah,
You're giving 50 million naira to leave Nigeria and never come back. Would you take it?
God will punish me if I come back. Even I don't need 50 million, just visa. Even to come and greet my mom, I won't call, no food. I never chop this morning. I never chop this afternoon. It's only visa that can change my life. Just America.
It's true. It's tragic for our race if that's
For many.
the only to come back to the land of slavery. That's our only available option going forward.
Except this time, this time we won't carry you for free. Oh, you go pay. You pay to
come. No, that guy doesn't understand that his children's future is already compromised.
Compromised by thinking like that. They don't know.
None of them understands it.
None of them. Pain. It's pain. It's pain and suffering. They don't know, and they don't want to know. They just want to get the hell out.
I know.
Simple like that. Heavily brainwashed. Just the other day,
we got a lot of work to do.
Somebody was telling me that he needs to take 2 weeks off so that I can go and do some church service stuff that they are training. I was like, for church, you go Wednesday, you go Friday, you go Sunday. Now you want to take 2 weeks off. It's like what all these things we are doing, where is he getting us?
It's hell. That's just sad.
Unbelievable.
That's 2 weeks of production.
Yes. Wasted.
2 weeks of production.
Many Nigerians out there, their eye is overseas. And you see, yesterday I was having a conversation. One thing I realized from what I said yesterday, I was saying I hold myself responsible. Then I went on to say, if I hadn't known about the West, I probably would be in Nigeria. And I connected it to what is going on now. The awareness that people have of the West, our leaders give them Instagram, have access. They are basically brainwashing our people to cherish the West. That's what they are doing. And they don't care. They know what they are doing.
That one no pay me reach destroying their own land. Your own land.
That's part of the destruction. Because if it was anybody that cares about their people and cares about their people's future, they will be telling them these things. They say, you know what? Yeah, I know you want to go from green pasture, but this is how you're going to go. This is what you're going to do, and this is how you're going to return. And if you I don't want you to go, but if you're going to go, we have to have a strategy about it. That's what the Japanese did. That's what the Chinese did. That's what the other people do.
Ross, this is what I continue to say.
Go and serve.
You see, Nigeria is like a wayward child where it's so unfortunate that if you spoke to this child softly, sometimes your parents spoke to you softly and you came around from your idiotic ways and decided to fix up a little bit and be smart, as it were. If you spoke in the softest terms to the Nigerian powers that be to change their ways, Ejo, Biko, please change your ways. Do it, bruh. They will listen to you and continue doing what they're doing. That is where we are.
That's where we are, yeah.
They're going to continue being bastards.
Yeah, that's why that guy was right. We're 2% blind, 98% cannot see. How do you move forward if you're blind and cannot see?
That's what we have.
Vision. How do you move forward?
I hate to be damning, but that is what we have.
Are these the Nigerian oil barons? This cannot be them. I'm just checking. Let me just share the list because I thought they were supposed to be all list of Fulanis. Let me go back up again. I'm a bit shocked.
Okay, you're looking at my point.
Yeah, it says they meet Nigerian top oil, gas barons. So, and this one, Theophilus Danjuma, I think we know him now, and we know he's not Fulani. He's from Jos, isn't it? And Dangote is Hausa. Who is this one? I don't know. Adewale Tinubu.
Dangote is Hausa, you said?
Yes, he's Hausa.
He's a Fulani.
Oh, he's not Fulani. He's Hausa.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. He's actually Hausa. He's one of those few Nigerians that declare themselves as Hausa. So this one is Adewale Tinubu. I never know about him. He looks like Tinubu actually, to an extent. Which one is this one? Augustine Avuru. These are, you barely see any proper what's that name. Look at them. Gabriel Oguchi. Alhaji CU Dandata. This is the only one I've seen so far. Look at that. Look at the list. Some people say maybe these people are just a front. I don't know. But Mike Denuga, Benedict Peters, just Southerners mostly, really. Mostly Southern. I don't get this. I expected to see a lot more. I definitely know Ato Eze. I've heard of him. I definitely know him.
No man.
Yeah, I definitely know that one. Because during the election, he came and intervened.
Who's that lady? Who's the lady there? This one.
Audrey Joe Ezigbo.
Okay.
That's Southeastern woman too. That nobody ever knew about her even. I don't even know about it. See, all these people, I don't know whether this is the exhaustive list though. Because that can be all of them. There has to be more.
No, there's much more. We have a lot of oil fields.
There's a lot more.
On and offshore.
Yeah.
Guys, I gotta leave you guys. I don't know when you're rounding up, but I gotta get.
Yeah, I'm running up now. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. I really appreciate your time and contribution. At this rate, me and Alaba is going to carry out a revolution in Nigeria and take over the country. At this rate, if we keep agreeing at this rate, exactly. At this rate,
you still may be peppered by Alaba for being.
Don't worry now. He's going to come out one day. He's going to come up one day and say, "No,
you're working for the other side, yo."
This guy's a bull.
I want to recommend a movie for you. You'll learn a lot of politics from it. Black Sails. It's a series.
Black Sails. I think I've seen that,
You should see it again. This time, pay attention to the politics that was going on within.
Yeah.
And the revolution that was going on by the pirates and all.
Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? Black Sails.
Sails.
Yeah.
Okay,
Pirates. It's a
SAIL.
movie about pirates and
okay, that'd be interesting.
Yeah,
is that on Netflix?
It's on Netflix.
Okay, my war.
Are you sure it's on
very
Netflix?
politically intriguing. To watch the politics that goes on.
Yeah,
between
there was
the
the
British
time when
Empire, the
Black
pirates
Sails.
in Nassau, and the ladies in the town, and it's a very interesting.
Yeah, there was something I do like that that TV series was quite good actually. It was really good.
Yeah,
they
were trying the revolution again. They tried the revolution against the British Empire. Go watch it.
Although it was quite white though, but it's still right.
It
was
white,
later in the
yeah.
day.
You have some black people too.
Yeah, it was later in the day.
Black,
It became a little bit more black. Yeah,
but pay attention to the politics within, not the visual and the other parts. But it's very interesting.
It's a good one. It's quite good. Yeah, Black Sails. Yeah, I remember
another good one to watch if you love politics is Rome.
Yeah, Rome too. Yeah, I think I saw Rome a while ago. I do see all these programs,
I haven't watched any good films in a long time. It's interesting that there's good films out there.
They do.
They
give
teach
you insight.
you a lot. You will see that what's happening now has already happened, and it's like if you can juxtapose it.
And one advice I will also give you is that when you are watching this program, try to imagine what that white writer is telling the white people.
Exactly.
To start decoding what is going on in the movie. Try to imagine, because they are not talking to us; they are talking to their people.
That's why I said Hollywood has not really helped us, or Nollywood rather. But we'll talk about that some other day.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming.
Excellent, guys. I'm running as well. Excellent to everybody.
What father got to do is see.
Thank you, forefathers. Thank you again, forefathers.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Jaco. And Pansat OA. I know what OA stands for. OA. There was a program called OA too. I appreciate you, Guy. On one lily, I see you there. Tope O, as always. I see you there. Thank you for coming in. AB, I see you there. AB, thank you for coming in. Boom Boom Ray. Thank you for joining us. Dave Taiwo, I see you there. Kulata, you are always there doing your, I don't know whether you did arithmetics at school, but you're laughing about somebody about arithmetics. It's all good, Kulata. Thank you for the donations too. Who else is there? Malam Ifi King, thank you for supporting me. I know definitely you are often against me on so many fronts, but I appreciate you for the support today. Dan, I see you there. Thank you for this in the support, Dan. Thank you for joining us. And Manuel Ferreira. Thank you for joining us. Emmanuel Johnson. I see you there, Emmanuel Johnson. Thank you for coming in. Blessing Chukuka. Thank you for coming in. Blessing Chukuka. Well done, and thank you. Who else is there? Highbury 10. Thank you for coming in, Highbury 10. I see you. Thank you for joining us. Who else is there? No, that's not him there. That's just Boas Biggie. Boas Biggie, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. I am African. I see you. Lighthouse, you too. Thank you for coming in. Queen TA, I see you there. Crush on you. Crush on you. Crush on you. Crush on you. Oh, crush on you. Thank you for coming in, crush on you. I don't know which one it is, but I can make a sense of the word. Tracy Jacopin. Tracy Jacopin, I see you there. How dare you call me Asare Dokubo? Me, Asare Dokubo, how dare you? Oscar Blackbone, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Oscar Blackbone. I appreciate you. Broadcast. I see you there, broadcast. Thank you for coming in, broadcast. Believe. Thank you for coming in, Believe. I see you there, Believe. And always keep believing, Believe. You know what they said. If you know something, you don't have to believe. And if you believe, you don't know. I don't know whether that means something, but it's all good. Believe. Kenry Bar, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Kenry Bar. I see you. Thank you for coming in, always supporting. Always, that's a very, very flippant term. Kenry Bar, no, it's not always supporting, but these days it's calmed down a little bit. We do always appreciate the ones that have calmed down. Broadcast. I see you there, broadcast. Thank you for coming in, broadcast. And who is the other person that donated? Broadcast. Let's see. Who else is there? I've said Lighthouse. Man of prestige of the United States of America, and a supporter of the Democrats. Thank you for coming in. I see you there, man of prestige. And who else is there? Let's get them out. I would name Tope O again because she deserves a double mention. Tope O, thank you for coming in and hosting the show yesterday. And Adam, I see you there. Thank you for coming in and also hosting the show yesterday. You did a great job, and you people spoiled me. And now I have to go to church and cry for all my sins to be forgiven for all the things you people revealed to me yesterday. My ears cannot unhear them. It's all good. I shall be forgiven because the Lord is merciful. All right, let's leave it at that. Who else is there? CJ Okonkwo, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, CJ Okonkwo. We appreciate you here, CJ Okonkwo. And I think I've said Blessing Chukuka already. Who else is there? Okay, I'll leave it at that. Let's go on to the people that donated. Let's see, Mazi Prince, and he was also on the panel. Thank you for coming in, Mazi Prince. We appreciate you for the donation of the $10. Real K, thank you for the donation. Two euros. Euros is special currency. Make no mistake, it's in between the pounds and the dollar. So it's euros. Thank you for the euro donation. And Topeo, thank you for the $10 donation. We appreciate it, Topeo, for the donation. And A for real, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you for the $5 donation. A for real, aka AY. Let's see, Alexander Gomez, thank you for the $5 donation. We appreciate it, Alexander Gomez. Thank you as always, supporting all the channels and supporting this channel as well. Thank you for the donation. And Oscar Blackbone, thank you for the donation. We really appreciate it. And to all of you, I hope you all have a great week ahead. I hope you all go on to have a fruitful week, a rich week. And some of the stuff you've learned here, it helps you with your decision making, because these things you learn is not for nothing. You have to use them, rearrange them in your mind to be able to perceive the world in a better way. And if you do better, we all do better. We all appreciate you. And I hope, and you also, Dr. Damage today, he also does appreciate the support you people have been giving to the channel. Till we meet again, goodbye for now.
onye ọma zoro obi o akwa nwa zoro obi o Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo akwa nwa nwe ilochi o biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abụ mmanwụ zoro ndosari ibia unye nigwana mo ulaga dori biazigo mo ulaga dori biazigo abamma wilo chino bigora fuzoro ona wazi mazi wekoma odogu no kwerezi nka onye maniga dele mo mazini biazigo ibu go with melody odogu na chala noka ezi nwanne m nigga dele mo olagado ni bezigo mo olagado ni bezigo amama wilo chilo bigora muzo ana bazi te onyama zoro de amama wazoro de sorry ibya moyano kwana mo ofube naru olaga no ni biazugo nazaboy mo olaga do ni biazugo amama wilo chilo bigora fuzoro ana bazi aiza odogu kenero bikechofo ama kwa mnika gogogia waligwe kwelo ikejomo belebege hey you want eku kampune kene omogo ndị nsọ chukwu emekalumo ike chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu esili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị abamanwụ iyo biko lapụ nabasị ya